Yo, Atlas speaking, and welcome to a brand new series on the channel. What if I was reincarnated into the world of Naruto and gained the unique gamer system? Synopsis: Sakamoto Tatsuma found himself transmigrated as a war orphan in the world of Naruto, where he quickly realized his seemingly limited potential to become a ninja. Just as hope began to wane, an unexpected invitation arrived, inviting him to join the Ninja Academy, accompanied by a surprising sound. Ding! The system has awakened. Upon careful experimentation, he discovered that his system bestowed him with attributes through challenging and defeating others, be it in training, consuming food, or engaging in games. Victory allowed him to continually enhance his potential and even extract unique talents from those around him. Space-time talent, ninja tool throwing talent, sensory talent. Gradually, the once seemingly untalented boy, destined for a bleak future, started unveiling boundless potential. Before we begin, make sure to check out the author linked in the description. And with that being said, let the tale begin. Chapter 1, First Friend. Minato-kun, are you out early again for your training? You truly are a prodigy destined for the academy. As the sun cast its warm glow upon the streets of Konoha village, an elderly lady organizing groceries observed the golden-haired child emerging from an alley. Still in the midst of stretching, she addressed him with a kindly smile. The child, known as Minato, nodded, the remnants of sleepiness vanishing from his expression. His face seamlessly transformed into a radiant and innocent smile, revealing the gap between his baby teeth, rendering him both pure and immaculate. Yes, Grandma Matsui, but you're even earlier. I just noticed you setting up your stall here. Upon hearing Minato's words, Grandma Matsui playfully feigned a worried expression and remarked, I hope I haven't disturbed the slumber of the future ninja-sama. That would indeed be a tragedy. Download app. Minato, well aware of Grandma Matsui's jest, simply shook his head, assuring her, don't worry, Grandma Matsui. I'll be back later to purchase groceries. Please set aside some for me. Very well, very well. Grandma will set aside some tender greens just for you. With a smile and a wave of her hand, Matsui, displaying her slightly damaged teeth, couldn't help but marvel at why her own grandson couldn't exude the same charm as Minato. In addition to exchanging pleasantries with Grandma Matsui, Minato warmly greeted several other vendors in the vicinity, effortlessly securing the essential ingredients for the day. The neighboring stall owners were more than delighted to assist and cater to the needs of this endearing child. However, as Minato ventured away from the familiar street where he resided, the radiant smile on his face gradually faded, making way for a serious and focused expression. His recent receipt of the admission letter to the academy weighed heavily on his mind, with tomorrow marking his inaugural day. Effectively, he was now a preparatory student at the esteemed institution. Since the arrival of the admission letter, Minato had become acutely aware of the need to intensify his physical training. Aware of his commoner status, Minato acknowledged the absence of the privileged background and abundant resources enjoyed by those born into shinobi families. Consequently, in order to keep pace with his peers at the academy, he recognized the imperative need to invest extra effort on his individual training. Given the turbulent state of the ninja world during this period, even within the secure confines of Konoha Hidden Village, Minato's innate perceptiveness had already detected the shifts occurring around him. In these unsettled times, sightings of ninjas leisurely strolling through the streets of Konoha were rare. Their movements were purposeful, undoubtedly engaged in various missions. Moreover, discussions among vendors and shopkeepers hinted at the recent surge in transportation costs, suggesting that some significant trade caravans had relinquished their routes, reducing the availability of some essential goods. Though unacquainted with the harsh realities of war, Minato found himself gripped by a growing unease fueled by the observations and snippets of conversation he encountered. Standing pensively at the street corner, his gaze fixed upon the distant Hokage rock, he quietly murmured, I hope it's merely my misunderstanding. Redirecting his attention, Minato shifted his focus to a self-assessment of his physical readiness. Ensuring the flexibility of his ankle and knee joints, he conscientiously adjusted his breathing, priming himself for the impending exercise. Uncertain about the specific training regimen undergone by children from shinobi families before entering the academy, Minato remained in the dark regarding the optimal path for his own growth. Nonetheless, he was convinced that speed, strength, and endurance stood as indisputable pillars essential for any aspiring ninja. Prepared and poised, Minato shifted his gaze towards the corner of the opposing street, musing aloud, "Are you putting in this much effort because you foresee a future akin to mine?" Engrossed in his solitary conversation, a diminutive figure gracefully turned the street corner, materializing before Minato. The boy, adorned with naturally curled blue-white hair, radiated a sunny smile that immediately caught Minato's attention. Tadata at the sight of this boy, Minato's countenance once again brightened with a smile. Clenching his fists, an inexplicable surge of motivation enveloped him whenever he laid eyes on this peer of the same age. "Hey, Minato-san, hitting the training grounds early again? You're really something. How about a little race to the academy gate?" Swift as a breeze, the boy dashed past Minato, leaving behind words that reverberated in the air. Minato nodded, his gaze following the retreating figure, before turning to sprint in the opposite direction. Truth be told, the boy's path led more directly to the academy, but Minato adhered to his own training route, a routine meticulously followed for the past month. Despite the boy's persistent invitations, Minato remained steadfast in maintaining the course he had set for himself. Minato found himself puzzled by how the boy was privy to his name, considering they had never been formally introduced. In the initial days, he didn't invest much attention in the boy, or rather, time didn't allow for idle conversation, as the boy showed no inclination to pause for a chat. Nevertheless, as time elapsed, Minato's curiosity about this same-aged companion burgeoned. In the boy, Minato sensed the blossoming of a genuine friendship. Yet, Minato couldn't shake the embarrassment that he remained oblivious to the boy's name. Contemplating this, Minato, who had just embarked on his run, abruptly halted and turned around to catch one last glimpse of the boy's retreating figure. "You're likely an academy student as well. Even though I'll find out your name tomorrow, I'd prefer to be friends sooner." With determination, Minato altered his course and sprinted toward the boy. Fortunately, the boy's pace wasn't exceptionally swift. After all, it wasn't a sprint but rather a long-distance run. Over time, Minato steadily closed the gap between them. The boy appeared to sense Minato's approach, and as he turned to glance at Minato, he hesitated for a moment before breaking into a grin, showcasing a row of small white teeth, with one noticeably absent. The boy even flashed Minato a thumbs up. However, in an unfortunate twist, his attempt at a show of approval coincided with him turning his head, causing his foot to collide with an empty can and nearly sending him stumbling. This mishap led to a sudden drop in the boy's speed, allowing Minato to swiftly catch up. Extending a helping hand, Minato and the boy exchanged a brief glance, not needing words to convey the unspoken understanding between them. Instead, their shared gaze was directed toward the academy gate, a mere 200 meters away. Tadata, the moment Minato released his grip, both of them surged forward, their eyes fixed on the prominent character, ninja, above the academy gate. The smiles that adorned their faces faded, replaced by a solemn and determined expression. 200 meters, 150 meters, 100 meters, 50 meters. Approaching the climax of their sprint, the two, devoid of formal ninja training, struggled to maintain balance at their heightened speed. Their attempts looked somewhat awkward, yet they pressed on with determination, drawing closer to the academy. Almost in perfect unison, both stepped onto the weathered wooden board in front of the Konoha Academy gate, bearing visible signs of the passage of time. Exchanging a glance, they simultaneously reached out, their hands making contact with the academy gate. "Pa, as expected, Minato-san. Your speed is truly impressive, but this time, victory is mine." Withdrawing his hand, the boy supported his ribs and flashed a triumphant smile at Minato. Minato, not overly concerned with the outcome, pressed against his own ribs, regulating his breathing. After a brief recovery period, Minato finally caught his breath and extended his hand toward the boy, introducing himself. "I'm Minato Namikaze. May I know your name?" The boy glanced at Minato's outstretched hand, opting not for a handshake but delivering a high five instead. This unconventional greeting seemed to leave Minato slightly uncomfortable. Before Minato could decipher Tatsuma's intention, the boy smiled and responded, "I'm Tatsuma, Sakamoto Tatsuma." As Tatsuma uttered his name, a notification sound resonated in his mind. Ding praised and defeated opponent, can unlock talents, speed +3, and stamina +2. Would you like to acquire them? Yes. Chapter 2, Unique System. Meet Sakamoto Tatsuma, an intriguing character navigating the complex tapestry of his existence as both a transmigrator and a war orphan. The origins of his parents, potentially being ninjas, remain shrouded in mystery. His identity, current abode, and financial support are all orchestrated by the village that has taken him in. While these years have brought a semblance of stability to Tatsuma's life, one perplexing detail nags at him incessantly. Why, of all things, does Sakamoto Tatsuma boast a head adorned with a riot of blue and white curly hair? Regrettably, Tatsuma finds himself in the Naruto world, not the Gintama universe he longs for. In that alternate reality, he envisions using his inherent strengths to stage a spectacular resistance against aliens, akin to the heroic exploits of Jintoki and his three comrades. Alas, the boundaries of his current reality confine him to grappling with the peculiar nature of his own existence. Embarking on life as an orphan in the perilous realm of Naruto, Tatsuma dedicated his early years to fervently exploring his innate talents and strengths. Ultimately, the fruits of his self-discovery revealed that, beyond possessing a radiant and captivating smile that endeared him to the elderly, Tatsuma lacked any remarkable abilities. Originally resigned to the idea of leading an unremarkable life, a mere month ago, everything changed. Upon waking up and spotting the Konoha Academy enrollment notice on his table, Tatsuma unlocked his own game-changing advantage, a praise and challenge system. Host: Sakamoto Tatsuma Talents, Strength, 30 out of 120 Speed, 43 out of 248 Stamina, 37 out of 210 Wisdom, 100 out of 200 Ninjutsu, 0 out of 120 Illusions, 0 out of 120 Spirit, 40 out of 120 Seals, 40 out of 120. Note: Genin's minimum ability threshold is 100, Chunin's minimum ability threshold is 1000, Jonin's minimum ability threshold is 10,000. Special talents: Spacetime, 20%, possesses a modicum of Spacetime Ninjutsu talent, Ninjutsu development, 10%, displays a small aptitude for Ninjutsu development. Note: the algorithm for special talents differs from the regular talent algorithm. Percentages indicate the extraction rate. This represents Tatsuma's basic system panel, a moniker he coined himself. In Tatsuma's perspective, this system serves as a refreshing breath of air in his journey. In a system community where the prevailing methods involve looting and resorting to violence for rewards, Tatsuma's unique system takes a distinctive approach, requiring authentic praise and triumphing over adversaries to acquire their talents. What sets Tatsuma's system apart is the gratifying realization that defeating opponents doesn't necessarily entail direct combat. For instance, in recent times, Tatsuma has orchestrated daily sessions with Minato Namikaze, discovering that even running can trigger system rewards. As a seemingly inconspicuous figure with talents capped at 120, Tatsuma recognizes that the system stands as his sole avenue to alter his destiny. In these days, he has gleaned substantial benefits from his interactions with Minato Namikaze, including acquiring talents in space-time and ninjutsu development. Casting a brief glance at the subtly altered system panel, Tatsuma wore a genuine smile as his gaze shifted to Minato, his friend finally responding for the first time today. Planning to continue training later? I'm heading to the training ground for some practice with the ninjas, Tatsuma suggested. Upon hearing Tatsuma's proposition, Minato's eyes lit up, a realization dawning on him that this approach hadn't crossed his mind earlier. Without hesitation, he nodded enthusiastically and replied, "Absolutely." Tatsuma's nod was accompanied by an even more radiant smile. His motive for bringing Minato to the training ground was straightforward: most individuals there were seasoned ninjas. Tatsuma couldn't outmatch these skilled practitioners, especially in training. Bringing Minato along served the dual purpose of defeating him and continuing to reap benefits from their interactions. Despite this calculated intention, Tatsuma maintained his cheerful demeanor as he looked at Minato, who remained blissfully unaware, and suggested, "Let's grab breakfast first, my treat." "How can I accept that?" Minato's gaze shifted to Tatsuma's attire, noticing the misprinted logos on both their clothes, likely cheap knockoffs from a street vendor. Swiftly recognizing that Tatsuma, much like himself, belonged to the lower economic class, Minato shook his head and asserted, "Let's each get our own breakfast. I can't let you spend money." Minato graciously declined Tatsuma's offer, refraining from assuming the role of an affluent individual and reciprocating with an invitation. He was acutely aware that his financial means were derived from village subsidies, and he couldn't afford to frivolously spend even a single coin. Although the idea of treating his newfound friend appealed to Minato, he recognized the practical constraints and opted to wait until he achieved the status of a ninja with a steady income before indulging in such gestures. Observing Minato's understanding demeanor, Tatsuma shook his head, offering a friendly pat on Minato's shoulder. With a nonchalant excuse, he stated, "I forgot to bring my ninja tools today. Can you lend me yours? I'll treat you to breakfast as a thank you." In response, Minato cast a brief glance at Tatsuma and verified the absence of a ninja tool pouch. After a moment of consideration, he nodded and replied, "Sure, but next time, remember to bring your ninja tool pouch. It's often required for class." "Oh, by the way," Minato added, "I haven't asked you yet, Sakamoto-san, are you also a student at Konoha Academy?" "Yeah, my classes kick off tomorrow." The duo, their figures diminutive amidst the burgeoning crowd, meandered through the increasingly bustling street. In this era, Ichiraku ramen had yet to grace Konoha. That iconic ramen shop wouldn't materialize for another decade, well into the youth of Hatake Kakashi. The two casually procured breakfast from a street vendor and made their way to the nearest training ground. "Minato! Let's have a contest to see who can complete 100 pull-ups faster." "Okay. Remarkable. You tackled those pull-ups impressively for a first-timer. However, this round, victory is mine." "Ding!" Successfully praised and defeated your opponent, you can acquire the talents, Stamina +3, and Strength +2. Would you like to claim them? "Minato! Let's challenge each other to complete 200 squats in record time." "Sure." Remarkable. "Ding!" Successfully praised. "Minato! Let's hone our skills in shuriken throwing. See who can hit the target's center first." "All right." Impressive, you nearly clinched the victory. If your strength had just been a tad more, hitting the target would have been a certainty. "Ding!" Successfully praised and defeated your opponent, you can acquire the special talent, Ninja Tool Throwing, Minato Namikaze Limited Edition, 20%. Would you like to claim it? Abruptly halting his contemplation of the upcoming competition, Tatsuma cast his gaze upon Minato, who stood hands on hips, wearing a resigned smile with a subtle glint of surprise in his eyes. To Tatsuma's astonishment, he hadn't anticipated Minato possessing a limited edition ninja tool throwing talent. After all, talents such as ninja tool throwing were presumed to be something general, not unique to an individual, weren't they? However, Tatsuma swiftly reconsidered Minato's trajectory, taking into account his formidable abilities like the S-rank ninjutsu Flying Thunder God Jutsu and the refined Flying Thunder God, Second Step. In that context, it seemed entirely reasonable for Minato to harbor his own distinct ninja tool throwing talent, didn't it? Yes. As Tatsuma refocused on the moment, he promptly claimed this newfound talent. Instantly, his mind became a repository of diverse throwing techniques for an array of ninja tools, spanning from kunai and shuriken to senbon, flash bombs, and even the audacious concept of hurling people. Distinguishing themselves from regular talents, special talents operated on a what-you-pick-is-what-you-get basis. Unlike regular talents that merely elevated the upper limit attainable through training without directly enhancing abilities, increasing the max cap, special talents were a straightforward acquisition with no need for additional development through training. However, These memories retained a somewhat fuzzy quality, likely a consequence of the incomplete talent extraction. Tatsuma had only acquired 20% of the talent. Especially when it came to techniques involving the unconventional use of people as ninja tools, the impressions were fleeting, hinting at the potential necessity for coordination with other ninjutsu. Despite these nuances, Tatsuma found himself sufficiently content. He turned to Minato, who had adjusted his mindset, and remarked, "Minato, your talents are truly impressive." In response to Tatsuma's continued praise, Minato regarded him with a wry smile. This friend had triumphed over him in various fields throughout the afternoon, consistently showering him with accolades. It led Minato to ponder if he was being treated akin to a toddler taking their first steps. However, Tatsuma didn't just convey sincerity, his enthusiasm was palpable. He pressed on, "Although your throwing technique is good, there are some nuances that need refining. Allow me to demonstrate the correct method, and we can resume our friendly competitions afterward." "Oh, I appreciate the guidance, Tatsuma-kun. Thank you so much." Chapter 3, Entrance Examination. Where the leaves dance, the fire thrives endlessly. The flickering flames shall cast a glow upon the village, ushering in a season of new growth. Within the hallowed halls of Konoha Academy, successive waves of eager students hung on every word of Lord Third, the venerable Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. A sea of faces displayed admiration and unabashed excitement as the prospect of a new chapter in their lives unfolded before them. Amidst the throng of fresh faces, Minato Namikaze, sporting an infectious smile, turned to his companion Tatsuma. With emotions now settled, he inquired, "Tatsuma, do you reckon we'll find ourselves in the same class?" Tatsuma shook his head and responded, "How would I know? Yet, if we excel, we might find ourselves placed in an exclusive class." "Exclusive class? Is that even a thing?" Minato was perplexed. The concept of an exclusive class had never crossed his ears before. Hokage-sama had made no mention of it either. Tatsuma merely shrugged, offering no further explanation. While there officially was no exclusive class within the academy, Tatsuma had keenly observed a cohort of children adorned with clan emblems meticulously drawn on their attire. They occupied seats nearest to Lord Third. Further away, another group of youngsters, distinguished by both clan symbols and well-appointed gear, stood out. Though not necessarily affiliated with prominent ninja clans, their parents were likely serving as active-duty ninjas. In the third stratum, civilians occupied the space. Their attire bore no clan emblems, and while their equipment may not have been entirely comprehensive, their ninja tools, pouches, clothes, and shoes were notably pristine and new. Their evident prosperity suggested favorable financial circumstances. Tatsuma and Minato found themselves on the outermost perimeter, surrounded by peers who exhibited signs of hardship, emaciated figures clad in faded or ill-fitting garments. The wear and tear on their ninja tool pouches hinted at a second-hand acquisition, and like Tatsuma, many were likely orphans. Despite sharing the status of war orphans, Tatsuma and Minato stood apart from their counterparts. Unlike the malnourished children around them, it wasn't a matter of preferential treatment from the village. All war orphans received identical financial assistance. The distinction lay in the fact that the duo had formulated clear and purposeful plans for every monthly stipend they received. Tatsuma, having navigated the intricacies of two distinct worlds, possessed a keen understanding of income distribution and the art of financial management. In contrast, Minato's maturity seemed precocious, suggesting a depth of understanding beyond his years. The meticulously arranged seating plan left Tatsuma skeptical about the randomness of the Academy's class assignments. While Minato, perhaps viewing it through the lens of childhood innocence, might have believed in the arbitrary decisions of the Academy senseis, Tatsuma couldn't afford such nonchalance. "Follow me, we're about to conduct an entrance test for you." Shortly after Sarutobi Hiruzen concluded his address, several Konoha ninjas, adorned in chunin vests, ushered the new students toward the training ground. Tatsuma cast his gaze across the landscape and observed a series of targets in the distance. Positioned 5 meters away from these targets, a lengthy table sprawled with meticulously arranged kunais, shurikens, senbons, and various other standard ninja tools. Taking in the scene, Tatsuma instinctively turned to Minato. In that shared glance, a tacit understanding passed between them, and a grateful smile adorned their faces. The impromptu training from the previous day had equipped Minato with improved proficiency in throwing ninja tools. While Minato's skills remained at an average level, he had absorbed the techniques well. Precision in hitting the target was now a given, with no concerns about insufficient strength or misdirection leading to the tools missing their mark. Tatsuma grinned and remarked, "Come on, with your talent, yesterday's training is bound to yield impressive results. How about we make it interesting and compare our scores?" Confronting this friend, whose competitive spirit seemed insatiable, Minato didn't reveal the subtle frustration from the previous day's repeated defeats. Instead, he nodded decisively. Reflecting on the prior night, Minato pondered the time spent with Tatsuma. He recognized that, after each agreed-upon match, he set personal goals, and this pattern fueled a newfound vigor within him, propelling him to fulfill the agreed-upon training. It dawned on him that perhaps this inclination to set up matches was rooted in Tatsuma's desire to spur motivation. Select the ninja tools you prefer, take aim at the target ahead, and throw 5 times. There's no need to feel pressured, it's just a straightforward little test. After several batches of new students took their turns, it was finally Tatsuma and Minato's chance. The sensei from the ninja school smiled at the duo and remarked, "Please pick the ninja tools of your choice. Aim at the target in front of you and make 5 throws. Don't stress too much, it's just a simple assessment." Following the test, Tatsuma courteously inquired, "Could you kindly inform us of our scores later, if that's convenient?" Tatsuma, inclined towards using polite language, especially in requests, noticed the sensei pause as he observed the distinctive mental demeanor of these 2 children, a departure from the usual war orphans. Eventually, a nod of approval came from the instructor. Witnessing this, Tatsuma exchanged a smile with Minato, who also nodded in acknowledgement. Without hesitation, they each selected a kunai from the table. The sensei, observing the 2 youngsters wielding kunais, couldn't help but express a hint of surprise. After all, for children of 5 or 6 years, kunai could prove somewhat heavy and large. While adult ninjas might find little difference in difficulty when throwing kunais, shurikens, or senbons, the same could not be said for younger children. For those at such a tender age, shurikens would be the more suitable choice, kunais proved too weighty, and senbons too light, making control a challenging feat. However, the manner in which these 2 children gripped the kunais suggested a seriousness that belied any notion of frivolity. Despite the subdued expectations the ninja school senseis may have had for war orphans, curiosity flickered in their eyes as they observed the duo poised in front of the targets. Thud, 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 thud. With minimal mid-flight adjustments, Tatsuma and Minato seamlessly retrieved kunais from the table, maintaining a fluid rhythm in their throws. In a remarkably brief span, they effortlessly launched 5 kunai, each finding its mark on the target stationed 5 meters away. For seasoned ninjas, a 5-meter target typically falls within the category of proximity, a distance seldom used for training. However, for children yet to embark on formal instruction, hitting a target at such close range is commendable. The ninja school sensei blinked, reconsidered the targets, and then turned his gaze toward the duo, a tinge of astonishment coloring his expression. He inquired, "Have you undergone prior training?" "We usually frequent the training ground for practice." Tatsuma responded with a smile, prompting a nod of acknowledgement from the sensei. "Impressive. It appears you both have a natural aptitude for ninja skills. You, with 50 points, and you, with 45 points, kindly present your admission letters." The sensei swiftly traced a few strokes on their admission letters before returning them, remarking, "Very well, head over there for the next test." With a nod, the sensei diligently recorded the scores of Tatsuma and Minato. In the same group, the absence of the telltale sound of ninja tools striking targets hinted at the challenges faced by the other students. Following a polite salute, Tatsuma and Minato proceeded to the designated area. Tatsuma turned to Minato, offering a compliment, "Your talent is truly exceptional." If you had commenced training a month ago, akin to my start, perhaps you would have surpassed even me. Ding, stamina +2, Minato absently scratched his golden hair at the temple and acknowledged, today's success owes much to your guidance. Even with an exceptional performance, I would only have managed to match your scores in this round. Tatsuma, if I'm not mistaken, a 5-meter target hardly does justice to your true capabilities, does it? Tatsuma responded with a knowing smile, opting not to verbalize his agreement. Only he knew that had he not unearthed Minato's potential the day before, today would have been a reliance on sheer luck. Time to move on. The next test awaits us. Achieving the same class level demands more than a single standout performance. Let's persist and give it our all, Tatsuma encouraged. Absolutely, let's give it our all. Chapter 4, The Pair of Prodigies. Follow me, beckoned the sensei. As they ascended the stairs leading to the teaching building, another instructor meticulously examined the entrance exam notices of the two individuals, giving a subtle nod of approval before guiding them up to the next level. Upon reaching the landing of the second-floor staircase, Tatsuma astutely observed that the waiting students in the corridor were predominantly war orphans, interspersed with a handful of children from more conventional backgrounds. Continuing their ascent to the third floor, the corridor now hosted a mix of students from ordinary families, accompanied by those donned in ninja gear, and a select few from prestigious ninja clans. Upon arriving at the fourth floor, the guiding sensei came to a halt. Tatsuma surveyed the corridor and immediately noted the sparse presence of individuals awaiting their turn. Those in view belonged to esteemed ninja clans and were adorned with a complete array of ninja gear. The other sensei stationed at the classroom entrance registered a hint of surprise upon spotting Tatsuma and Minato. Their unexpected presence on this floor suggested an exceptional performance in the ninja tool throwing test, with an average score of 9 or higher. For the descendants of ninja clans, achieving such a score was par for the course, given their early initiation into training, often starting 2 or 3 years prior. However, Tatsuma and Minato bore unmistakable signs of war orphans, evident markers of their challenging circumstances and financial constraints. Even if they were war orphans, Tatsuma and Minato hailed from impoverished families. Children in similar situations seldom had the chance to engage in ninja tool throwing, rendering their presence here quite unexpected. Not only were the senseis from the ninja school observantly appraising them, but the children from esteemed ninja clans were also casting curious glances at the duo. Truth be told, these scrutinizing gazes unsettled Tatsuma to some extent. Despite his circumstances, he had not yet reached the point of becoming indifferent to such judgments, unlike someone more seasoned and mature. In contrast, Minato appeared unfazed. His eager anticipation for enrollment seemed to overshadow any concern about the onlookers, showcasing a resilience and determination that set him apart. Leading Minato, Tatsuma came to a halt right at the classroom door nearest to the stairs. Noticing the presence of non-ninja clan children in the vicinity, Tatsuma opted not to impose and refrained from entering the area where the direct descendants of ninja clans were assembling. Given that the teams had not been officially formed, and new social circles hadn't yet taken shape, there was no urgency to immerse themselves in the burgeoning commotion. After a brief wait, the senseis stationed in front of the classroom doors, seemingly receiving some cue, synchronized in action. Simultaneously, they swung open the doors and guided the new students into their respective classrooms. For this round, we'll evaluate your chakra refining proficiency. I assume all of you have at least mastered the chakra refining technique, right? The sensei from the ninja school quipped, a half-smile playing on his lips as the new students settled into their designated positions. Upon hearing this, Minato sported a confident smile, but in the next moment, his gaze shifted to Tatsuma, a trace of concern flickering across his expression. Tatsuma, catching Minato's glance, nodded reassuringly at him. The chakra refining technique had been included in the enrollment notices, and over the past month, Tatsuma had dedicated himself to continuous practice. While the efficiency might not have reached an exceptional level, it was certainly not lacking. Chakra is the result of the fusion of spiritual and physical energy. In this world, even those who aren't ninja possess chakra, with their bodies continuously generating it. The chakra refining technique involves deftly manipulating the chakra within the body and temporarily augmenting it. For novices, this process necessitates the use of hand seals. However, the hand seal employed is not one of the 12 fundamental seals, instead, it's the seal of confrontation. The seal of confrontation marks the initiation of practical combat training for students at the ninja school. It carries tangible significance, assisting ninjas in swiftly refining their chakra to better navigate the challenges of battles. If there are no objections, let the timing commence. Observing the unanimous agreement in the classroom, the sensei from the ninja school pressed the alarm clock on the podium. Instantly, all the new students swiftly formed the seal of confrontation. Chakra extraction proved to be a challenging task for this freshly enrolled group of students. Recognizing this, the ninja school sensei, after the room fell into a hushed stillness, diligently began assessing each newcomer. Few after a considerable duration, a student from the Sarutobi clan successfully refined their chakra. Witnessing this accomplishment, a subtle expression of as expected momentarily flitted across the face of the ninja school sensei. Observing the nod from the student, the sensei reciprocated, and the new member from the Sarutobi clan also nodded in acknowledgement. A silent understanding hung in the air, indicating that someone in his family had briefed him thoroughly on the process before undertaking the test. 3 minutes elapsed, and Tatsuma finally tuned into the sensation. With each breath, he felt the ineffable blend of spiritual and physical energy. A gentle breeze seemed to materialize around him, delicately tousling his curly hair. Opening his eyes, Tatsuma directed his gaze towards the ninja school sensei at the podium. The sensei nodded approvingly, a smile gracing his face. Tatsuma then noticed the absence of any visible markings denoting affiliation with a specific ninja clan on the chunin vest and attire of this particular sensei. Realizing this, Tatsuma discerned the significance concealed within the sensei's smile and reciprocated with a brilliant grin of his own. After a brief interval, Minato Namikaze also accomplished the chakra refinement successfully. Observing Tatsuma's cheerful anticipation, Minato shrugged in a somewhat resigned manner. 15 minutes later, every new student in the classroom achieved success in refining their chakra. The instructors diligently marked additional notes on the enrollment notices. Now, it's time for the final examination, the written test. With a smile, the ninja school sensei retrieved a stack of exam papers from beneath the podium. He instructed, "Each of you take one, pass the remaining papers to the students behind you, and the last student, bring the extras up to me." The distribution of exam papers proceeded smoothly, with each student receiving their respective sheets. The ninja school sensei neatly organized the remaining papers and remarked, "The exam will conclude in 1 hour. I trust none of you will stoop to the folly of resorting to cheating on these questions." Listening to the sensei's caution, Tatsuma perused the exam paper. It appeared straightforward, featuring basic written queries that included the memorization of the fundamental 12 hand seals of ninjutsu, matching hand seal gestures, and a culminating question, centered around the will of fire: elucidate your perspective on being a ninja and compose an essay of no fewer than 300 words. Reading the last essay question in silence, Tatsuma couldn't help but smirk slightly. Despite his initial disdain for such a query, his hands instinctively started addressing the final question first. Weaving together dreams, efforts, comrades, bonds, responsibility, and perseverance, infusing the theme with love and peace, Tatsuma swiftly poured his thoughts into the essay. Once he completed the composition, he casually glanced at the clock on the podium before methodically going back to tackle the preceding questions. After a final check to ensure he had written his name, the alarm clock resounded precisely. The sensei stood up and declared, "Cease answering the questions. Next, submit your exam papers, and then you are free to leave. Tomorrow morning at 7 a.m., the school gates will open. You can come and check your assigned classes. Remember, classes commence promptly at 8 a.m., so ensure you're punctual." Tatsuma observed attentively as the sensei illustrated on the podium, securing the exam paper with his enrollment notice before exiting the classroom alongside Minato. He noted that exams were still in progress in other rooms, particularly on the 3rd and 2nd floors. Glancing through a window on the second floor, Tatsuma caught sight of a sensei distributing papers in a nearby classroom. In the midst of his observation, Minato suddenly queried, "Do you want to engage in some training this afternoon, Tatsuma?" Tatsuma returned to the present, nodding appreciatively. "You're genuinely talented and hardworking. If I let up, I'm afraid you'll surpass me in no time, won't you?" Minato chuckled, brushing off the compliment. "You keep saying that. I'm just really excited about the official start of school tomorrow. I don't know how to pass the time." "Haha, no need to explain. I would have gone to train even if you didn't bring it up." Tatsuma playfully hooked Minato's shoulder, and together, they exited the academy, making their way directly to the third training ground. In the exam room, the sensei responsible for grading papers attentively examined Tatsuma's test. After meticulously perusing it 3 times, he couldn't help but murmur in amazement, "Is Konoha on the verge of producing another genius akin to Orochimaru-sama?" Setting down Tatsuma's paper, he reached for Minato Namikaze's test and once more expressed his astonishment. "No, we have 2 geniuses here." Chapter 5, Sakumo's Challenge. Lord Third, here is the list of this year's teams and the entrance exam papers for the new students. Please take a look. Within the Hokage's office, a silhouette shrouded in ANBU attire materialized, gently laying a stack of exam papers and admission notices on the table. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded thoughtfully, his gaze traversing the top of the list. A subtle crease formed on his forehead as he commented, "So, that kid Itetsu didn't secure a spot in a team? Danzo will likely lodge another complaint, accusing me of favoritism towards the Shimura clan." The ANBU ninja replied, "It appears that there are 2 exceptionally talented children who have surpassed Shimura Itetsu's ranking." "Is that so?" Sarutobi Hiruzen promptly perused the list. He recognized most of the names, given his duty as the Hokage of Konoha to be concerned about the younger generation of the village. Furthermore, these names bore the surnames of various ninja clans in Konoha or were the offspring of village jonin. Hence, he swiftly pinpointed 2 distinctive names on the list. Sakamoto Tatsuma, Minato Namikaze. I recall them. Weren't they the 2 kids who have been jogging past the Hokage Tower recently? Yes, Lord Third. The ANBU nodded, affirming Sarutobi Hiruzen's suspicion. These 2 children had been traversing the area around the Hokage Tower daily for the past month. As ANBU operatives, it was their responsibility to investigate, yet a thorough inquiry revealed the innocence of the children. They were merely passing by for exercise. Further investigation seemed unnecessary, especially considering the presence of more individuals with similar routines. In Konoha, there was another genin who, from pre-enrollment until now, had been jogging past the Hokage Tower daily for several years. ANBU recalled this spirited genin who passionately shouted about youth. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen had already begun reviewing the admission notices and exam papers for Tatsuma and Minato. Observing that both of them had achieved the highest grades in the first 2 tests noted on their notices, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but feel a twinge of surprise. As the head of the Sarutobi clan, he was acutely aware of the significant impact that ninja clans had on a ninja's development. Ninjas affiliated with ninja clans enjoyed early-age resources that eluded civilian ninjas. The wealth of materials and educational guidance from family elders enabled ninja clan members to outpace their civilian counterparts even before enrolling. Consequently, for civilian ninjas to distinguish themselves, their innate talent and effort must surpass those of ninja clan members by several folds, an even more formidable task for war orphans. After all, a civilian family can scrape together enough funds for introductory ninja books and practice equipment, but for war orphans, it's a different challenge. As the Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen is well aware of the financial aid provided to war orphans by the village, ensuring their basic survival needs. However, any additional expenses generally remain out of reach. Within both civilian and war orphan populations, instances of exceptionally talented individuals have been rare, as evidenced by Sarutobi Hiruzen's 2 disciples, Orochimaru and Jiraiya. Over the years, the emergence of notable talents among civilians has been sparse, with only these two disciples standing out. Now, with the unexpected appearance of two more, Sarutobi Hiruzen finds it truly astonishing. Instantly, Sarutobi Hiruzen meticulously reviewed the exam papers of the two individuals. Children like them were more susceptible to deviating from the right path compared to other ninjas, especially given the perceived unfair treatment the village had meted out to them. However, as he delved into their explanations of the will of fire, Sarutobi Hiruzen's initially furrowed brow gradually smoothed. After a moment, he turned to the ANBU ninja and remarked, "Where are these two children now? They should still be at the third training ground. Good, level-headed and not arrogant. They are good kids." Sarutobi Hiruzen set aside the exam papers, stood up, and declared, "Go change your clothes, accompany me to see how these two are doing. It's better to check on them now to avoid having Danzo come over later to question me." "Yes, Lord Third." The ANBU ninja nodded and swiftly departed. Sarutobi Hiruzen also made a quick adjustment before descending from the Hokage Tower. Just as he exited the tower, a white-haired young ninja approached him. Observing the serious expression on the ninja's face, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and said, "How many times have I told you? Once you take off the ANBU uniform, you are Sakumo Hatake. There's no need to be so gloomy." Upon hearing this, Sakumo Hatake suddenly grinned and remarked, "Hokage-sama, please refrain from using such vulgar terms like taking clothes off, especially considering our hierarchical relationship." "Well, the vulgarity can only be found in your perverted mind." Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head in resignation. He had a clear understanding of the elite ninjas of the Hatake clan in this generation. Once they put on the ANBU attire and donned their masks, they transformed into ruthless killing machines. However, when they changed back into their regular clothes, they became something else entirely. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't find a term to describe them, so he just shook his head and headed towards the third training ground. "Hokage-sama." "Good afternoon, Hokage-sama." "Lord Third." En route, Sarutobi Hiruzen exchanged greetings with numerous Konoha ninjas and civilians. Upon reaching the third training ground, he observed two children in a corner practicing throwing techniques with discarded targets. With Sarutobi Hiruzen's discerning eyes, he quickly assessed the skill levels of the two individuals. The child with blue and white spiral hair had already mastered ninja tool throwing at the level of a ninja school graduate. As for the kid with golden hair, although he was slightly behind, he still demonstrated more proficiency than some current ninja school students. "Are they truly geniuses?" Sarutobi Hiruzen muttered to himself, then took a step forward. "Minato, your progress is indeed impressive. However, in this match, my skills still surpass yours," he heard as he approached. Drawing nearer, Sarutobi Hiruzen caught snippets of the conversation between the two children. Their dialogue swiftly ceased as they noticed Sarutobi Hiruzen's distinctive attire. Lord Third Tatsuma and Minato quickly saluted. Tatsuma scrutinized Sarutobi Hiruzen and Sakumo Hatake, unsure of why they were here. While their performance today was commendable, he couldn't fathom why it would warrant the attention of the Hokage. Even if Tatsuma is a time traveler, he probably wouldn't have anticipated that his sudden appearance, by taking the place of a child from the Shimura clan, would lead Sarutobi Hiruzen to come out to avoid Danzo's criticism. Observing Tatsuma's scrutiny, Sarutobi Hiruzen also discreetly examined Tatsuma. His initial impression of Tatsuma was quite favorable, perhaps because of the child's infectious smile. "Are you both Academy students?" Although he already knew their identities, Sarutobi Hiruzen intentionally asked. Tatsuma and Minato nodded, with Minato adding, "Yes, Lord Third. We just enrolled today. I am Minato Namikaze, and this is my friend, Sakamoto Tatsuma. To have such ninja tool throwing skills right after enrollment is truly remarkable. Back in my day, I wasn't as good as you," Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked. After saying this, Minato's eyes visibly brightened. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued, "However, targets are ultimately inanimate. Ninja face living adversaries. Do you have confidence in hitting moving targets?" What do you mean? Tatsuma asked in confusion. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked towards Sakumo Hatake, who was overseeing the female ninja training in the distance, and said, "He is the most outstanding ninja by my side and also my bodyguard. Would you like to test his skills? Sakumo, give our future ninjas a little challenge. If you find them satisfactory, how about rewarding them?" Huh? Me? Sakumo Hatake snapped back to attention, realizing he had been lost in thought for a moment. Catching Sarutobi Hiruzen's somewhat reproachful gaze, he swiftly refocused and turned his attention to the two little children in front of him, saying, "1 minute. If you're still standing after 1 minute, I'll give each of you a set of new ninja tools. How about that?" Minato was intrigued, but he still looked to Tatsuma, seeking his opinion. It wasn't the allure of ninja tools that interested Minato but rather the rare opportunity to spar with the Hokage's bodyguard. Even though Tatsuma had only been friends with Minato for a little over a day, he understood Minato's wishes. He nodded and said, "Really? Uncle, being the bodyguard of the Hokage, your strength must be formidable. However, if it's just 1 minute, I will definitely hold on." "Uncle?" What an unflattering way to address me. Sakumo Hatake's expression darkened. In his early 20s, and he was being called uncle? Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but smirk. It seemed that without the ANBU gear, Sakumo Hatake was quite unpredictable. Despite this, Sarutobi Hiruzen decided to let the little test continue. Sakumo Hatake showing some fighting spirit wasn't a bad thing. Otherwise, given his personality, he might just goof off for a minute and then hand these two kids a set of ninja tools. "Let's begin then." With that, Tatsuma and Minato swiftly moved to opposite sides. Chapter 6, Secret Taijutsu 1000 Years of Death. Observing the duo move with impeccable form, Sakumo found himself particularly intrigued, particularly by the blonde child. His low center of gravity and the stylish ninja-like sway of hands behind him caught his attention. Yet, the child who addressed him as uncle deviated from the standard. His hands swung in an unconventional manner, crossing in front of his chest, a departure from the typical ninja style. "Watch out, Sakumo-sama!" Minato Namikaze yelled, unfamiliar with the ninja before him. However, upon hearing the Hokage-sama call out Sakumo's name, recognition dawned on him. In a synchronized effort, Minato and Tatsuma launched their attacks, thrusting their kunai simultaneously towards Sakumo's waist. Sakumo's eyelids twitched. Although he understood that this was due to the height difference between them, it still felt unpleasant. Bang! As the two kunai made contact with Sakumo, he abruptly transformed into smoke. Duda, the two kunai, now devoid of a target, impaled a strategically placed wooden decoy. This exemplified the fundamental application of the substitution jutsu. Sakumo didn't even specifically look for the right timing and position to execute the technique and just performed it casually. Doing the opposite would be too much of a bully for these two kids. Sarutobi Hiruzen's true intentions for Sakumo to engage in a spar with the two youngsters was not lost on him. Taking a quick dash to position himself approximately 10 meters away from Tatsuma, Sakumo strategically placed himself within the range suitable for ninja tool throwing practice tailored for Academy Junior students. The duo, Tatsuma and Minato, were engrossed in their practice at this distance earlier as well. As Sakumo expected, Tatsuma and Minato swiftly transitioned from chipped kunai to rusty shuriken. In total, they launched 6 shuriken, each exhibiting a slightly irregular trajectory. This inconsistency arose from both youths being unfamiliar with the technique of simultaneously hurling multiple shuriken. Minato had yet to master it, and while Tatsuma displayed a talent inherited from Minato, his proficiency stood at 20%, leaving him short of mastery in this particular skill so far. The 6 shuriken, launched in unison, proved futile in exerting even the slightest pressure on Sakumo. With fluid motions, he traced a circle in the air with his hands, effortlessly catching the shuriken before nonchalantly redirecting them back towards the two youngsters. Observing the shuriken returning at least twice as fast as their initial launch, both Tatsuma and Minato displayed visible signs of tension on their faces. Hastily tracking the projectile's trajectory, they vigorously swung their kunai in response. Ding 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 ding. Tatsuma successfully deflected 3 shuriken, showcasing nimble expertise. Meanwhile, Minato managed to deflect 2 but was forced to evade the last one by agilely leaping aside. Not bad. Sakumo offered a rare compliment. However, in the next moment, his figure dissipated into a cloud of smoke, leaving behind only his voice lingering in the mist. Guess which one is me? Poo-poo-poo. From the dissipating smoke emerged 3 Sakumo figures, swiftly advancing towards the duo. These weren't shadow clones, but rather the most fundamental form of clone jutsu. Despite lacking the complexity of the former, the mere visual duplication was sufficient to sow confusion and deception. Tatsuma, at least, found himself unable to discern the real Sakumo. He hurled his last shuriken towards the central figure while directing his kunai at the left one. Observing this, Minato swiftly thrust towards the right side, both he and Tatsuma unable to discern the real Sakumo amidst the trio. Poo-poo-poo. To their surprise, all 3 Sakumos turned out to be illusions. Tatsuma pursed his lips and remarked, "We were misled." The earlier statement from Sakumo had led them to believe that one of the 3 duplicates was real. Little did they anticipate the broad-eyed and thick-browed Sakumo indulging in playful tricks with 2 5-year-old kids. Fortunately, Sakumo treated the situation as a light-hearted interaction with children and refrained from launching a continuous attack. Otherwise, that singular move could have led to Tatsuma and Minato's defeat. Next, I'll unveil some powerful ninjutsu. Sakumo's voice resonated once more, and suddenly, from the side, another Sakumo charged towards them. Both hurriedly blocked, anticipating the need to dispel the clone and ready to lend aid against the genuine Sakumo, or so they believed. Bang bang. Unexpectedly, both figures were real this time. Minato and Tatsuma found themselves kicked, sent flying in different directions. It was Shadow Clone Jutsu. Tatsuma's mind raced with information about this ninjutsu, but there was no time for further contemplation as Sakumo's entrancing voice echoed once again. "Behold, my latest creation in taijutsu, a self-proclaimed secret taijutsu. It's designed to subject individuals to the torment of 1,000 years in an instant. You 2 little devils will have the honor of being the inaugural subjects for this secret taijutsu. If you manage to endure it, consider yourselves victorious." 1,000 years of death? Tatsuma's buttocks instinctively clenched as he felt the sudden presence of a pair of ominous eyes behind him. Not far away, Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow. He hadn't heard Sakumo mention any recently developed taijutsu, and the notion of employing the secret taijutsu on these 2 kids seemed utterly absurd. At that moment, 2 Sakumo materializing behind Tatsuma and Minato deftly completed a series of hand seals. Witnessing the intricate movements, Sarutobi Hiruzen's brows furrowed even tighter. Tiger seal? Fire release? No, it's unmistakably taijutsu. Swiftly analyzing the situation, Sarutobi Hiruzen stood prepared to intervene, his concern growing. He had seen enough to warrant action. He couldn't allow these 2 young ninjas to come to harm. Such an outcome would be unworthy of the title of Hokage. 1,000 years of death. Minato! Dodge to the side. Tatsuma's urgent shout cut through the air, his sense of dignity momentarily forgotten as he rolled to safety. Minato, trusting Tatsuma implicitly, leaped to the side without fully comprehending the situation. He quickly redirected his gaze to the initial position of the 2 Sakumo that had appeared behind them. Observing Sakumo's posture and the height of his hands, Minato felt an abrupt tension in his buttocks, grateful for Tatsuma's well-timed warning that potentially spared him from an awkward encounter. Huh? Both of you managed to dodge it? You're truly remarkable geniuses. Bang. The shadow clone of Sakumo beside Minato dissipated, revealing the genuine Sakumo standing not far from Tatsuma. He scratched his head with an embarrassed expression, realization dawning that he had made an error. Simultaneously, Tatsuma felt a wave of disgust crawling up his spine. This Sakumo, utilizing his real body to execute such a technique on him, was undeniably shameless. Sakumo glanced toward Sarutobi Hiruzen, contemplating an apology, only to be met with the stern expression etched on the Hokage's face. For a fleeting moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen harbored concerns that Sakumo might pose a genuine threat to the village's children, but it quickly became apparent that it was nothing more than a theatrical performance. His worry had been misplaced. Indeed, his prior judgment, anticipating Sakumo's potential descent into darkness after prolonged service in ANBU, proved utterly unfounded. This man showed no inclination whatsoever to tread such a path. Ha ha ha, Sakumo chuckled, scratching his head, and conceded, as promised, I lost. Come on, I'll take you to get some ninja tools. Ding successfully praised and defeated your opponent to acquire talents, speed +1, ninjutsu +1. Upon hearing the system prompt, Tatsuma's mouth twitched in an almost bewildered manner. He had nearly succumbed to a state of shock, and all he could discern were these modest few talents? Except... Sigh! It was still better than nothing. Chapter 7, Minato's Envy and Goal. The rewards were disappointingly minimal, and Tatsuma couldn't help but deduce the underlying reasons. First and foremost, the collaboration with Minato Namikaze on this challenge seemed to diminish the accolades. Furthermore, the glaring difference in strength between Tatsuma and Sakumo resulted in what could only be described as an opportunistically derived victory. Adding to the complexity of the situation, Sakumo had voluntarily acknowledged Tatsuma's triumph, rendering the match somewhat incomplete. The amalgamation of these factors contributed to Tatsuma's meager rewards following his hard-fought victory over Sakumo. Despite having a hunch about the reasons behind the modest rewards, Tatsuma couldn't shake off a pervasive sense of discomfort. After all, the battle against Sakumo had proven to be far more perilous than the enduring quality of Minato, akin to facing a high-quality Wagyu beef that consistently delivers satisfaction with little effort. If Tatsuma hadn't possessed prior knowledge about the infamous 1,000 years of death, his chastity might not have been so miraculously preserved. Adding to the ordeal, he had endured a formidable kick from Sakumo earlier, leaving his ribs still pulsating with pain. The tumultuous emotions swirling within him found their way onto Tatsuma's visage. Hiruzen, observing the subtle expressions of discomfort crossing Tatsuma's face, cast a disapproving glance at Sakumo. Unbeknownst to Hiruzen, the intricate turmoil within Tatsuma's psyche remained hidden from his perception. Even as the Hokage, when startled by Sakumo's secret taijutsu, he had felt a twinge of phantom pain during Sakumo's demonstration. One could only imagine the intensity of Tatsuma's first-hand encounter, nearly enduring the brunt of it all. With a hint of remorse, Hiruzen directed his gaze toward Tatsuma and Minato, expressing, Tatsuma, Minato, both of you demonstrated exceptional skill. In time, I'm confident you will evolve into formidable ninjas dedicated to safeguarding the village. Despite the praise from Hiruzen, Minato, who should have been elated, harbored residual unease stemming from the recent close call. He responded with a somewhat absent-minded nod. Observing Minato's lingering distress, Hiruzen felt a heightened sense of regret and continued, let's conclude your training for today. You're both still young, and subjecting yourselves to overly strenuous exercises isn't suitable. How about this? I'll treat you to a barbecue, and afterward, Sakumo can guide you in acquiring new ninja tools. Lord Hokage, Tatsuma hesitated, reluctant to draw excessive attention given their current status and abilities. Acknowledging the potential drawbacks, he was about to voice his reservations when Hiruzen interjected, proposing, as a compromise, how about refraining from divulging the unconventional ninjutsu techniques of my subordinates? Realizing the diplomatic nature of the suggestion, Tatsuma understood it would be impolite to decline further. With a nod and a polite smile, he responded, You're very gracious, Hokage-sama. As for the title Sama, Tatsuma didn't perceive it as implying subservience. To him, it held a resemblance to addressing a boss, supervisor, or manager in his previous life, devoid of any implications of inferiority. That night, Tatsuma returned to his modest apartment, having savored a hearty meal, his first substantial meat intake since arriving in this unfamiliar world. Laden with several sets of brand new ninja tools, he reflected on the invaluable additions to his arsenal. While the cost of ninja tools was a considerable expense for him, they were mere commonplace consumables for a seasoned jonin like Sakumo. The set he received wasn't limited to the basics, such as kunai, shuriken, and senbon. It aimed to elevate his arsenal to a new level. Included in the set were Fuma Shuriken, Giant Shuriken, Susumina, a distinctive pole weapon with 2 prongs, ninja blades, concealed blades, chain mail, ninja boots, gloves, and more. Tatsuma marveled at the array, realizing that if not for his and Minato's intervention, there might have been even more exotic and specialized ninja tools in the mix. The existing array of ninja tools had already captivated Tatsuma's eyes, some even managing to surprise him. Take the chain mail, for instance. In his previous life, influenced by manga, he had envisioned it as some kind of fishing net. Now, experiencing its solidity and lightness firsthand, he marveled at its true qualities. Outside the Hokage's office, Hiruzen observed Sakumo and inquired, "What are your impressions of those 2 youngsters?" Pausing in his attempt to change clothes, Sakumo halted at the question. After a moment of reflection, he responded, "They possess Jiraiya's infectious enthusiasm and Orochimaru's measured restraint, coupled with a remarkable mutual understanding. Complete trust binds them. They are truly exceptional youngsters." Upon hearing Sakumo directly employ his 2 disciples for comparison, Hiruzen didn't take offense. Given Sakumo's seniority to both Orochimaru and Jiraiya, such a comparison was not considered disrespectful. In fact, Sakumo's judgment resonated with Hiruzen's own assessment. The Hokage nodded and remarked, "Is Atoma the sensei for their class? Have him pay extra attention to these 2 youngsters." "Yes, Lord Third." Sakumo concurred with a nod, and Hiruzen sighed, expressing, "The great ninja work concluded only a few years ago, and conflicts are already resurfacing. I earnestly wish there could be more time for you and those youngsters to experience growth." As the guardian of the Hokage, Sakumo naturally grasped the current precarious state of the ninja world. The once present smile on his face waned, giving way to a more somber and serious countenance. He responded, "I'll go extinguish some of the sparks." Hiruzen, acknowledging the gravity of the situation, advised, "In the end, it's merely delaying the inevitable explosion. Certain matters don't necessitate your personal intervention. Danzo has overseen the route for quite some time. It's high time we assess his management," he added with a disapproving shake of his head. However, as soon as Hiruzen finished speaking, a deep voice resonated from within the office. "Sarutobi, are you questioning my capabilities? Danzo? You choose this moment to make an appearance?" Seeing his old friend, Hiruzen couldn't help but sense a headache coming on. Stepping forward, Danzo sneered, "Mph. If I hadn't come, would I simply stand by as you suppress my Shimura clan? Using 2 orphans as an excuse, your methods are truly cunning, Sarutobi." "Enough, Danzo. I am the Hokage. Return to your route. My decisions don't require your interference." Hiruzen was weary of clashing with Danzo and abruptly concluded the conversation. Danzo, infuriated, twitched his face, pointed accusingly at Hiruzen for a moment, and then spat out angrily, "Sarutobi, you will regret this." After those words, Danzo stormed off, leading Hiruzen to return to his seat, rubbing his temples in an attempt to ease the tension. Sensing the awkwardness that lingered, Sakumo prepared to take his leave when Hiruzen unexpectedly spoke up, "Sakumo, take a break. I need some solitude." Sakumo nodded, saluted, and replied, "Yes, Lord Third." The following day, at 7 o'clock, Tatsuma and Minato, having completed their morning training, arrived at the academy. The atmosphere was even more vibrant than the previous day, with a substantial gathering of students, new entrants, as well as ninja and prominent members of the clans, an uncommon spectacle. Observing the new students joyfully holding hands with their parents, Minato was unexpectedly struck by a sense of discomfort. Just as he grappled with these emotions, Tatsuma placed a comforting hand on Minato's shoulder and inquired, feeling a twinge of envy? After a brief contemplation, Minato nodded, allowing his genuine sentiments to surface. "Yeah," he admitted. Tatsuma, intending to make a lighthearted comment at first, found himself struck silent as he observed Minato's expression. Opting for a reassuring gesture, he patted Minato's shoulder and remarked, "The past is beyond our control, but we have the power to shape a future with fewer war orphans like us." "Yeah, I'm committed to making it happen," Minato affirmed with sincerity. Not far away, 3 middle-aged ninjas and 3 young new students gathered, their attention fixed on the duo. A ninja with a distinctive pineapple-shaped haircut spoke up, "Are these the 2 kids Lord Hokage met personally yesterday? They certainly harbor impressive dreams. Shikaku, Choza, Inoichi, why don't you try to befriend them? Just be mindful of your boundaries and approach. Remember, you're all Academy students, and soon-to-be ninjas of Konoha. No sense of superiority, clear?" The kid with the distinctive pineapple-shaped hair let out a sigh and remarked, "Dad, you're always so talkative. Making friends feels like such a chore." Ruffling his child's head, the pineapple-haired ninja responded, "A bit of effort now can spare you many challenges later on. Think beyond the moment." Understood. Chapter 8, First Class. Hello, everyone. I'm Sarutobi Atoma, your sensei for this class. It's a pleasure to meet each and every one of you. Before we dive into the course, I'd like to take a moment to get to know you all better. Let's kick things off with some self-introductions. Share your name, age, likes, dislikes, and dreams. We'll go in order from left to right in the first row, then reverse from right to left in the second row, and so forth. He then directed his attention to a student with a hedgehog-like appearance in the first row. The student stood up with a sense of pride and confidently expressed, "I'm Uchiha Tenko, a proud 5-year-old. My favorite pastime is engaging in competitions with members of the Hyuga clan and, well, let's just say I'm not their biggest fan. My dream is to demonstrate that the Uchiha clan stands as the epitome of dojutsu prowess." Uchiha? Dojutsu? The new recruits couldn't contain their curiosity, and discussions erupted instantly. In the rear row, a student sporting a pineapple-shaped hairstyle furrowed their brow, surveyed the scene, and muttered, "Uchiha? What a troublesome clan." Sarutobi Atoma cleared his throat, exerted a calming presence with a subtle hand gesture, and indicated for the next student to share. There wasn't much for him to comment on regarding Uchiha Tenko's introduction, understanding that the deep-seated history between the two clans wasn't within a teacher's power to resolve. "Gekko Chome, my hobby is..." The self-introductions of the next few students went off without a hitch, and Sarutobi Atoma breathed a sigh of relief. However, shortly thereafter, a student with soft, flowing hair and a smooth forehead confidently rose and declared, "Hyuga Sento, 6 years old. My hobby is dedicated practice of the gentle fist. I'm not particularly fond of the Uchiha clan. As for dreams, well, I'm currently living it, considering the Hyuga clan stands as the paramount dojutsu family, and there's no need for me to prove it." "What do you mean?" Upon hearing this, Uchiha Tenko promptly stood up, directing his gaze towards the other end where Hyuga Sento was seated. Hyuga Sento, undeterred, met his stare head-on. "Next." In a swift motion, Sarutobi Atoma interrupted, singling out a student in the second row. A boy, wrapped in a windbreaker, rose and declared, "I'm Aburame." Once the introductions concluded, he took his seat, and Sarutobi Atoma snapped back to attention, admitting, "Sorry, could you introduce yourself again?" Sensei got a bit distracted and missed it. "Aburame Shibi." As Aburame Shibi settled back into his seat, Sarutobi Atoma once again honed in on the moment. Realizing that, beyond the name, he hadn't caught much, he observed that other students also appeared slightly perplexed, as if collectively wondering, did someone just speak? However, continually pressing Aburame Shibi for another introduction would be somewhat disheartening, so he shifted his attention to the student next to Aburame Shibi, a girl who stood up and enthusiastically declared, "I'm Inazuka Tsum, just on the brink of turning 5. My hobby revolves around training dogs, and I'm not particularly fond of cats. My dream is to carve my path as the first female Hokage." Inazuka Tsum's voice resonated loudly, and given Aburame Shibi's unique situation, even the usually attentive Sarutobi Atoma found his ears itching. Soon, one student after another initiated their self-introductions, and Tatsuma attentively observed his fellow classmates. Yamanaka Inoichi, Nara Shikaku, and Akimichi Choza from the Ino Shikacho trio particularly piqued his interest. Yet, a red-haired girl was notably absent from their class at the moment. Tatsuma speculated that she hadn't enrolled yet, recalling that the fiery girl was a transfer student. With 30 individuals in a class, it was soon Minato and Tatsuma's turn. Minato, feeling a bit reserved, refrained from explicitly stating his ambition to become the Hokage. Instead, he conveyed a desire to evolve into a dependable ninja akin to the Hokage. After Minato concluded his introduction, Tatsuma rose to his feet and stated, "I'm Sakamoto Tatsuma, 5 years old. My hobby revolves around making friends and engaging in joint training with them." At this moment, Minato involuntarily shivered, but Tatsuma brushed it off, pressing on, "Currently, there's nothing I particularly dislike. My dream is simply to earn people's recognition." Tatsuma refrained from uttering grandiose words. At his age, publicly declaring a commitment to maintain peace in the ninja world would likely come across as empty rhetoric in such a formal setting. Following Tatsuma, only 2 students remained. After the introductions, Sarutobi Atoma commenced the distribution of textbooks. In the Ninja Academy, students not only participated in combat lessons but also engaged in equally crucial theoretical classes. However, when Tatsuma received his textbook and began perusing its pages, he quickly realized that the content wasn't aligned with his expectations. In Tatsuma's mind, the textbook should have delved more into topics like the history of the ninja world and the profound concept of the will of fire. As Tatsuma scrutinized the pages, he discovered that the textbook placed a heavier emphasis on the introduction of ninja tools and ninjutsu. Moreover, it meticulously detailed the distinctive attributes of ninjas from various villages, while the historical content seemed somewhat perfunctory. "Perhaps it's because things haven't settled down yet," Tatsuma muttered to himself. Such textbooks fell short of meeting the comprehensive developmental needs of morality, philosophy, artistic expression, and history. They appeared to be tailored solely to cultivate ninja combat skills. In these turbulent times, Konoha couldn't afford the luxury of letting children grow comprehensively and slowly. Instead, they required batches of ninja reserves. Minato noticed the furrowed brow on Tatsuma's face and inquired, "What's wrong?" Tatsuma shook his head and admitted, "I just find the content a bit challenging to grasp." Minato was still too young. Tatsuma knew that explaining it might not make things clearer and could potentially complicate matters. Upon hearing him, Minato smiled and reassured, "No problem. If you ever find something confusing in the future, I can help you out. Then, I'll trouble you in the future." In the subsequent period, Sarutobi Atoma addressed important aspects of their study routine, covering topics such as class hours, break times, and the concept of school terms. While these details might seem unnecessary for discussion within this classroom, considering the children from ninja families had their parents to handle such matters, the question lingered about who would take care of these logistical aspects for orphans like Tatsuma and Minato. Once Sarutobi Atoma concluded his remarks, other Ninja Academy senseis arrived to introduce themselves and present their teaching materials. Sarutobi Atoma, likely with visits to other classes in mind, exited the room. It took the entire morning to settle these minor details. Before the formal afternoon classes, a break allowed some children to leave the Ninja Academy, likely heading home for lunch. Tatsuma and Minato, already armed with their lunch boxes, intended to fetch some hot water to accompany their meals. In that moment, Nara Shikaku, with his distinctive pineapple-shaped hair, accompanied by Yamanaka Inoichi and Akimichi Choza, approached the two. "I overheard you mentioning that you enjoy making friends, correct?" Shikaku remarked as Tatsuma pondered the purpose of their visit. Tatsuma nodded and inquired, "Indeed. I recall you expressing earlier that you don't appreciate engaging in meaningless socializing." However, Shikaku, in this moment, revealed a smile and remarked, "With you too, it's bound to be meaningful socializing. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Nara Shikaku, and these are Yamanaka Inoichi and Akimichi Choza. Hello. Hey, nice to meet you. Inoichi nodded, and Choza, while quickly swallowing a chip, also offered a nod toward Tatsuma and Minato. He, however, maintained a vigilant grip on the remaining chips in his hand. Tatsuma didn't mind, already familiar with the Akimichi clan's protective attitude toward their food from his past life. He reciprocated with a nod and a smile, stating, "I'm Sakamoto Tatsuma." After their introductions, Tatsuma glanced at Minato, who also offered a smile and added, "I'm Minato Namikaze." "Well, I won't disturb your lunch. If you have time, let's play shogi together sometime," Shikaku suggested. Shikaku's enthusiasm was measured, that was in line with his personality. Having approached the two for a social interaction, partly influenced by his father's advice, he soon departed with Inoichi and Choza. "It appears not all ninja clan descendants are arrogant," Minato observed, forming a positive opinion of the trio. Tatsuma concurred, stating, "These guys are definitely worth befriending." "Good job, Minato. You've already garnered attention so quickly." Upon hearing the phrase, "well done, Minato," Minato subconsciously twitched, sensing that Tatsuma might be gearing up to propose another challenge. However, upon witnessing Tatsuma heading straight to the water source, Minato's interest waned a bit. Chapter 9: Noticeable Improvement. During this extended period of relentless study and rigorous training, the routine became both monotonous and solitary. Tatsuma's days were filled with school attendance, mornings dedicated to exercises, and evenings immersed in additional training sessions where he consistently challenged Minato to push the boundaries of his exceptional talents. For Tatsuma, whose initial talent limits barely reached 120, hovering just above the threshold of Geninken and fodder, the emphasis on expanding these limits was paramount. After all, there are only a few years left before the Second Ninja War in Tatsuma's memory, and he does not want to participate in the war, but he must be prepared to be involved in the war. If a conflict were to emerge, the likelihood of Tatsuma being assigned to a ninja team was high. Instead of relying on fortuitous breakthroughs in the midst of a crisis, Tatsuma preferred meticulous, gradual preparations beforehand to avert any potential harm. Consequently, Tatsuma's focus on challenging himself intensified. The individual most impacted by this newfound dedication was Minato Namikaze, his friend driven by an unwavering desire for victory. Practically every day, Tatsuma presented Minato with a series of demanding challenges. However, as Minato's own latent talent began to surface, Tatsuma found it increasingly challenging to easily suppress Minato. The once lopsided win-loss ratio of 10-0 evolved into a more evenly matched 8-2. This heightened Tatsuma's sense of crisis, prompting him to elevate the intensity of his training. He not only increased the frequency of matches but also broadened the pool of challenges, expanding the competition from training and battles to every mundane aspect of life, including something as routine as eating and drinking. After an unwavering 4-month commitment, Tatsuma witnessed substantial growth. His personal panel now reflects: Host, Sakamoto Tatsuma Talents, Strength, 118 out of 456 Speed, 165 out of 996 Stamina, 159 out of 930 Wisdom, 205 out of 320 Ninjutsu, 61 out of 249 Illusions, 27 out of 194 Spirit, 98 out of 362 Seals, 171 out of 373 Special Talents, Spacetime, 25% Ninjutsu Development, 15% Ninja Tool Throwing, Minato Namikaze Limited Edition 30% in terms of physical prowess. Tatsuma has already attained the level of a genin, a notable achievement for a first-year student. Though influenced by Minato, any potential variance in performance between them is negligible. However, the progress in chakra, ninjutsu, and genjutsu is comparatively sluggish. Chakra development may be hindered by issues related to physical growth. The body's natural maturation absorbs a substantial amount of bodily energy, leaving limited resources for synthesizing chakra. As for ninjutsu and genjutsu, Tatsuma, in his initial year, has yet to formally embark on the practice of these arts. Even the fundamental 3 basic jutsu were only recently introduced, not through formal instruction but rather via a demonstration and a quick explanation from the sensei. The most consistently advancing aspect is wisdom. Through diligent listening and thoughtful consideration in daily classes, Tatsuma consistently gains talent points. Engaging in shogi matches with Narashikaku in recent days has also contributed to a modest increase in his talent limit. However, Tatsuma's primary concern lies with his speed. As the limit approaches 1,000, marking the threshold for Chunin, he is eager to observe if the rate of improvement will escalate when his talent aligns with Chunin requirements. Otherwise, considering a daily gain of only 1 or at most 2 points in speed from training, and without factoring in the talent limit, mastering a talent to the level of Jonin would demand nearly 30 years. Tatsuma cannot afford to wait that long. Tatsuma remains skeptical about the notion that any ninja possessing Jonin-level talent would require a staggering 27 years or more to attain Jonin status. In his perspective, the fastest route to achieving Jonin would then necessitate being at least 33 years old or even older. This assumption operates under the premise of an ideal scenario where an individual wholeheartedly dedicates themselves to training. However, the reality of a ninja's life involves various tasks, missions, and assignments that consume a substantial portion of time which could otherwise be devoted to training. Given the modest pace of 1 talent realization point per day, Tatsuma speculated that it might take until the age of 40 or 50 to meet the minimum Jonin qualification. Consequently, in his view, the talent limits for each level and the daily attainable talent realization differ significantly. Contemplating this, Tatsuma located Minato Namikaze just after completing his dinner and called out to him from the entrance of Minato's house, "Minato! Minato! Haven't you taken a break yet?" With soapy hands, Minato, who was in the midst of washing dishes, caught wind of his friend's voice and discerned the purpose of his visit. He replied, "The door isn't locked, come on in." Creak. Upon learning that Minato was still awake, Tatsuma entered and observed Minato washing dishes, stating, "Tomorrow marks the end of term test, and I'm feeling a bit jittery. Would you be up for a run with me?" Upon hearing this, Minato sported an expression that hinted at his understanding of Tatsuma's true motives. He wasn't convinced that Tatsuma was genuinely nervous, it seemed more like an excuse for a friendly competition. Minato nodded and replied, "Sure, not a problem. I'll join you once I'm done with these chores." "You're quite the character, Minato. Given your dedication to cleanliness every day, let me lend a hand with the stove. We'll see if you can wash dishes faster or I can clean the stove more swiftly." With sleeves rolled up, Tatsuma strolled over to Minato, grabbed another cloth, and promptly delved into the cleaning task. Minato, realizing that attempting to dissuade Tatsuma was futile, didn't offer any resistance. "Haha, looks like I still have a bit of an edge." Ding, spirit +1. Once Tatsuma completed the stove cleaning, Minato concluded the dishwashing task. After rinsing his hands, Minato hung the 2 cloths on the faucet and inquired, "A sprint, right? How should we gauge this?" During this period, as the dynamics of their matches achieved greater equilibrium, Minato occasionally clinched victories. This experience introduced him to the joy of shared competition in these challenges, rendering him more open to Tatsuma's propositions than before. "Sounds good. Let's make it 400 meters each time, run straight to the 3rd training ground, then circle around it. How does that sound?" "Okay," Minato agreed. Tatsuma swiftly washed his hands and meticulously checked his footwear. Satisfied that everything was in order, he turned to Minato. Minato, equally prepared, stated, "Let's kick things off downstairs." "Yeah." The two descended the stairs, stretched their limbs, and Minato retrieved a rusty shuriken from his ninja tool pouch. Although Minato no longer utilized these rusty shuriken, they served admirably as a signal. With a flick of Minato's fingertip, the shuriken was tossed lightly into the air. Both assumed their starting positions. Minato crouched down, hands positioned behind him, while Tatsuma squatted, hands on the ground, forming a bow-like shape with his body. Ding! As the shuriken made contact with the solid ground, both of them shot forward like arrows released from a bow. Minato gained an initial lead, but this advantage was swiftly surpassed by Tatsuma, who adopted a more scientifically sound starting posture. Tatsuma had previously suggested to Minato the benefits of mastering this running posture. However, Minato, in his view, found it unnecessary since the ninja run wasn't without reason. Ninja running is crafted for swift travel, creating distance, or closing in on enemies, not solely for racing. The hands behind the back posture proves advantageous for accessing ninja tools in the tool pouch, a practical technique passed down through generations. Tatsuma's running style, on the other hand, was designed for sheer speed. His body exhibited a more balanced structure, better equipped for reaching its maximum velocity, though it might lack the adaptability needed for sudden combat situations. Minato, harboring ambitions of becoming a ninja, had no intention of casually altering his running style merely to outpace Tatsuma in a race. He recognized the limited potential for improvement in this running style, considering it, at best, an embellishment. However, Minato envisioned a future where the mastery of the body flicker jutsu would render both running styles secondary choices, carrying limited significance in terms of learning and practical application. For now, in their ongoing matchup, Tatsuma effortlessly clinched the first victory in the 400 meters. Ding, speed +1, the path from Minato's house to the third training ground was so ingrained in both of them that even with closed eyes, navigation was second nature. Hence, with a mere exchange of glances, they initiated the second 400 meters race. Wow! I didn't expect to find someone embracing their youth so late at night. Mind if I join your youthful competition too? Amidst their run, a sudden voice chimed in. Tatsuma, focused on maintaining his breathing rhythm, cast a glance at the young ninja in a green-colored tight suit with thick eyebrows and a bowl-like haircut. He simply nodded and continued running, undistracted. Ding ding! Chapter 10, Overtraining and Exam. Upon concluding a lap around the third training ground, Tatsuma and Minato, in silent accord, gradually reduced their pace. They transitioned from sprinting to jogging, allowing themselves a moment to catch their breath. The young man with a head resembling a watermelon fell behind momentarily, only to recognize it and seamlessly switch to jogging as well. Another lap around the third exercise ground, and the trio decided to come to a halt. Minato and Tatsuma turned their attention to the middle-aged man standing beside them, who hadn't broken a sweat. In awe, Minato exclaimed, "Ninja-sama, your taijutsu must be powerful, right?" Upon being addressed as Ninja-sama for the first time, Might Due found himself momentarily taken aback. He then awkwardly scratched his head and responded, I'm just a genin, not particularly skilled in ninjutsu, so I channel my efforts into physical training. Don't call me Sama, just call me Might Due." Tatsuma also observed this emblematic Konoha genin, the man destined to later instruct Might Guy in the 8 inner gates and the ardor of youth. Ninjas are those who endure what ordinary people cannot, and Might Due, who has embraced self-discipline throughout his life, unquestionably stands as one of the finest examples of a ninja. However, Might Due's prowess doesn't quite live up to some exaggerated claims, and he falls short of the formidable force that the future Might Guy becomes, mainly due to a lack of encounters with stronger opponents. In Tatsuma's estimation, reducing the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist to only 3 may already be Due's limit. This contrast becomes evident when examining Might Guy's childhood. Father and son did engage in joint training, and during a running session, Might Due succumbed after completing 1,500 laps. In stark contrast, the young Might Guy, still a child, achieved a remarkable feat of 5,000 laps. Furthermore, Due's focus remained exclusively on taijutsu, as it was the only discipline available to him, while Guy made a deliberate choice to specialize in taijutsu. Guy possessed both fire and lightning chakra nature transformations, and his chakra capacity brimmed with energy. It can be affirmed that Guy, driven by the desire to embody his father's discipline and carry forward his ninja way in dreams, made the conscious choice to forsake other paths. Undoubtedly, whether it's Might Due or Might Guy, in comparison to Tatsuma, who, even as a genin, falls slightly short in terms of strength, they both stand out as exceptionally formidable ninjas. Confronting this distinctive elder, Tatsuma spoke with a bright smile. Uncle Dewey, you are the most diligent ninja I've ever seen. I often catch sight of you training around the Hokage building. Tatsuma didn't finish his sentence before halting, noticing my Dewey, who appeared stiffened and almost petrified. After a brief pause, Dewey leisurely remarked, Uncle? But I'm only 18 years old. 18 years old? Is this guy really 18? Both Minato and Tatsuma sported big question marks above their heads as they observed my Dewey, with his thick eyebrows, large eyes, a face marked by the passage of time, and even a dense stubble, leaving them in silence. After a moment of quiet reflection, Tatsuma suddenly realized that Dewey lived to the age of 35, perishing in the Third Great Ninja War. So being 18 now makes sense. So, practicing taijutsu can expedite maturity? Minato, it looks like we've got a lot more training ahead of us. Unable to withstand the eerie silence any longer, Tatsuma broke the awkwardness. After all, it was he who broached the subject. Hearing this, Minato promptly nodded and remarked, yes, maturity is what garners trust. Is that what you guys meant by that? Dewey suddenly gazed at the two with tears streaming down his face. Then, overwhelmed with guilt, he confessed, I thought you were implying that I looked old. It seems I haven't fully embraced youth. I actually doubted youth. It's settled then. Tonight, I'll run 100 laps around the exercise ground before sleeping. If I can't complete it, I'll do 5,000 fingertip push-ups. With these words, my Dewey, paying no mind to Minato and Tatsuma, initiated his solo run, persistently expending sweat and passion under the night sky. Watching Dewey vanish into the distance, Tatsuma glanced at his breakthrough in talent that exceeded 1,000 points, then turned to Minato and said, Minato, you go back first. I want to train a bit more tonight. Is it to catch up with Big Brother Dewey's pace? Impressive, Tatsuma. Count me in, I'll endure longer than you. Seeing Minato turn his own words against him, Tatsuma flashed that infectious smile, sprinted off, and chased after Dewey's figure. Under the night sky, two equally mischievous boys were added. As a result, on the day of the final exams, Minato and Tatsuma, both with dark circles under their eyes, bloodshot eyes, and unsteady steps, supported each other as they arrived at the academy. Minato's appearance was relatively fine, but Tatsuma's image posed an even greater challenge to describe. His naturally curly hair, left unwashed, had transformed into a stylish explosion resembling an afro. Such was the perpetual dilemma of natural curls. You two. Observing their states, Sarutobi Atoma opened his mouth, hesitated, and then inquired, Can you still proceed with the exam? Should I give you some time to rest, consider placing you in a different class, and conduct the exam later in the afternoon? I'm fine. However, Minato, despite having excellent talent, he's too fatigued. Let him take the exam in the afternoon. Tatsuma, always aiming to project strength, politely declined Sarutobi Atoma's suggestion. Upon hearing Tatsuma's words, Minato, who had lost 2 laps the night before, gritted his teeth. The desire to win and lose had been stirred within him, and he said, It's okay, sensei. I can do it too. And my grades will be better than Tatsuma's. Under normal circumstances, a Minato who had suffered a setback might have boldly declared his intention to top the class. However, in their current condition, he dared only to claim superiority over Tatsuma. Atoma looked at the two students. He knew Tatsuma had a strong desire to win, so he anticipated Tatsuma rejecting his proposal. However, he didn't expect Minato, the well-behaved kid, to be swayed as well. Respecting the students' choices, Atoma allowed them to wait in the designated area. As they waited, they noticed someone in a situation similar to theirs, Nara Shikaku. Sitting down next to Shikaku, Tatsuma looked at him and asked, Hey Shikaku, did you train all night too? Shikaku replied weakly, No, I found a tough position earlier in shogi and stayed up all night trying to solve it. Did you manage to solve it? Curious about Shikaku's exhausted appearance, Minato inquired. Shikaku's face turned completely gray upon hearing this, revealing a corpse-like pallor. After a moment, he regained some vitality and mumbled, "Give me one more day, just one more day, and I'll solve it right away. Why do we have to take exams, wasting time?" Tatsuma, looking at Minato, then back at Shikaku, said, "Why don't you apply to take the exam in the afternoon? Waste another afternoon?" Shikaku rolled his eyes and remarked, and Tatsuma chuckled, uttering his customary phrase, "You really are something." The first round of the final exam still involved ninja tool throwing, but this time the distance was extended to 10 meters. The self-selected ninja tools were changed to kunai and shuriken as mandatory, with senbon as an optional choice that could earn extra points. Soon it was Shikaku's turn, but as he stepped forward, he executed a move reminiscent of Jiraiya's ninja art, throw everything out jutsu. Unfortunately, not a single projectile hit the target. Under Sarutobi Atoma's murderous gaze, Shikaku returned to Tatsuma's side and took a seat. "Tatsuma! Minato! You two better perform well." Sarutobi Atoma gritted his teeth and shot an intense glare at Tatsuma and Minato. Tatsuma smiled slightly, deliberately assuming a proud posture, and said, "Just ninja tool throwing, easy peasy with hands." However, as he picked up a kunai and gripped it forcefully, his right hand instantly cramped. He collapsed to the ground, holding his right hand with his left, exclaiming, "Ah! It hurts, it hurts." Chapter 11, Nara Clan's Ultimate Technique. Following the initial round of examinations, Tatsuma and Minato found themselves in a favorable position, courtesy of the bonus points earned through their adept senbon throwing skills. Unfortunately, their optimism waned when they realized the second round involved a practical test, leaving them regretful for not opting for an afternoon examination. During the practical test, 2 classmates were chosen at random for evaluation. Each participant had to undergo 3 practical tests, engaging with different classmates in order to garner a comprehensive score. Tatsuma hit the jackpot in the draw for the practical test, landing Nara Shikaku as his opponent. A shared glance and knowing smiles passed between them, a silent acknowledgement of their mutual understanding. On the flip side, Minato found himself facing off against Akimichi Choza. The initial bout unfolded between Minato and Choza. The clash was intense, lasting a full 5 minutes, and culminating with Choza's potato chips scattered beyond the ring's boundaries. As he hurried to retrieve them, Minato clinched a narrow victory in the opening round. Subsequently, it was Tatsuma's turn to face Shikaku. Stepping into the arena, Shikaku maintained a serious demeanor, declaring, "Sakamoto Tatsuma, I shall unveil the ancestral ultimate technique of the Nara clan." Tatsuma nodded affirmatively, remarking, "The Nara clan's ultimate technique, huh? I'm genuinely eager to see it in action. Nevertheless, even if you've mastered a formidable ultimate technique, I am confident I will still emerge victorious." Sarutobi Atoma observed the 2 students, both poised in tense in anticipation of the impending confrontation. With excitement, he declared, "Commence the seal of confrontation." "I concede." The moment Sarutobi Atoma uttered those words, Shikaku voiced his surrender with a hint of reluctance. Supporting his knees with both hands, he mumbled, "Too strong. I actually lost." Tatsuma, also catching his breath, chimed in, "Indeed, the Nara clan's ultimate technique. Even I could only secure the win by a stroke of luck." Ding, wisdom +5, Sakumo Hataki. "Take a look." Witness the inheritor of the Nara clan, so astute and generous. Tatsuma exclaimed with such excitement that he nearly shed tears. In this poignant moment, the 2 stood as heroes who shared a profound understanding and respect. Sarutobi Atoma, initially brimming with anticipation for a fierce battle, now wore a completely darkened expression. Gritting his teeth, he directed his frustration at the pair. "The Nara clan's ultimate technique, huh? Winning by a stroke of luck, huh? Get out of here." Observing the furious Sarutobi Atoma merely yelling at them without escalating the situation, the 2 breathed sighs of relief. They then strolled casually, shoulder to shoulder, towards the waiting area. Back at the waiting area, they caught sight of Minato's resentful gaze. He was embroiled in a heated battle with Choza, and had Choza not prioritized snacks over victory, Minato might have lost the first round. And what about our two protagonists? With exchanged glances and a subtle understanding reflected in their eyes, they schemed the potential outcome of their match. It was truly unbelievable. In the second round of practical tests, whether by coincidence or Sarutobi Atoma seeking revenge, Shikaku and Inuzuka Tsume found themselves in the same group. Tatsuma was paired with Uchiha Tenko, and Minato Namikaze was grouped with Hyuga Sento. Minato muttered, "Can I not catch a break?" Shikaku donned an expression of despair, his eyes reflecting the cruel reality of exams. Assigned to be the first to step forward, he reluctantly dragged his weakened body to the center. As the seal of confrontation was initiated, Sarutobi Atoma exchanged a meaningful glance with Inuzuka Tsume. Tsume nodded, sporting a cruel smile. Only then did Sarutobi Atoma satisfactorily declare, "Begin." ICONC. Observing Inuzuka Tsume rushing towards him, Shikaku hurriedly attempted to concede, but Inuzuka Tsume paid no attention. She shoved a handful of dog treats into Shikaku's mouth, rendering him speechless. In a swift move, Shikaku found himself caught in a leg lock, instantly mounted by Inuzuka Tsume. With her left hand suppressing Shikaku's attempt to spit out the dog treats, the other hand delivered merciless punches. All right, cough, Tsume. Tsume! You've won." Even Sarutobi Atoma had to intervene, seeing Shikaku taking a beating until a tooth fell out, and he declared the end of the test. Inuzuka Tsume stood up, satisfied, and left. Shikaku, now spitting out bits of dog treats, gazed towards the waiting area where Tatsuma and Minato were frantically massaging their legs to recover faster. He closed his eyes, a single teardrop glistening as it rolled down his cheek. Tilting his head, he lay on the ground and remained still. "Tatsuma, Minato, this is as far as I can help you. You better recover quickly." Shikaku. Witnessing Shikaku's seemingly faint, Atoma grew anxious. After a swift examination, he noticed a hint of fresh blood at the corner of Shikaku's mouth. "Wait a moment, Sensei will take Shikaku to the medical room for a checkup." Saying this, Atoma lifted Shikaku on his back and hurried towards the school's medical room. Unfortunately, 20 minutes later, when Shikaku was brought back by Atoma, his injuries hadn't improved. On the contrary, he now had 2 large bumps on his head. With his limited skills in disguise, he couldn't conceal anything from the doctor. All that remained was to capitalize on Sarutobi Atoma's caring nature. Despite this, Shikaku skillfully managed to secure an extra 20 minutes, providing Tatsuma and Minato with the time they needed to recover from yesterday's strenuous training. After a few more rounds of battles, attention focused on the duel between Tatsuma and Uchiha Tenko. The moment the two stepped into the arena, Uchiha Tenko arrogantly raised his head, adopting an attitude of pride as if he were Madara or the Sage of Six Paths, intentionally dressing yourself up miserably to have an excuse after losing to me? Humph. No matter how hard you try, you can never defeat me, a member of the Uchiha clan. Upon hearing Uchiha Tenko's mocking tone, Tatsuma became excited. He flashed a confident smile and retorted, "Yes, facing the Uchiha clan, famous for their abundant talent, my own skills may pale in comparison. But I will win." Observing the intense atmosphere between the two, Sarutobi Atoma couldn't help but display a skeptical expression this time. After all, this was similar to the fight between Shikaku and Tatsuma, but he still declared, "Initiate the seal of confrontation." In response to the command, the two instantly formed the seal of confrontation. This time, Tatsuma swiftly mobilized the chakra within his body. Compared to when he first entered the academy, he had become exceptionally proficient in refining and manipulating chakra. "Begin!" After Sarutobi Atoma spoke, he warily glanced at the two. However, he observed Uchiha Tenko swiftly extracting several shuriken and hurling them towards Tatsuma. Finally, he was assured that Tatsuma wouldn't cause any trouble. After all, How could the Uchiha clan be expected to cooperate with others? Facing the incoming shuriken, Tatsuma maintained the gathered chakra without releasing it. Instead, he swiftly lowered his body, skillfully evading 2 shuriken aimed at his forehead and throat. Then, with his left hand, which hadn't formed any seals, he effortlessly intercepted the other 2 shuriken aimed at his chest and abdomen, making it look deceptively easy. However, Tatsuma's demeanor turned serious because Uchiha Tenko displayed the ability to throw multiple shuriken simultaneously. Although individually not overly powerful, they proved effective in diverting attention. As expected, just as Tatsuma regained his stance, 3 more shuriken flew towards him. Tatsuma responded by throwing the 2 he had intercepted, skillfully deflecting Uchiha Tenko's projectiles. In that moment, something unusual occurred. Initially, there should have been only 1 remaining shuriken, but Tatsuma's eyes perceived 3. Witnessing this scene, Tatsuma quickly grasped the situation. Uchiha Tenko, in the instant he dodged, had not just thrown 3 shuriken but likely released 2 sets of 3, with the second set hiding behind the first. This meant Tatsuma was now facing 4 remaining shuriken. Chapter 12, Tatsuma vs. Uchiha. Sarutobi Toma held a kunai in his right hand as he observed the unfolding scene. It was evident that he was prepared to intervene if needed. This was, after all, a test, and while enduring some blunt injuries was deemed acceptable, the use of shuriken was considered too risky. Tatsuma, who had already deduced Uchiha Tenko's strategy, remained composed. With a swift motion, he swiped his left hand against his waist, summoning a senbon into his grip. Expertly, he hurled it toward Uchiha Tenko while smoothly executing a roll to the side. Thrusting the senbon was a strategic move aimed at preventing Uchiha Tenko from launching additional ninja tools while he's evading. Such evasive tactics had become irksome, compelling Uchiha Tenko to forego the 3rd round of ninja tool throwing in order to dodge Tatsuma's precise senbon. Seizing the advantage, Tatsuma propelled himself off the ground with both feet, rapidly narrowing the distance to Uchiha Tenko. His intention was to employ taijutsu and launch a direct assault. Download app Close Quarters Combat? You might not be aware that ninja tool throwing is a trademark skill of my Uchiha clan, but close quarters combat happens to be one of my specialties as well. Uchiha Tenko brandished a kunai, thrusting it directly toward Tatsuma. In response, Tatsuma's hands, which had been in the midst of forming seals, descended. The chakra he had just refined worked swiftly to alleviate the soreness and weakness in his body. With a swift motion, Tatsuma deftly blocked Uchiha Tenko's thrust, simultaneously executing a dynamic maneuver that placed his front foot behind Uchiha Tenko's heel. The intent was to exploit the momentum and unbalance his opponent. Yet, Uchiha Tenko, seemingly anticipating Tatsuma's tactics, raised his leg to evade, seamlessly following up with a sweeping low kick. In a nimble reaction, Tatsuma had to lift his knee to block the incoming attack. Tatsuma's momentary relaxation in his upper body allowed Uchiha Tenko to retract his hand swiftly. Seizing this opportunity, Uchiha Tenko's kunai was directed toward Tatsuma's temple in a rapid counter. Simultaneously, the leg from the low sweep ascended to block Tatsuma's altered trajectory. Assessing the unfolding scenario, Tatsuma responded with swift agility, evading the kunai while executing a sneaky attack to neutralize Uchiha Tenko's attack. Evidently, Uchiha Tenko hadn't encountered Tatsuma's crafty fighting style before, but his reactions were remarkably quick. He raised his leg to block Tatsuma's oncoming hand, which was rushing toward his younger brother. Tatsuma refrained from persistently dismantling Uchiha Tenko's attack. Uchiha Tenko's knee skillfully intercepted Tatsuma's hand. Just as Uchiha Tenko was about to declare the ineffectiveness of Tatsuma's move with a faint smile, Tatsuma unexpectedly surged forward. In an instant, Uchiha Tenko, originally balanced on one leg, lost his equilibrium. Tatsuma capitalized on the opportunity, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Uchiha Tenko's face, prompting him to recoil in trepidation. With his unsteady body already compromising his defense, Uchiha Tenko inadvertently left himself vulnerable. Sensing the opening, Tatsuma executed a spinning kick, deliberately elevating the height of the kick slightly to strike the midpoint of Uchiha Tenko's ribcage directly. Snap! In an instant, Uchiha Tenko crumpled to the ground, struggling to muster the strength to rise. His face reddened, betraying the challenge of drawing breath. Tatsuma's gaze shifted to Sarutobi Atoma, discerning that no winner had been declared yet. Determination etched on his face, Tatsuma persisted in applying pressure on Uchiha Tenko. Given Uchiha Tenko's current physical state, allowing him time to recover might not bode well for Tatsuma. This disruption in Uchiha Tenko's rhythm presented Tatsuma with his prime opportunity. Simultaneously, Tatsuma casually retrieved the kunai that Uchiha Tenko had dropped. Without hesitation, he swiftly closed the distance and pressed the kunai against Uchiha Tenko's throat before he could raise his guard. Only at this moment did Sarutobi Atoma nod in satisfaction and declare, "Sakamoto Tatsuma is the winner. Perform the seal of reconciliation." The onlookers were somewhat astonished. Tatsuma's victory over Uchiha Tenko in less than a minute was unexpected. After announcing Tatsuma's triumph, Atoma casually tossed the kunai aside and moved to assist Uchiha Tenko to his feet. However, Uchiha Tenko, wearing a disgruntled expression, retorted, "You merely took advantage of my slip-up." Before Tatsuma could respond, Atoma approached. His large hand landed on Uchiha Tenko's chest, and with his thumb and forefinger, he pressed down on the spot where Tatsuma's final kick had landed. Ah! Uchiha Tenko's body twisted instantly. At this juncture, Sarutobi Atoma interjected, "Tatsuma held back. If his intentions were different, you might not even be fit to continue as a ninja. Do you comprehend?" "Impossible!" Uchiha Tenko exclaimed in disbelief. On the sidelines, Hyuga Sento, an attentive spectator, chimed in, "I didn't anticipate that you also grasped the basics of the gentle fist technique. We should spar when the opportunity arises." Hyuga Sento's recognition served as a commendation for Tatsuma's calculated strike. While others might have overlooked it, both Sarutobi Atoma and Hyuga Sento discerned that Tatsuma had deliberately avoided crucial pressure points, ensuring Uchiha Tenko remained unharmed, given his inability to use chakra for body protection. Striking the midpoint of the ribcage might induce discomfort for a while, but it wasn't excessively perilous. Nevertheless, even a slight deviation in Tatsuma's technique could potentially jeopardize Uchiha Tenko's ninja career. "You're too kind. I just happened to win by luck." Tatsuma declined Hyuga Sento's challenge for a fight. Instead, he smiled and extended his hand towards Uchiha Tenko. By this point, Uchiha Tenko had reluctantly regained his senses, placing his fingers on Tatsuma's to form the reconciliation seal. Despite this, he maintained, "Next time, I'll undoubtedly emerge victorious." Ding, strength +3, stamina +2. Upon hearing the system's verdict, Tatsuma's smile broadened even further. He couldn't help but find Uchiha Tenko somewhat endearing in that moment. Tatsuma nodded and remarked, "With the Uchiha clan's talent, you'll undoubtedly discover a way to defeat me swiftly. However, the next time our paths cross, I'll be stronger. The ultimate victor will remain me." Humph. Receiving praise and defeat left Uchiha Tenko feeling remarkably uneasy. He turned his head, unwilling to witness Tatsuma's beaming smile, and silently walked away. This brief yet intense skirmish further elevated Atoma's opinion of Tatsuma. Despite his idiosyncratic personality and occasional enigmatic actions, it was undeniable that, within this group, Tatsuma stood as one of the top talents. The testing pressed on, and soon it was Minato and Hyuga Sento's turn, although their encounter lacked the precision and intensity of the battle between Tatsuma and Uchiha Tenko. Initially, Minato struggled in close combat against Hyuga Sento. Recognizing his disadvantage, Minato wisely distanced himself and applied the ninja tool throwing techniques that Tatsuma had imparted to him. This compelled Atoma to suspend the testing and proclaim Minato as the victor. Continuing the test posed a genuine risk of transforming Hyuga Sento into a human porcupine. Minato, while possessing an unblemished personality, displayed exceptional ruthlessness in his ninja approach. He seized openings without hesitation and refrained from holding back, especially when targeting vital points. As the second round of practical tests concluded, the lineup for the third round was unveiled. Tatsuma couldn't shake the feeling of being targeted, given that his opponent for the upcoming match was Minato. Upon scrutinizing the match schedule, Minato's gaze sought out Tatsuma. Their eyes locked, and both sported smiles. Chapter 13, Tatsuma vs. Minato. Sarutobi-sensei, are we being detained here just to endure these kids' mundane display? Within the confines of the Academy's teaching building, inside an unoccupied classroom, Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, flanked by his 3 diligent students, observed the scene unfolding on the playground below. Orochimaru voiced his discontent. Patience, Orochimaru. The true protagonists I want you to witness have yet to make their entrance. I've organized a showdown between them. Take a closer look later and gauge if it can kindle your interest in mentoring apprentices. Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand and spoke. Orochimaru furrowed his brow and replied, I'll pass. I've already promised Tsunade to look after her brother. Adding another responsibility with our current workload would be too distracting. Upon hearing Orochimaru's straightforward decline, Sarutobi Hiruzen chose not to press the matter further. Instead, he cast a glance at Jiraiya and Tsunade. Jiraiya reached into the gap in his clothes, scratched his belly, and then remarked, I wouldn't mind taking on an apprentice. After all, I should make for a good sensei. But it depends on the individual, not everyone piques my interest, ha ha ha. Jiraiya's words brought a smile to Hiruzen's face. He then redirected his gaze to Tsunade. Tsunade furrowed her brow and remarked, Jiraiya mentioned he's interested in taking on an apprentice. Why not let him mentor both? Tsunade, the inheritance of the will of fire is not confined to a specific individual or generation. It is the responsibility of every Konoha ninja, extending to every villager of Konoha. Just as I received the will of fire from Tobirama-sama and passed it on to you, your will of fire should also be shared, carrying on for the sake of the new generation. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke with great sincerity, but Tsunade still shrugged dismissively. At that very moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen noticed the arrival of the 2 children. Abandoning his attempts to persuade her, he instead remarked, It's those 2 kids. Take a closer look, they might be the ones to carry on your will, Sarutobi Hiruzen said. Observing the significance placed by Sarutobi Hiruzen, even Orochimaru, who had initially sworn off taking on apprentices, became slightly more attentive, focusing his gaze on the playground below. Jiraiya casually leaned against the windowsill, scrutinizing the scene, while Tsunade continued to play with her hair, displaying a hint of impatience. On the playground, Tatsuma and Minato, having stepped into the designated duel area, initiated the seal of confrontation without Sarutobi Atoma needing to intervene. Even before the competition commenced, both focused intently on honing their chakra. I must say, it's impressive, Tatsuma began with his customary opening phrase, then added, after the extensive training last night, you succeeded in defeating Choza and Sento consecutively. However, this time, I am determined to secure the victory. It's not that simple, Tatsuma. Remember, you used up more chakra than I did last night, Minato said with a smile. The recent swift resolution of Tatsuma's match against Uchiha Tenko deviated from Tatsuma's usual style. There was only one explanation for this: Tatsuma's stamina might be inferior to Minato's, placing him at a disadvantage now. Aware that exploiting Tatsuma's significant lack of stamina and slowing down the match's pace could secure his victory, Minato confidently plotted his strategy. Tatsuma fell silent upon hearing this. Indeed, his stamina was in a dire state. Although Tatsuma's diverse talents surpassed Minato's, the inherent limitations of his abilities were evident. Minato held more advantages that remained untapped. Take, for instance, stamina and spirit. During this period, as the ceilings of these 2 talents increased, Tatsuma could sense his recovery ability in all realms growing. However, given the present circumstances, Minato's talent ceiling was undoubtedly higher than his. In simpler terms, within the same time frame, Minato could recuperate more stamina than him. This meant that Tatsuma held no significant advantage. As the two individuals squared off, Atoma reminded himself to keep a vigilant eye on them, ensuring nothing unexpected occurred, especially since Hokage-sama seemed to be observing nearby. Begin! After Sarutobi Atoma declared the start, he swiftly stepped aside, a kunai materializing in his hand, ready to intervene at any moment. Ding ding ding. Meanwhile, Tatsuma and Minato had already completed a round of ninja tool throwing. Tatsuma's prowess in ninja tool throwing was inherited from Minato, while Minato's own skills in the art were taught by Tatsuma. As a result, their collaboration in ninja tool throwing was highly synchronized, with their tools colliding mid-air. However, this synchronization was confined to ninja tool throwing. Despite extensive practice and familiarity in various aspects of combat, disparities in their fighting styles still persisted compared to ninja tool throwing. Following the ninja tool throwing segment, Tatsuma promptly charged, aiming to close the distance and overpower Minato with superior physical prowess. However, Minato, anticipating this move, deftly retreated. Quite spirited, these two little devils. Observing that these two were involved in a distinct kind of sparring compared to the others, who remained focused on testing each other's skills, Jiraiya became slightly more intrigued. His remark also captured the attention of Tsunade, who had been absent-minded, prompting her to gaze down at the scene below. Increasing the distance, Minato swiftly retrieved another shuriken. In anticipation of Tatsuma's advancing movement, he hurled it directly. Tatsuma, without breaking his stride, brandished two kunai in his hands, skillfully deflecting the incoming shuriken. I can't keep this up. Tightening his lips, Tatsuma's eyes flickered as he swiftly assessed the situation. He hurled a kunai with his left hand, accurately predicting Minato's next move. Forced to pause, Minato deftly dealt with the approaching kunai. Observing Tatsuma still in pursuit, Minato caught the thrown kunai and tightly gripped it to face Tatsuma. Ding! Their kunais clashed, producing a small spark. Minato briskly retracted his right hand holding the kunai and promptly thrust it again. Seizing the opportunity, Tatsuma shifted his body to the side, narrowly avoiding Minato's kunai. Utilizing his left hand to grab Minato's wrist holding the kunai, Tatsuma's right hand passed beneath Minato's arm, directing the kunai straight toward Minato's throat. This maneuver showcased his exceptional flexibility and unpredictability. However, having practiced with Tatsuma countless times, Minato was well aware of this move. He also tilted his head and lowered his body, causing Tatsuma's kunai to merely graze across his shoulder, achieving no success. Simultaneously, Minato retracted his right hand, aiming to create distance once again. However, Tatsuma wasn't willing to grant Minato the opportunity. He swiftly seized Minato's right hand with both of his own, then forcefully pressed downward while lifting his knee to strike Minato's face. That's quite ruthless. Jiraiya, who observed the match, suddenly shuddered. It wasn't that he hadn't witnessed such tactics before, he had seen even more brutal ones. However, Tatsuma and Minato were just two children who hadn't yet reached 6 years old. Even among the older academy students, such decisiveness was exceptionally rare. For example, the previous groups seemed more like they were engaging in a ninja game, lacking a genuine intention to physically confront each other. Confronted with the knee striking towards his face, Minato had no choice but to awkwardly block with his left hand. It wasn't about preserving his image, his face was just too vulnerable. A casual hit would significantly impact his condition. With the initial attempt unsuccessful, Tatsuma swiftly shifted his weight to the other foot and raised his knee once again, aiming for consecutive strikes. However, Minato wasn't foolish, he lunged forward promptly, executing a direct tackle that brought Tatsuma to the ground. The sudden imbalance caused Tatsuma to release his grip on Minato's right hand, and Minato promptly withdrew it. Not wanting to give Tatsuma an opportunity, Minato's kunai descended directly. Tatsuma abandoned defense elsewhere, using his left hand to grasp Minato's right hand. His right hand secured Minato's left hand, preventing him from exerting force with both hands. Aren't you going to intervene? Seeing the kunai just a few centimeters away from Tatsuma's eyes, Jiraiya frowned and remarked, but Hiruzen waved his hand, saying, "For these two little ones, it's just the beginning." Chapter 14, Narrow Victory. Caught in a precarious grappling situation, Tatsuma found himself at a distinct disadvantage, facing the risk of exhausting himself more quickly than Minato. In a strategic move, Tatsuma decided to take a calculated risk by releasing Minato's left hand and forcefully redirecting his right hand to the side, narrowly avoiding the kunai that grazed Tatsuma's cheek in the process. Recognizing the fleeting opening, Tatsuma swiftly launched a counterattack, his hands targeting Minato's ribcage. Sensing the imminent danger, Minato rolled to the side, managing to evade the full impact, but Tatsuma's palm still connected with his left ribs in a decisive move. After the impactful strike to Minato's ribcage, he attempted to roll and rise, only to find himself struggling to straighten his waist. Meanwhile, Tatsuma had already regained his footing and, observing Minato in a semi-crouched position, unleashed a direct left kick toward Minato's face. In a defensive maneuver, Minato employed his left hand, simultaneously tilting his head to avoid the incoming kick. Gritting his teeth, he exerted force in an attempt to lift himself from the ground and counter Tatsuma's advancing left leg with a takedown. Anticipating Minato's response, Tatsuma swiftly raised his leg, aiming for a downward kick. However, sensing the imminent strike, Minato, choosing not to engage directly, stepped back with calculated precision, recognizing there was no need to rush like Tatsuma. Minato attempted to put some distance between himself and Tatsuma, but Tatsuma persistently pursued, launching a relentless barrage with his left fist and kunai. Minato adeptly defended and parried, showcasing the seamless coordination born out of their almost daily practice together. Observing the intense exchange, Jiraiya tightly gripped the window frame, his expression growing serious. "The white-haired brat seems anxious," Orochimaru remarked, breaking his silence as he analyzed the ongoing battle. Jiraiya instinctively nodded but then turned to question, "Orochimaru, are you referring to me?" Orochimaru shook his head and responded, "I don't need to throw shade at you, you're already trailing behind." "Damn it! Enough! Keep watching!" Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted, his gaze fixed below as Minato, capitalizing on his stamina advantage, finally managed to put some distance between himself and Tatsuma. He unleashed a continuous barrage of shuriken and kunai from his nimble hands. Struggling to block, Tatsuma deftly deflected the incoming ninja tools. On the sidelines, Hyuga Sento frowned as he observed the scene, recalling his recent defeat to Minato in a similar manner. However, Tatsuma was not Hyuga Sento. He intimately understood Minato's throwing habits. Despite finding himself in a precarious situation due to exhaustion, Tatsuma exhibited remarkable agility, narrowly dodging several rounds of Minato's ninja tool throwing attacks. On the opposite end, Minato furrowed his brow. He hadn't anticipated Tatsuma to reveal such formidable skills when genuinely serious. Assessing the situation, he reached into his ninja tool pouch, mentally gauging the remaining arsenal. 2 kunai, 6 shuriken, and 8 senbon, right? With this inventory in mind, Minato swiftly retrieved all the shuriken and hurled them towards Tatsuma, followed by the senbons. Opting to withhold the last 2 kunai, he instead charged directly at Tatsuma. Tatsuma honed his focus, deftly evading the onslaught of ninja tools. Yet, as he adeptly knocked down the shuriken and prepared to deflect the senbon, he suddenly realized that Minato's flying kick was rapidly closing in. "Senbons should be fine," Tatsuma murmured to himself, paying little attention to the incoming senbons. His focus zeroed in on Minato's trajectory, prompting him to take a step forward and draw upon the boxing techniques he had honed during his past life in university. These acquired skills now proved invaluable in the midst of battle. With swift precision, Tatsuma executed a well-practiced step, blocking Minato's oncoming right leg with his left shoulder. Simultaneously, he seized Minato's right knee with his left hand, while his right hand tightly clenched a kunai. Employing the blade as an improvised weapon, Tatsuma delivered a punch to Minato's abdomen. As the punch connected, the concentrated power in Minato's core instantly dissipated. Staggering backward, he became vulnerable, and Tatsuma seized the opportunity to skillfully bring him to the ground. Simultaneously, Tatsuma knelt forward, applying pressure with his knee against Minato's stomach, leaving him powerless. The kunai in Tatsuma's right hand pressed firmly against Minato's collarbone. Tatsuma's initially serious expression gradually softened into a smile as he remarked, "Impressive as always, Minato. But this time, luck happened to be on my side." Unconcerned about his own defeat, Minato directed his attention to the senbons embedded in Tatsuma's shoulder and thigh, anxiously inquiring, "Are you okay?" "Huh. I wouldn't have felt it if you hadn't mentioned it," Tatsuma replied. Minato's reminder brought the soreness in his muscles and the piercing sensation from the senbon to Tatsuma's attention, causing the kunai against Minato's collarbone to weakly loosen. "Atoma-sensei. Come quickly and check on Tatsuma." Observing Tatsuma's stiff fall to the side, Minato anxiously called out to Sarutobi Atoma, who was approaching. Sarutobi Atoma nodded and reassured, "It's just some minor injuries, mainly due to extreme fatigue." Inside the classroom, Tsunade squinted through the window at the scene and remarked, "Are these two really on good terms? How can two people with a good relationship go so hard on each other?" In the blink of an eye, the transition from inflicting injuries to expressing concern for each other struck an unusual chord. Sarutobi Hiruzen offered an explanation. Over the past few months, they've been training together. Except for the final round, the previous exchanges were probably familiar to both sides, so it wasn't dangerous. Still first-year students, right? Their level of determination might even surpass some ninjas, don't you think, Jiraiya? Tsunade's observation prompted Jiraiya's face to take on a greenish hue. If Orochimaru's earlier comments might have been unintentional, Tsunade was now openly pointing fingers and scolding, wasn't she? However, while Jiraiya dared to express his anger towards Orochimaru, he refrained from doing the same with Tsunade. Instead, he silently swallowed his grievances. Sarutobi Hiruzen, with a smile, remarked, "Tsunade, weren't you uninterested before? How about now?" Tsunade paused for a moment, then shook her head and continued, "These two kids are indeed impressive for first years, even when compared to students in other grades at the ninja school. However, I still don't want to play house with kids. I don't have time to waste on these students. No need to rush. Right now, it's just for you all to have a look. Even if you really want to be their sensei, you'll have to wait until they graduate." Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand, content with Tsunade's noticeable shift in attitude. There was no need to push for more. Pushing too far might upset Tsunade, and she could stubbornly refuse to take on disciples for an extended period. Observing Sarutobi Hiruzen's lack of intention to force the issue, Tsunade nodded. At barely 20 years old and having recently attained the rank of Jonin, she wasn't inclined to waste her prime training years babysitting children. "I'd like to go and interact with these two kids." Ever since receiving the prophecy from the Great Toad Sage a few years ago, Jiraiya had entertained the idea of finding a student. It would be even better if the student turned out to be the prophesized one, but it wasn't a strict requirement. Confident in his ability to instruct the prophesized one, he believed he could excel in teaching others. Even if a student wasn't the chosen one, they should still become better ninjas under his guidance. Hearing Jiraiya's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and said, "You're all on break now. Feel free to do whatever you want. You've seen what you needed to see today. If you have things to attend to, you can leave." "All right." Tsunade turned and walked away. Orochimaru pondered for a moment, confirming there was no crucial information to linger for, and said, "Well then, Sarutobi-sensei, I'll be going." Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand, then turned to Jiraiya, who remained by his side, and asked, "Is there anything else you need?" Cough. Jiraiya's face showed a hint of embarrassment, and he continued, "Sensei, well, it's about the mission reward. You're short by over 100 and something thousand? With the village's finances being so tight right now, can't you wait a bit before claiming it?" Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared somewhat displeased. Jiraiya, with a touch of helplessness, added, "Tsunade borrowed all my money. I can't even afford ramen now. Hearing Jiraiya emphasize the word borrowed, Sarutobi Hiruzen grasped the implication. He nodded and said, let's go to the Hokage Tower to get it then. By the way, Jiraiya, sometimes you really need to hold onto your money. Well, never mind, I know you won't understand. Here's 100,000, and I'll safeguard the rest for you. Okay. Chapter 15, Meeting Tsunade and Jiraiya. Ding, strength +3, speed +3, stamina +5. Once whisked away to the medical room for urgent treatment, Tatsuma finally found the energy to review his newfound gains. It's worth noting that Minato remained the best target, yielding bountiful rewards. Reflecting on the perks acquired, Tatsuma, reclining on the sickbed with bandages adorning several areas, couldn't suppress a hearty chuckle. Just then, an unusual voice echoed from beyond the door. Why are you laughing so happily? Do you really enjoy getting injured? As the words hung in the air, the small curtain enveloping his sickbed was drawn aside, revealing a female ninja with golden hair in Tatsuma's line of sight. Tatsuma studied her for a moment and inquired with a hint of uncertainty, Tsunade-sama? Observing Tatsuma's recognition, Tsunade was somewhat taken aback but didn't dwell on it. While her current renown hadn't reached global heights, she was by no means an unknown ninja. As the granddaughter of the first Hokage and a protege of the third Hokage, among other distinctions, she held a noteworthy place in the ninja world. It was only natural for Tatsuma, a young aspirant who likely harbored dreams of becoming a ninja, to be acquainted with her reputation. Tsunade nodded and remarked, I happened to pass by today. That blonde kid outside begged me to treat you the moment he spotted me. In response, Tatsuma exclaimed with genuine joy, Really? Tsunade-sama is willing to treat me? Tsunade patted the pocket where her wallet resided. Having borrowed money from Jiraiya a few days ago, she had managed to squander it all in gambling. Left with no other plans but to head home, she nodded and added, Yes, but you haven't answered my question yet. Before Tatsuma could reply, Tsunade, not one to wait, channeled a burst of green chakra into her hand. As the chakra enveloped Tatsuma's wounds, he experienced a tingling and itching sensation. To distract himself from the physical sensations, Tatsuma spoke up, Nobody enjoys getting injured. It's just that the feeling of winning is too exhilarating. If I could, I'd prefer to keep winning. As Tatsuma's words reached her ears, an unexplainable surge of anger welled up within Tsunade. Was this kid being sarcastic or something? Despite the irritation, Tsunade refrained from exploding, mindful of her role as a medical ninja. How could she harm a patient while trying to heal them? Yet, as Tsunade delved into her medical ninjutsu, a subtle furrow appeared on her brow. It seemed that Tatsuma's recovery ability was not particularly remarkable. Compared to the blonde kid outside, who could bounce back and be lively after a brief rest, Tatsuma lagged significantly behind. The body's recovery ability, to a large extent, could indicate a person's potential. Take Tsunade herself, for instance. She was well aware that her body's recovery ability surpassed that of an average person, even without the aid of medical ninjutsu. Observing the young boy before her, in comparison to other prodigies who had distinguished themselves during their academy days, he didn't appear to possess particularly high innate talent. With this thought in mind, Tsunade suddenly inquired, if, in the future, you discover that after 10 years of dedicated practice, your accomplishments are not even on par with someone else's progress in just 1 year, what would you make of it? Are you referring to talent? Tatsuma inquired. Tsunade nodded in acknowledgement. Tatsuma took a moment to reflect. The disparity in talent could indeed be profoundly disheartening, and he had come close to losing hope because of it. Nevertheless, he found himself in a position to alter his inherent abilities, a stroke of fortune that set him apart from the majority. With an infectious smile, he remarked, Everyone is destined to face death, so why get bogged down in the journey? For me, as long as the outcome remains the same, even if my path differs from others, it's worthwhile. It might have taken me a decade to achieve what some accomplish in a year, but isn't that still an achievement? My talent might not measure up to others right now, but who's to say that won't change someday? The future is uncertain for everyone, isn't it? Humph, lofty words for a little one, Tsunade muttered. She shook her head, concluded the healing process, stood up, and advised, in the future, steer clear of these unnecessary injuries. Otherwise, while you're recuperating, others might catch up, surpass you, and leave you in the dust. Thank you, Tsunade-sama. Sensing the pain dissipate and a significant amount of fatigue lifting from his body, Tatsuma expressed his gratitude to Tsunade. She waved her hand dismissively and exited the medical room. Leaving the medical facility, Tsunade spotted Jiraiya squatting on the ground, engrossed in conversation with the blonde kid named Minato Namikaze. Originally intending to stroll past them, Tsunade changed her mind the moment she turned around. The corner of her eye caught sight of a distinctly square shape protruding from Jiraiya's pocket. She approached and inquired, "Jiraiya, did you go to Sensei to claim a mission reward?" "Yeah," Jiraiya subconsciously replied, realizing that Tsunade wore a familiar smile. He instinctively guarded his pocket and added, "Well, not exactly. The village's finances are a bit tight lately." "Bring it out!" "Tsunade, there's really—" "Bring it out!" Under Chapter 16, The Problem with Curly Hair. That, is... Tatsuma absent-mindedly scratched his stylishly explosive curls and remarked, "I heard that Jiraiya-sama developed ninjutsu involving hair." Upon catching wind of this, Jiraiya paused, casting a somewhat eager yet shy glance at Tatsuma. He queried, "Yes, are you interested in learning?" Cough, "Well, can I?" Tatsuma felt a twinge of embarrassment. Given the limited interactions between him and Jiraiya, it felt audacious to be requesting ninjutsu on their very first encounter. Tatsuma couldn't help but acknowledge the slight shamelessness and presumption in his request. Jiraiya, however, didn't mind. He just laughed heartily. After all, the ninjutsu he created for hair applications had not yet received much recognition, and he had even been criticized by Orochimaru in various ways. Haha, of course you can. It's not some profound or dangerous ninjutsu. But I'd like to ask, why do you want to learn my ninjutsu? After the laughter, Jiraiya looked at Tatsuma seriously, hoping to hear words like admiration, powerful, and handsome from him. However, Tatsuma scratched his temple and said, "Well, I've always struggled with my unruly curls. If I could use ninjutsu to keep them in check, it would save me a lot of trouble in the mornings, you know? Because of these natural curls, I'm interested in learning ninjutsu related to hair to see if I can straighten them out." Jiraiya's face, initially serious and filled with anticipation, suddenly stiffened. After a brief pause, he asked, "Is that the sole reason you want to learn my ninjutsu?" Worried that he might have given the wrong impression, Tatsuma hastily added, "Jiraiya-sama, you may not fully grasp how terrifying and troublesome natural curls can be. Take washing hair, for instance. If you don't wash it, the hair will expand the next day, just like mine now. But if you wash it and don't dry it in time, the hair will collapse and shine the next day, just like seaweed in seaweed soup. Even if you dry it in time, if you accidentally use the hairdryer with hot air, sharp corners will emerge from the hair, like hiding shuriken in the hair. You have no idea how much I wish for smooth straight hair." As Tatsuma spoke, Jiraiya began to feel increasingly sorrowful, as if Tatsuma was not describing his natural curls, but rather some incurable condition. However, Jiraiya quickly snapped back to reality, shook his head, and said, "It doesn't matter why you want to learn my ninjutsu, but there's one thing I need to clarify up front. My ninjutsu may not straighten your hair, let alone make it smooth. Are you sure you still want to learn?" Tatsuma chuckled, "Even if it doesn't give me smooth straight hair, if it can at least prevent my curls from turning into a ninja arsenal, I'd consider it a win." "So, yeah, I'm in." Tatsuma contemplated his already achieved 15% ninjutsu development talent. Now, with a newfound willingness to put in the effort, he could already develop some E-rank ninjutsu. Drawing inspiration from Jiraiya's Needle Jizo and Wild Lion's main jutsu as a foundation, he believed that creating a jutsu for smooth hair had a good chance of success. So, he nodded and said, "Yes, Jiraiya-sama, I want to learn your ninjutsu for hair applications." Jiraiya nodded and turned to Minato, asking, "Minato, why don't you learn it too?" Originally intending to gauge the ninjutsu learning talents of these two youngsters, Jiraiya was met with a momentary stun from Minato, followed by an excited response, "Jiraiya-sama, really? Thank you so much." Jiraiya was pleased with the reactions of both, and he also understood why Minato was so excited. For ninja from commoner backgrounds, any ninjutsu, as long as it wasn't a joke or prank ninjutsu, was immensely precious. "Aha, the ramen is here. Let's eat first, and later we'll head to the training ground. I'll demonstrate for you, but when it comes to learning, you'll need to put in your own effort. I'll leave some scrolls with the principles and my insights for you, but I don't have much time to personally instruct you." Tatsuma shook his head, saying, "We're already grateful that you're willing to teach us ninjutsu." Jiraiya accepted the ramen handed by the shop owner, smiled at the two, and remarked, "Ouch, it's really hot." In an instant, as Jiraiya flashed a smile, he accidentally got splashed by the hot noodle soup. Witnessing this, Tatsuma's eyes lit up, and he said, "Jiraiya-sama, even such a powerful ninja like you is afraid of getting burned? Let's have a little competition to see who can finish the ramen faster." Minato sighed, recognizing that his friend's peculiar competitive spirit had kicked in again. Jiraiya, still a bit dazed, didn't have time to recover before Tatsuma picked up the large bowl and started eating heartily. "Careful, don't burn yourself, kid," Jiraiya warned, then used chopsticks to pick up the noodles, saying, "And besides, this old man won't lose to anyone." "Ninja art! Ramen cooling jutsu!" Minato looked at Jiraiya in surprise. Could it be that this Jonin-sama also had a peculiar competitive spirit? However, Minato understood in the next moment that Jiraiya's so-called ninja art was simply blowing air toward the ramen to cool it down faster. Before long, Tatsuma finished his ramen, let out a burp, and without even wiping his mouth, he looked at Jiraiya. Seeing Jiraiya still eating, Tatsuma breathed a sigh of relief and said, "I must say, Jiraiya-sama, you're amazing. You can even practice ninjutsu while eating ramen. However, I won this round." Ding talent, ninjutsu plus 10, special talents, emotional expert, Jiraiya limited edition, 100%. Observing the popped-up information, Tatsuma got excited, especially with the appearance of special talents. However, after examining the special talents, he smirked and thought, pick up the talent, ninjutsu plus 10, skip the special talent. Well, Jiraiya's romantic journey was truly hard to describe. In his prime, the young Jiraiya might not have known that for the next 35 years, he would never successfully pursue Tsunade. Perhaps the most likely instance was when, for the sake of the village and his disciples, he gave up the opportunity to escape from an adversary. Such a Jiraiya was indeed touching, but Tatsuma didn't want his own romantic journey to mirror Jiraiya's. Therefore, even though they were limited special talents, Tatsuma chose to forego them. Moreover, being able to pick up a regular talent with a 10-point limit already made Tatsuma happy. After all, their interaction was just a ramen-eating competition. Indeed, Jiraiya was a good sensei, so generous even to two kids who hadn't officially become his students. "Boss, the bill." After Minato finished eating, Jiraiya, in a grand gesture, covered the bill. Fortunately, ramen wasn't expensive, and the average cost per person was only 60 ryo. After settling the bill, Jiraiya stood up, stretched his body, and looked at the two excited kids with dark circles under their eyes. He smiled and said, "Let's go. I'll teach you ninjutsu next." Chapter 17, Learning from Jiraiya. In the third training ground, Tatsuma and Minato perched on weathered wooden stumps, their attention fixed on Jiraiya standing before them. With a casual air, he began, "Now, when it comes to weaving ninjutsu with hair, I've conjured up a pair so far. Naturally, I'm still toying around with a few more. The first, I've dubbed Needle Jizo, and the second is what I call the Wild Lion's Mane Jutsu. Both come with a hefty B-rank learning curve, a bit too steep for you two at this juncture. The challenges posed by these two ninjutsu techniques revolve around dual aspects. The initial hurdle lies in mastering chakra control, demanding an intricate finesse to infuse chakra into the individual strands of hair. The more precise the manipulation of chakra, the greater the flexibility attained in the released ninjutsu. The second challenge concerns the quantity of chakra involved. Needle Jizo, Wild Lion's main jutsu, and the majority of ninjutsu all share a common thread. The potency and reach of the jutsu hinge on the amount of chakra seamlessly woven by the user. When it comes to refining chakra control, there are training methods at your disposal, like tree climbing and water walking. By the way, are you familiar with the intricacies of tree climbing and water walking training? Jiraiya inquired, and Tatsuma and Minato gave affirmative nods. Given Tatsuma's transmigrator background, he naturally possessed the knowledge, and Minato had gleaned the information from Tatsuma. Their acknowledgement momentarily surprised Jiraiya. Reflecting on his own past, Jiraiya couldn't help but acknowledge that, at their age, he himself had been somewhat in the dark about chakra. His attempts at chakra refining were, to put it bluntly, chaotic, not to mention the intricacies of training techniques like tree climbing and water walking. However, learning that both Tatsuma and Minato were already acquainted with the concept spared him the need for elaborate explanations. Jiraiya carried on, "Since you're already in the loop, I won't delve into the details. Let's shift our focus to the aspect of chakra quantity. You ought to be aware that chakra stems from the fusion of physical and spiritual energy. Therefore, if you aim to amplify your chakra reserves, the fundamental requirement is to bolster the strength of both body and mind. For the physical aspect, engage in taijutsu training. Regarding the mind, its fortitude can be gradually reinforced through pursuits like learning, reading, contemplation, and gaining diverse experiences. Becoming a formidable ninja demands resilience in both physique and mind. Furthermore, this is a prerequisite for unleashing potent ninjutsu, not only for my techniques but also for numerous others." Observing the duo listening with keen attention and evident engagement, Jiraiya felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. Allowing a brief pause for the two to absorb his words, Jiraiya continued, "Now, it's time for you to witness the might of ninjutsu, something you won't find in textbooks." With those words, Jiraiya gracefully vaulted into the air, elegantly flicking his long locks before striking a pose that defied easy description. Without delay, he began weaving hand seals and exclaimed, "Ninja art! Needle Jizo!" The moment Jiraiya completed the intricate hand movements, his already waist-length white hair erupted in growth, rapidly enveloping his form to create a protective cocoon. Simultaneously, a portion of it swiftly delved into the earth below. Thud, thud, thud. Suddenly, strands of hair emerged from the soil surrounding the wooden stumps beneath Tatsuma and Minato, resembling senbon needles as they skillfully pierced into the stumps. In the midst of the protection within the hair, Jiraiya imparted, "Needle Jizo is a versatile ninjutsu that seamlessly melds offense and defense. Its adaptability shines as it can be employed independently for either purpose, offering remarkable flexibility." Uttering these words, Jiraiya's hair gradually retracted to its original state. As he observed the awestruck expressions on Tatsuma and Minato, his contentment swelled. Without delay, he began weaving the hand seals for another ninjutsu. Wild Lion's main jutsu. With the completion of the intricate hand seals, Jiraiya swung his hair. The already dense mass seemed to erupt further, and the hurled strands embedded themselves into the wooden stumps beneath the duo. Yet, the spectacle didn't conclude there. Jiraiya's hair persisted in its growth, extending outward and reaching into the nearby forest, spanning several dozen meters. The hair wove around tree trunks, pulling them taut and even causing a slight bend. Wild Lion's main jutsu boasts a broad spectrum of applications. It excels in close range, medium range, and extends its prowess to long-range attacks. Additionally, it functions as a binding ninjutsu, offering assistance to teammates or complementing other ninjutsu. Naturally, given its need to disperse hair in all directions, the defensive capabilities aren't as robust as Needle Jizo. However, it can be adapted in an alternative form to enhance defensive prowess. As Tatsuma and Minato marveled, grappling with a mix of awe and confusion in response to Jiraiya's elucidation. A sudden low shout erupted from Jiraiya. Ha! Crackle boom in the distance, the colossal trees entwined by the cascading hair were either pulled apart or uprooted. Swiftly, several trees were summoned to Jiraiya's side, creating a formidable protective barrier around him. Jiraiya beamed with pride as he declared, "Observe closely. This showcases the might of employing this ninjutsu with precise chakra control. It can manipulate surrounding trees, rocks, and even adversaries to form an impervious defensive shield. You have the option to pull enemies directly towards you, anchor them in place, or seamlessly integrate it with other ninjutsu, like." As he spoke, a collection of sizable trees assembled in front of Jiraiya. Once again, he swiftly formed hand seals and exclaimed, "Fire release, flame bullet." Boom! A colossal fireball erupted, engulfing the clustered trees in flames, reducing them to ashes. At this juncture, Jiraiya relinquished control over his hair, casually patting the few strands now adorned with flickering flames. He then directed his gaze towards Tatsuma and Minato, stating, "These are the two ninjutsu I aim to impart to you. Not immediately, though. In the coming days, I'll compile these techniques into scrolls and endeavor to guide you through them before my upcoming mission." "Thank you, Jiraiya-sama." "Thanks." Both of them were brimming with a sense of excitement. The ninjutsu demonstrated by Jiraiya might not have exuded a stylish or suave demeanor, but its undeniable potency presented a fortuitous opportunity for them to acquire such formidable techniques. Moreover, Tatsuma harbored hopes of leveraging these newfound ninjutsu to tackle the conundrum of his naturally curly hair. Subsequently, Jiraiya shared invaluable insights, small yet pivotal pieces of knowledge omitted by the academy but crucial for any aspiring ninja. These included nuggets such as fire release techniques often concluding with the tiger seal, and earth release techniques typically culminating with the snake seal. Grasping the nuances of various nature transformations held the key to deciphering an opponent's hand seals, allowing them to discern the type of ninjutsu in play, a crucial skill for maintaining composure in face-offs with real ninja. Initially, Tatsuma and Minato were attentive, but Jiraiya's mature, uncle-like voice, coupled with the toll of last night's late study session and rigorous training, gradually wore them down. As evening descended and the sun dipped below the horizon, Jiraiya settled on the ground, flanked by a slumbering Tatsuma on one side and a dozing Minato on the other. Gazing at the captivating scenery, the blend of twilight and evening glow, he couldn't help but feel a profound sense of melancholy settling in his heart. "I have no clue where you two little devils live. Come on, wake up and find your way home." Ultimately, Jiraiya couldn't bring himself to rouse them. Instead, he opted to take them back to his own apartment. Settling onto the sofa, he sipped his drink and gazed at the stars. The next morning, with the sky transitioning to daylight, a noise stirred from the bed behind him. "This pillow reeks of an uncle's smell. Where am I?" "Uncle?" Jiraiya, not fully awake yet, sprang to his feet, pointing at Tatsuma and declared, "Out! Get out of my house! I am absolutely not some uncle." Chapter 18, Ninjutsu Scrolls. A mere 3 days had passed since Tatsuma concluded his lunch and meticulously organized his living space. The tranquility of his room, however, was abruptly disrupted as the window adjacent to his bed swung open with unexpected force. In a display of agile prowess, a shadowy figure gracefully vaulted into Tatsuma's house. Unfortunately, the intruder's entrance was not flawless, as a brief stumble on the modest rug beneath the bed culminated in an undignified sprawl across the neatly arranged sheets. Who dares trespass? Caught off guard while attending to the final details of his room's cleanliness, Tatsuma shifted his attention swiftly. A white-haired man, face obscured, executed a series of stealthy movements. Despite the unexpected intrusion, Tatsuma couldn't suppress a wry smirk. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, currently reclined on Tatsuma's bed, could barely contain his chagrin at his own folly. Despite years of ninja experience and a plethora of successful infiltration missions, he found himself floundering in a child's room. "I'm invisible, you can't see me, you can't see me, you can't see me," Jiraiya muttered, almost like a desperate mantra. Tatsuma, with an eye roll, played along, saying, "Who are you? You've actually invaded my room, come out quickly." Tatsuma's unexpected cooperation momentarily threw Jiraiya off guard. Given his size sprawled across the bed, Tatsuma couldn't possibly miss him. The only plausible explanation was that Tatsuma was graciously saving his face. Contemplating this, Jiraiya felt a sudden surge of emotion. Swiftly dismounting Tatsuma's bed, he executed a body flicker jutsu, effortlessly perching on the windowsill with casual finesse. "Kid, I didn't anticipate you spotting me so quickly. Your vigilance is truly commendable." "Jiraiya-sama?" Tatsuma displayed a shocked expression, the garbage bag in his hand meeting the ground with a resounding thud. Fortunately, the robust bag held firm, preventing any spillage. Observing Tatsuma's theatrics, Jiraiya couldn't help but sport a few bemused lines on his face. "All right, brat, your dramatic flair wouldn't even qualify you for a role as an extra, let alone a ninja. You've got a long road ahead in honing those acting skills." Having spoken, Jiraiya cast a discerning eye across Tatsuma's room. It bore a striking resemblance to the apartments allocated to other war orphans, a confluence of living space, dining area, kitchen, and bedroom, accompanied by a modest study space. While the room didn't boast an abundance of possessions, everything occupied its designated place, contributing to an overall aura of impeccable neatness. Despite the slight disarray caused by Jiraiya on the bed, the room could almost be deemed a paragon of order. "Kid, I didn't expect your place to be this tidy. It's different from what I had in mind." "Different from what you imagined?" "You should say it's different from your place." Tatsuma lifted the garbage bag and gave a nonchalant shrug. Jiraiya's expression darkened slightly, he indeed had a penchant for overlooking cleanliness. The recollection of 3 days ago surfaced, this kid had woken up, and the first utterance was a complaint. The memory only served to heighten Jiraiya's irritation. "After the next mission, I'll definitely hire a cleaner to tidy things up." Jiraiya resolved internally, then absent-mindedly scratched his head, chuckling, Everyone's got their own way of living. I'm usually too busy, no time to tidy up." Upon hearing this, Tatsuma maintained a neutral stance. To him, sustaining home cleanliness was a daily practice with the highest cost-effectiveness. Devoting a mere 10 to 20 minutes each day sufficed. However, negligence over time could escalate the task to several hours, with the difficulty and intensity amplifying significantly. At that stage, some might opt to forego cleaning altogether. Yet, Tatsuma refrained from passing judgment on Jiraiya's lifestyle. Furthermore, Jiraiya's rationale was quite reasonable, the perpetual busyness of his schedule. If uttered by someone else, such an excuse might seem contrived, but in Jiraiya's case, it held a genuine ring of truth. After all, in the subsequent years, Jiraiya became renowned as one of the most prolific and top-tier ninjas in the shinobi world. It was noteworthy that Jiraiya had refrained from undertaking any missions for over a decade, primarily due to the Orochimaru incident. Even after more than 10 years had elapsed, Jiraiya maintained a substantial lead in terms of completed missions compared to his peers. With such a stellar track record, if he asserted being busy, there was unequivocally no room for doubt. "Jiraiya-sama, I'm curious about what brings you to seek me out?" Tatsuma inquired straightforwardly. Jiraiya nodded, carefully descending from the windowsill. Circling the bed, he approached the door of the training room. Upon swinging it open and casting a brief glance, a flicker of disappointment swiftly crossed his face. This meticulous organization extended to Tatsuma's training room, where even the arrangement of ninja tools displayed a high level of precision. A dedicated area showcased kunai and shuriken, each wiped clean and neatly positioned. Apart from the meticulously organized tools, the room housed textbooks provided by the academy, with no additional embellishments. Unfortunately, Tatsuma couldn't afford extra resources like ninjutsu scrolls. After a brief survey, Jiraiya withdrew 2 scrolls from his vest and announced, "These are the ninjutsu scrolls I promised you and Minato. However, I only have 1 copy, so my suggestion is for each of you to take one, transcribe it, and then exchange them. I'm heading off on a mission, so I won't have the time to explain everything in detail. Coordinate with Minato to discuss how to divide the work. The initial challenges and crucial points are similar anyway. When do you expect to return? I'll make sure to return these scrolls after transcribing them. Approaching Jiraiya, Tatsuma accepted the 2 ninjutsu scrolls handed over to him. Jiraiya scratched his head and replied, I'm not certain. There's a chance I might not return at all. Please refrain from saying things like that. A formidable ninja like you, what mission could pose such a challenge for you? Tatsuma shook his head, expressing sincerity. Beyond being aware of the plot, he had spent the last 6 months cultivating a mindset that genuinely appreciated and complimented others whenever possible. Of course, Tatsuma harbored sincere hopes for Jiraiya's safety. Jiraiya responded with a smile, playfully tousling Tatsuma's head and further disheveling his already unruly hair. With a light chuckle, he remarked, I appreciate your good wishes. Make sure to study hard. When I find a chance to return to the village, I'll be checking in on yours and Minato's progress. No clinging to my ninjutsu scrolls and leading a laid-back life, alright? I understand, Jiraiya-sama. I'll devote myself to studying your ninjutsu diligently. Tatsuma nodded. Ninjutsu and Jinjutsu were already his major weak points, and in the past, he had no opportunity to learn them. With Jiraiya generously providing him with 2 ninjutsu scrolls, there was no reason for Tatsuma to slack off. Jiraiya gazed out of the window and announced, It's about time. I should get going. Please opt for the door on your way out. Tatsuma observed as Jiraiya made his way toward the window. With a tinge of resignation, he commented, Using the door is the mark of a proper ninja. Jiraiya waved his hand dismissively, retorting, Using the door is for ordinary ninjas. Having made his statement, he vaulted out of the window, swiftly disappearing from Tatsuma's line of sight with a series of agile jumps. Tatsuma, feeling a sense of resignation, closed the window, straightened the bed, and descended the stairs with the 2 scrolls and the garbage bag. After disposing of the trash, Tatsuma made his way directly to Minato's house. Knock, knock, knock. Minato, have you rested enough during lunch today? Tatsuma's usual boisterous inquiry echoed, seemingly intended to goad Minato into some form of challenge. Minato, comfortably situated inside the house, had grown accustomed to these exchanges, responding casually, Come in. Chapter 19, Copying Homework Proved Useful. As the muffled voice reached Tatsuma's ears, he promptly swung the door ajar, only to discover Minato lacing up his shoes, a ninja tool pouch hanging nonchalantly from his waist. Minato shot Tatsuma a glance and quipped, You are unusually late today. Observing Minato geared up for training, Tatsuma playfully waved his hand and retorted, No field today. Jiraiya dumped a couple of ninjutsu scrolls on me, let's tackle the fine art of transcription together. Really? Minato's contented smile remained as Tatsuma retrieved the 2 scrolls, making his way towards the training room. Following suit, Minato entered the room, producing 2 pens and 2 blank scrolls. While Minato maintained an immaculate home, it was clear he possessed more possessions than Tatsuma, especially in the training room. In contrast to Tatsuma's relatively bare bookshelf, Minato's collection was diverse. Textbooks, literature, and the biographies of renowned ninjas adorned Minato's shelves. He had nearly amassed them all, from mundane tomes to the extraordinary. The cost of these ordinary books typically hovered around 150 ryo, a price that Minato could easily afford. Tatsuma has the means to purchase books as well, yet he refrains from doing so. Given his exceptional talent, distractions are a luxury he cannot afford. He finds satisfaction in saving the little money that remains each month, fostering a sense of security. Minato, displaying his usual hospitality, pulled a chair from the dining room and arranged drinks and snacks for Tatsuma. Only then did they settle down face to face at the desk. Handing the needle Jizo scroll to Minato, Tatsuma remarked, Minato, your generosity knows no bounds. Merely transcribing a scroll, and yet you've gone to such lengths to treat me. I, too, have something to propose. Having received the scroll, Minato flashed a smile and proposed, "Shall we determine who can transcribe it faster?" "You truly get me," Tatsuma replied with a grin. Both of them eagerly unrolled the scrolls, revealing not only the basics of ninjutsu and hand seals but also a trove of personal insights inscribed in small characters. They delved into the intricacies, exploring the significance of each hand seal. For instance, the choice of the snake seal as the final seal for Needle Jizo came with explanations, thanks to Jiraiya's detailed annotations. The Needle Jizo technique, with its unique effect of embedding and subsequently releasing hair into the ground, was thoroughly discussed. Jiraiya had crafted the method by drawing inspiration from the principles of various Earth Release ninjutsu. Many Earth Release ninjutsu culminate with the snake seal, as it facilitates a smoother communication of chakra with the earth. This parallels the tiger seal, aiding the practitioner in harmonizing the fire release chakra generated within the body. Jiraiya's Wild Lion's main jutsu follows a similar thematic structure. Not only did Jiraiya meticulously detail each hand seal, but he also expounded on the technique's application and provided strategies for its coordination with other jutsu. Despite Jiraiya's somewhat mediocre drawing skills, he adorned the explanations with abstract figures, underscoring his earnest effort to convey the nuances of these two ninjutsu. It was clear that Jiraiya was committed to elucidating all the crucial points. Upon perusing these meticulous notes, Tatsuma finally grasped why Jiraiya dedicated 3 days to complete a single scroll record. In the realm of instruction, Jiraiya left no room for carelessness. Minato took a quick glance before focusing on the scroll in Tatsuma's hands. It became evident that Tatsuma's scroll harbored more detailed content, placing him at a slight disadvantage in their impromptu competition. Considering Tatsuma's peculiar yet remarkably robust competitive spirit, Minato took the initiative and suggested, "Tatsuma, how about we take turns transcribing?" "No! I'll prove to you that I am the best at transcribing in the world," Tatsuma insisted, affirming his unwavering determination. Tatsuma flatly declined, putting the honor of the speed and endurance honed through 12 years of relentless homework copying before entering university in his previous life on the line. He was resolute about emerging victorious in this match. Flexing his fingers, wrists, and elbows, Tatsuma prepared for the challenge. Meanwhile, Minato meticulously filled the inkwell on the inkstone. After both took a sip of their drinks, they quietly grasped their pens, dipped them in ink, and simultaneously began transcribing on the blank scrolls. Initially, Minato managed to keep pace with Tatsuma's speed, but as time elapsed, a subtle shift occurred. Minato started feeling a bit overwhelmed. The extended exertion on his arm resulted in a dull ache spreading through his elbow and forearm. Glancing at Tatsuma, Minato observed that Tatsuma deviated from the pen-holding technique taught by the senseis. It resembled more of a chopstick grip, with his fingers positioned closely to the pen tip and his wrist resting directly on the table. Not only was Tatsuma's speed superior, but his characters also possessed a standard and aesthetically pleasing quality. Witnessing this, Minato's competitive spirit, sparked by Tatsuma, began to stir. Minato, not one to cling to stubbornness, swiftly adapted. In the blink of an eye, he altered his pen-holding technique. Emulating Tatsuma's approach, he discovered that with his wrists supported, not only did his hand fatigue less, but he also gained better control over the pen. As two individuals singularly focused on their task, employing this technique for transcription proved remarkably efficient. They continued transcribing, and for the first time, Minato realized that writing could be this physically taxing. On the table, the drinks, apart from the initial sip, remained untouched by both. After all, this was a competition, and indulging in too many sips could pose a disadvantage during potential bathroom breaks. The same logic applied to snacks. It wasn't until dusk that Tatsuma finally set down his pen, leaned back, closed his eyes, and began deep breathing. He harbored no inclination to declare victory. Several hours of intense focus on writing had indeed taken a toll. Having eased his mind, Tatsuma glanced at Minato and realized that Minato remained blissfully unaware of having already completed the transcription. Despite the intense concentration, Minato was on the verge of concluding. Not wanting to disrupt Minato's focus, Tatsuma quietly rose and left the training room. His routine task involved raiding Minato's refrigerator, an action that held no reservations for either of them. Cooking was a shared responsibility, with Minato often reciprocating the gesture without hesitation at his house. With a simple dish of fried fish and miso soup prepared, Minato eventually emerged from his room. Upon seeing the meal ready, Minato admitted with a weak smile, "Tatsuma, this is the most convinced I've been of losing. In other talents, maybe I'm not as skilled as you, but in this particular aspect, I won't lose to anyone." Ding, stamina +2, wisdom +2, ninjutsu +6, the gains this time took Tatsuma somewhat by surprise, not due to their insignificance, but because of their unexpected abundance. Moreover, it elevated the limit of his weakest talent, ninjutsu, adding considerable value. In the midst of Tatsuma processing these improvements, Minato interjected, saying, "While transcribing just now, I had some thoughts. Neil Jizo, this ninjutsu, can actually be broken down into several steps for separate practice." Upon hearing this, Tatsuma finally grasped the reason for rewarding an increase in the ninjutsu talent limit. It turned out that Minato wasn't merely transcribing the scroll, he was also delving into the content. Reflecting on this, Tatsuma furrowed his brow and then remarked, "You're absolutely right. Considering these two ninjutsu as a whole, the B-rank difficulty is undeniably too challenging for us at the moment. However, if we break it down, the difficulty of each step will decrease. Perhaps we can expedite our learning of this ninjutsu." "Well done, Minato. You came up with this so quickly." Tatsuma's praise this time was sincere. As a ninja proficient enough to drop the ninjutsu development talent, Tatsuma couldn't help but recall the iconic ninjutsu that employed a segmented learning approach, a technique that Minato would later create in the future. The Rasengan. Chapter 20, The Deconstruction Learning Method of Ninjutsu. Minato's creation, the Rasengan, stands as an A-rank attributeless ninjutsu with a unique twist. According to its inventor, the Rasengan is inherently incomplete, leaving room for improvement through the incorporation of other chakra nature transformations. Naruto Uzumaki, the prophesied child of the ninja world and the seventh Hokage, has proven this notion beyond doubt, displaying a myriad of Rasengan variations, to the point that he has surpassed the options available in variations for Dango in the village, showcasing the versatility and adaptability of this formidable ninjutsu. Furthermore, Minato's insights reveal that the Rasengan serves as an exemplary model for deconstructing the learning process of ninjutsu. Exploring the Rasengan involves navigating through three distinctive stages: popping a regular balloon, bursting a water-filled balloon, and finally, breaking through a leather balloon. These stages serve as valuable aids in Rasengan practice, gradually reducing the complexity of learning. Moreover, Rasengan itself represents a stepwise advancement in training. Once Rasengan is mastered as a shape-changing ninjutsu, practitioners can delve into the intricacies of chakra nature transformation. The fusion of these skills gives rise to the creation of an entirely new ninjutsu. With the meal now served, Tatsuma settled into his seat. However, the anticipation hung in the air, and neither of them was in a hurry to commence their meal. Excitement laced Tatsuma's exclamation. In fact, these two ninjutsu can be broken down into several stages. The initial phase revolves around infusing chakra into individual hair strands, a direct test of one's chakra control prowess. To elevate this stage, we can integrate the tree climbing and water walking exercises I mentioned earlier, providing an additional challenge to further refine chakra mastery. Minato nodded in agreement and injected a touch of enthusiasm. Moving on to the second stage, it entails activating chakra throughout the entire body. Channeling chakra to stimulate the scalp and hair follicles results in rapid hair growth under its influence. This principle aligns seamlessly with Otoma Sensei's teachings, much like applying chakra to muscles for muscle activation, swiftly enhancing muscle fiber elasticity and hardness, thereby fortifying defense or explosive power. Tatsuma smoothly pressed on. Moving into the third stage, we delve into the transformation of chakra's form, allowing both chakra and hair to adopt characteristics akin to the hardness of senbon needles or the flexibility of whips. While I haven't devised a specific practice method for this aspect yet, we can leverage the meticulous chakra control honed in the first stage to alleviate the complexities associated with mastering form transformations in the future. On to the fourth stage, where we seamlessly integrate the first three stages, harmonizing them with hand seals to bring the ninjutsu to fruition. It's only in the fifth stage that we apply ninjutsu in tactical exercises, he concluded. Amidst their conversation, the intricacies of the Needle Jizo and Wild Lion's main jutsus were meticulously dissected. The once elusive ninjutsu, now unraveling, prompted Tatsuma to express his awe. Truly remarkable, Minato. Your ingenuity in devising such a learning method for ninjutsu is impressive. Minato humbly deflected the praise. No, the credit belongs to you. If you hadn't introduced the idea that chakra control could be honed through tree climbing and water walking, I wouldn't have been able to figure this out. Amidst the mutual commendation exchanged in their dialogue, even though Tatsuma wasn't seeking a formal reward, the joy he derived from the discussion was palpable. Suppressing the joy swelling in his heart, Tatsuma remarked, coincidentally, the next month is all vacation time. It's the perfect opportunity to slot in tree climbing and water walking training and put our ideas to the test. Shall we head out right after dinner? Yes, right after dinner. It was only then that the two recalled the well-prepared dinner awaiting them. They picked up their bowls and delved into the enjoyable meal. In the ensuing month, alongside their regular training, the duo seamlessly integrated tree climbing and water walking exercises into their routine. Naturally, sparring matches were a vital accompaniment. Tatsuma found immense joy in the training, driven by the tangible progress that fueled his motivation. Engaging in tree climbing and water walking allowed him to tap into 1 to 2 points of his innate talent in both ninjutsu and spirit. Every day consistent training also unveiled his proficiency in other areas, particularly in speed. Surpassing the Chunin lower limit standard of 1,000, his talent allowed him to manifest 2 to 3 points each day instead of just 1. Simultaneously, winning daily sparring matches expanded his upper limit, instilling Tatsuma with a sense of a particularly bright future. The lower limit fortified his present self, while the expanding upper limit promised a formidable future. As the vacation of over a month concluded, Tatsuma achieved his second talent, reaching the Chunin lower limit in stamina. Simultaneously, the realization levels of ninjutsu and spirit also surpassed 100, elevating him to the ranks of Jinin. However, the talent of illusion remained an exception. Despite seeking advice from fellow ninjas training at the practice field and even willingly serving as their target for Jinjutsu practice, improvement remained limited. Throughout the month, Jiraiya only returned to Konoha once. Despite observing their proficiency in walking on water, he left without the opportunity to learn about the split learning method they had developed. During the vacation, Tatsuma marked his first new year in the ninja world alongside Minato. The realization that the new year had arrived only struck them when they received a New Year's greeting card and a monetary gift from Hiruzen. As the vacation drew to a close and the first day of the new semester beckoned, Tatsuma packed his belongings. Before heading out, he stole a glance at his system panel. Host, Sakamoto Tatsuma talents, strength, 161 out of 543 speed, 256 out of 1132 stamina, 237 out of 1024 wisdom, 255 out of 363 ninjutsu, 107 out of 312 illusions, 39 out of 209 spirit, 151 out of 406 seals, 221 out of 427 special talents, spacetime, 30% ninjutsu development, 20% ninja tool throwing, Minato limited edition 40% sensory, 10% while still grappling with the intricacies of Jinjutsu. Tatsuma believed he was on the brink of being able to graduate to become a Jinin. However, the thought of advancing too quickly didn't appeal to him, especially not before Minato. Tatsuma aimed to make the most of Minato's presence at the academy. As long as Minato remained, Tatsuma had no intention of departing. He even harbored hopes of being assigned to the same team in the future, ensuring continued benefits from training alongside Minato. Among the individuals Tatsuma regularly interacted with, Minato stood out for his exceptional talent and amiable personality. Even though Tatsuma rarely found himself on the losing end of their matches, Minato accepted the outcomes with a calm demeanor, always prepared for the next challenge. However, the prospect of being on the same team lay beyond Tatsuma's control. He could only hope that Hiruzen, given his friendship with Minato, would consider placing them together. But it was still early days, and there was no need to fret about it at the moment. Tatsuma eagerly anticipated the second semester, having heard from the young genin at the practice field that ninjutsu would be on the curriculum in the second semester of the first year. Although labeled as E-rank ninjutsu, these seemingly simple techniques were precisely what Tatsuma needed to enhance his talents. The E-rank ninjutsu covered in the Ninja Academy curriculum included the escape technique, cloak of invisibility technique, and the trio of fundamental techniques known as the three basic jutsu, clone jutsu, substitution jutsu, and transformation jutsu. Considering the generally modest chakra control of first-year students, the two E-rank ninjutsu emphasized in the initial year were the escape technique and cloak of invisibility technique, both techniques requiring minimal to no chakra. The escape technique carried considerable significance, not only imparting various rope tying and untying methods but also instructing ninjas on the art of dislocating and reassembling their joints. While it might sound like a painful technique, ninjas had to endure what ordinary people couldn't. Early exposure to pain and building resilience was deemed preferable to entering the ninja profession and being unable to withstand even minor injuries. With everything set, Tatsuma left his house and jogged to Minato's place. Minato was already waiting with a smile. Tatsuma waved and remarked, "Impressive, Minato. Rising so early. Let's see who can reach the school faster." "Sure thing." Chapter 21, Second Semester. Hey there, esteemed chief students. Just as Tatsuma and Minato stepped onto the academy grounds, they were greeted by a sardonic voice. Minato, walking a pace behind Tatsuma, mirrored his confusion. Glancing toward the origin of the voice, they found Shikaku accompanied by Choza and Inoichi, all wearing mischievous grins. The source of the sarcasm was none other than Shikaku himself. Catching the attention of the duo, Shikaku continued with a playful smirk, "Considering it's a first in academy history for two students to clinch the top spot simultaneously, don't you think you owe me, the unsung hero and your stepping stone, a celebratory meal?" Upon processing this, Tatsuma and Minato hadn't shown any immediate reactions. Choza, amidst his snack of potato chips, unexpectedly shot his hand up high and declared, "Count me in. Stepping stones, unite." A hush settled over the group, particularly catching Shikaku off guard. He had just playfully referred to himself as a stepping stone, and here was Choza turning it into some kind of honorable pledge. Fortunately, both Shikaku and Inoichi had grown up alongside Choza, well aware of the Akimichi clan's unwavering dedication to the art of eating. The reputation of their gluttony extended far and wide, both within and beyond the village. "Chief students, huh? Not bad, Minato. Looks like you're holding your ground against me." Tatsuma chuckled, giving Minato a friendly pat on the shoulder. In the practical tests preceding the break, both Tatsuma and Minato displayed comparable skills in the combat assessments. The only notable difference was Tatsuma's heightened determination to emerge victorious, even if it meant sustaining injuries to outdo Minato. Furthermore, Tatsuma considered the joint performance of himself and Shikaku in the initial round as a bit of a setback. Hence, despite Tatsuma winning all three matches and Minato securing 2 out of 3, a tied score seemed a fair assessment given the circumstances. However, this did lead to the cancellation of a reward since he didn't win this bet. Tatsuma wasn't overly disappointed about missing out on a talent reward this time. He acknowledged that Minato's performance had been genuinely commendable, worthy of the title of chief student. Moreover, post-tests, Minato actively sought out Tsunade's expertise to mend his injuries. Tatsuma couldn't help but feel that without Tsunade's medical ninjutsu, at least half of his break time would have been wasted. Initially concerned that Tatsuma's strong desire for victory might make it challenging for him to accept the situation, Minato was pleasantly surprised to find Tatsuma still sporting a smile. Witnessing this, Minato's admiration for Tatsuma only deepened, prompting him to say, let me treat a few of you to ramen tonight. I don't have a bottomless wallet, though. All right. The first day of the new semester unfolded with a laid-back atmosphere. Sarutobi Atoma gleefully disclosed the results of the previous exam. The overall performance from the previous semester was commendable, with Tatsuma and Minato standing out in particular. Initially, it was Sarutobi Atoma who decided to place these two commoner students in the same class, even displacing a child from the Shimura clan. At first, he had concerns about whether these two would blend in seamlessly after enrollment. However, geniuses were geniuses. Tatsuma and Minato exceeded his expectations, earning the titles of first-year chief students at the ninja school and catching the attention of the third Hokage and Jiraiya. Sarutobi Atoma showered the two with praise for an extended period, and even Tatsuma, who had experienced 2 lifetimes, found himself blushing. It wasn't shyness, but rather a sense of shame, as they were being excessively applauded for their modest skills. Admittedly, in the realm of praising others, Tatsuma still had some room for improvement. Constantly uttering "you deserve it" left and right could potentially make him come across as less refined than he truly was. However, not everyone managed to meet Sarutobi Atoma's satisfaction. Following the commendation, Sarutobi Atoma, without singling out individuals, offered some constructive criticism directed mainly at students born into prominent ninja clans, particularly those famous for the Shadow Secret technique, without explicitly naming names. Yet, Atoma emphasized that a certain student whose father holds the esteemed position of a Jonin captain and serves as the Hokage's strategist was the worst of them all. In response, Nara Shikaku expressed genuine confusion, unable to discern whom Sarutobi Atoma was referring to. He even pondered aloud if such a student existed in their class. After an extensive address, Sarutobi Atoma concluded the recap of the previous semester. However, it was worth noting that the morning classes had just drawn to a close. The Ino Shikacho trio headed home and notified their parents about skipping dinner at home. Meanwhile, Tatsuma and Minato opted to remain at the academy and enjoy the lunches they brought with them. This choice also played a pivotal role in Minato's plan to treat them to dinner later in the evening. Amid the lunch break, Tatsuma and Minato dedicated some time to a game of shogi. Steering away from physical activities, Tatsuma was keen on refining his shogi skills, recognizing its importance in leveraging Shikaku's expertise in the future. The sole game that captured Shikaku's interest was shogi, and he held a commendable skill level. Tatsuma could only secure victory in 1 or 2 games out of 10. Nevertheless, this proved to be the most effective method for Tatsuma to raise his talent points limit. Despite engaging with Shikaku, Tatsuma noticed that Shikaku never dropped any special talents, he only contributed talent points, primarily in the category of wisdom. In the afternoon, Sarutobi Atoma commenced the introduction of the second semester curriculum, mirroring Tatsuma's earlier studies. The focus shifted towards mastering 2 E-rank ninjutsu, the escape technique and the cloak of invisibility technique. Furthermore, both of these ninjutsu came with price tags, requiring financial investment. Certainly, it wasn't tuition fees but the essential materials required for mastering these techniques. Take the escape technique, for instance. It demanded items like ropes, potions, and small steel wires suitable for sewing into sleeves. Similarly, the cloak of invisibility technique resembled a handicraft class, with students responsible for obtaining their own tools and materials. Upon receiving this information, the others appeared nonchalant, yet Tatsuma and Minato couldn't help but feel conflicted. Being the only orphans in the class, their families were not financially well off, putting them in a challenging position. However, when Sarutobi Atoma handed out the procurement list, both of them let out a sigh of relief. The items on the list weren't particularly expensive, and, coincidentally, the prices aligned with the New Year's money sent by Sarutobi Hiruzen. In simpler terms, the village had already allocated funds for them to acquire these items. Tatsuma and Minato, accustomed to a consistent spending standard, felt a sense of reassurance. However, they couldn't help but wonder if there were fellow students who weren't as conscientious with their expenses. Nevertheless, such worries didn't linger in the minds of the two children. Their gratitude stemmed from the fact that they hadn't spent their New Year's money recklessly. After handing out the procurement list and textbooks, Sarutobi Atoma briefly went over the semester schedule and then exited the classroom, granting everyone some self-study time. In reality, though, studying was the last thing on anyone's mind. The children, still caught up in the holiday spirit, were animatedly discussing the interesting events of the new year, with some even weaving Shikaku's shogi moves into the conversation. The sole exception was Minato, who diligently applied himself to his studies. Tatsuma, on the other hand, found his thoughts wandering, contemplating scenarios like introducing board games from his past life and convincing Shikaku to join him. While Tatsuma might have been a novice at shogi, he was a master at games like Connect 5 in his previous life, unrivaled by the boys, girls, grandpas, and grandmas in the neighborhood. Engrossed in his thoughts, Tatsuma and Minato were interrupted by the bells signaling the end of the class. The Inoshikacho trio strategically positioned themselves at both ends of Tatsuma and Minato's row of seats, almost as if they were apprehensive the two might make a quick getaway. True to his honest and reliable nature, Minato indeed treated them to ramen. Shikaku and Inoichi didn't shy away from ordering the priciest enhanced ramen, while Choza boldly requested a whopping 5 bowls. Despite the extravagant choices, Minato maintained his cheerful demeanor, fully capable of covering the expenses. However, when the time came to settle the bill, both Tatsuma and the Inoshikacho trio voluntarily reached for their wallets and paid their shares. Wasn't I supposed to treat you guys? Minato, already reaching for his wallet, paused for a moment, clearly taken aback. Shikaku shook his head, remarking, "If my mom catches wind that I extorted money from my classmates, I'll be in deep trouble. Spare me the trouble, please." With these words, Shikaku was the first to hand the money to the owner. Minato, still a bit perplexed, hesitated, but when his turn came, he only needed to settle his own portion. On the journey home, Tatsuma observed Minato, who still wore a puzzled expression, and offered a reassuring pat on his shoulder. "Unlike us, they never struggle for a bowl of ramen. They're just using this as a way to get a bit closer to us." Really? Chapter 22, The Significance of Inviting Someone to a Meal. In the clandestine realm of ninja existence, the shadowy dance of social distinctions lingers subtly, weaving its threads even where they aren't explicitly acknowledged. In a world marked by unmistakable class divisions, the nuances of privilege and hardship persist. For those fortunate enough to have been handed silver spoons since birth, the struggles of less fortunate children remain a mystery. The daily battles faced by impoverished youngsters, who must patiently bide their time for an entire year just to savor the simple delight of a hamburger, are beyond the comprehension of the privileged few. It is only on the occasion of their birthdays that these underprivileged souls are escorted to the opulent domain of the so-called fast food restaurant for their inaugural experience. Tatsuma's origins in his previous life weren't exactly privileged. He barely hovered within the bounds of the middle-class spectrum. During his college stint, a roommate hailing from a well-off family shared his living space. In a moment of apparent financial distress, Tatsuma, thinking his roommate was struggling for sustenance, generously extended a loan of 6,000 yen to help him through the tough times. However, upon probing further, Tatsuma uncovered that the roommate's financial struggle wasn't as dire as it seemed. He merely had 60,000 yen left. Adding a twist to the tale, the very same affluent roommate later invited Tatsuma to partake in a meal, creating a déjà vu scenario reminiscent of the past incident. This time, it was an extravagant self-service steakhouse, a place Tatsuma had never dared to venture before, deeming it too opulent for his taste. Tatsuma found the prospect of spending 1,500 yen on a single meal rather steep. Throughout the dining experience, his mind was preoccupied with calculating his daily budget after leaving, factoring in the substantial deduction of 3,000 yen for this meal. Consequently, the full enjoyment of the first steak eluded him. When the moment arrived to settle the bill, the affluent roommate promptly took charge, leaving Tatsuma without an opportunity to contribute. It was only after entering the workforce and slowly amassing some savings that Tatsuma came to a realization: sometimes, asking others to treat you to a meal is merely a pretext for gathering and socializing. However, the dynamics also hinge on the individual. Some are genuinely seeking a complimentary meal, aiming to exploit the generosity of others. Tatsuma, too, has employed this pretext on multiple occasions. Engaging in discussions about career planning and personal aspirations with colleagues or new recruits, he seizes the chance to offer guidance to newcomers. Sometimes, it's nothing more than a casual get-together. Nevertheless, Tatsuma never allows others to foot the bill on his behalf. His proactive suggestion for someone else to treat him is merely a means to assess his standing in their eyes. So, when the trio proposed this, Tatsuma discerned the motivations behind it easily. Well, to be precise, he comprehended Shikaku's intentions. Chozo was just genuinely eager to enjoy a good meal. Tatsuma strategically allowed Minato to take the lead in the conversation. After all, if Minato harbored reservations about the situation's worth or faced financial constraints, Tatsuma could seamlessly step in to navigate the discussion and prevent any potential unraveling. These nuances in handling situations, while within the grasp of Minato's intelligence and precocious nature, are aspects best comprehended through first-hand experience. Tatsuma, ever the mentor, doesn't mind shedding light on such matters for him. Upon reaching Minato's abode, Tatsuma affably patted his shoulder and offered, "Don't overthink it. From today onward, we can officially consider ourselves friends with Shikaku and the others. Would you prefer heading home to rest, or shall we make our way directly to the training ground?" Minato pondered for a moment before responding, "I'll prepare dinner for tomorrow first. I'm concerned that training late might disturb others with the cooking." As considerate as ever, Minato. "I'll head home and whip up a meal too. How about we meet directly at the third training ground? Let's find out who gets there faster." Ever the opportunist, Tatsuma promptly commended Minato and unilaterally proposed a friendly competition. In the face of Tatsuma's challenge, Minato, never one to shy away, nodded and agreed, "Sure, no problem." The following day, instead of embarking on their usual morning training routine, the duo redirected their steps to the recommended ninja tool shop by the academy to procure the essential instructional tools for the semester. Lugging a stack of items to school, Tatsuma scrutinized the potion that bore an uncanny resemblance to a healing salve, and a hush fell over him. The packaging and color weren't the only familiar aspects, even the scent triggered a sense of déjà vu for Tatsuma. A foreboding sensation crept over him. Was it possible that mastering the escape technique entailed enduring something arduous? Initially assuming the so-called potion might be a substance designed to temporarily loosen the joints, allowing students to acclimate to the sensation of dislocation with the dosage gradually decreasing over time. Yet, as Tatsuma caught a whiff of the potion, the unsettling notion persisted that the sensei intended to forcefully dislocate and reset their joints, resorting to the potion for post-injury healing. His fears found confirmation in subsequent lessons. During the initial phases of mastering the escape technique, Sarutobi Atoma subjected them to the repeated dislocation of joints, exposing them to the sensations of weakness and vulnerability. Following each dislocation, joints were meticulously reset, and the potion, along with chakra, was applied for maintenance, warding off the onset of recurrent dislocations. The process proved undeniably uncomfortable. To Tatsuma's surprise, however, the pain inherent in this procedure was oddly manageable. After all, the majority of first-year students were merely 6 years old, with Minato having recently turned 6 and Tatsuma himself not even celebrating his yet as he was only 5.5 years old. Tatsuma surmised that the relatively softer state of their bodies, colloquially described as still having pliable bones, played a role. Combined with Sarutobi Atoma's adept techniques, it prevented any damage to their bones. Had they been a bit older and continued their practice, the level of pain to endure might have been considerably more substantial. Thanks to the proficient techniques, complemented by the mystical potion and chakra, it took just over a month for the entire class to acclimate to the sensation of dislocated joints in their shoulders, elbows, wrists, fingers, and more, without suddenly losing strength throughout their entire bodies. In the ensuing month, the instruction for the escape technique advanced to individuals self-dislocating their own joints, a concept that initially posed a challenge for Tatsuma during the first class of this stage. Tatsuma's acceptance came when he witnessed Minato calmly confront the situation that Sarutobi Atoma had declared. Each person had to do it on their own. Without hesitation, Minato promptly pulled his left hand with his right, dislocating his shoulder joint. Gritting his teeth, Tatsuma followed suit. With everyone having practiced joint dislocation under Sarutobi Atoma's guidance for over a month, they were already well versed in the fundamentals of the process. As a result, the learning curve was remarkably swift, and within half a month, most individuals could effortlessly self-dislocate their joints. The subsequent phase involved joint resetting, presenting a slightly more formidable challenge. It took about a month for Tatsuma and his comrades to grasp the fundamentals and diverse techniques for resetting joints. Advancing further, they delved into practicing joint dislocation and resetting within confined spaces while restrained. The complexity arose not just from the restricted space but also from maintaining a less than comfortable position. Unlike prior exercises, where joint dislocation and resetting were carried out with relaxed bodies, being bound by ropes, tied up, or even suspended added a notable escalation in the risks and challenges associated with dislocating and resetting joints. This phase not only subjected their joints to a rigorous test but also imparted the skill of sewing small steel threads into the seams of their sleeves. This newfound ability went beyond joint dislocation, aiding in finding ways to untie themselves when bound. While it took a month for the classmates in the class to grasp the basics, true mastery and practical application remained a distant goal. Some students, deterred by the challenges, opted not to continue practicing after the semester's conclusion. In the final half-month of the semester, they delved into various methods of rope tying, different knots for diverse scenarios, techniques for binding individuals in different ways, and other intricacies that significantly heightened the difficulty of escape. Meanwhile, in the ongoing semester, the concurrent study of the cloak of invisibility technique unfolded rather seamlessly. Just as Tatsuma had foreseen, it resembled more of a handicrafts class, perhaps even an art class. They delved into the intricacies of producing, preserving, and laying the cloak, accompanied by the acquisition of basic breath-holding techniques. Given the versatility of cloaks crafted from various materials like walls, rocks, and trees, they also explored the art of blending pigments to create a spectrum of colors. Interestingly, during this process, it came to light that one classmate was colorblind. Regrettably, the colorblind student had to withdraw from the class. Tatsuma observed as the student made a solemn trip to the office. The once lively child transformed into something resembling a lifeless zombie, as if the very essence of life had lost its meaning, and their deeply held beliefs had abruptly crumbled. While the reaction might differ in another class, Tatsuma's class was distinctive. Apart from Tatsuma and Minato, every other student had parents who held high-ranking positions within a ninja clan or served as village officials. For these children, the expectation of following in their parents' footsteps as powerful ninjas was ingrained from a young age. The sudden revelation that they couldn't pursue a ninja path was a profound and unsettling shock. Contrasted with the relatively smooth and harmonious first semester, the events of the second semester forced Tatsuma to confront the inherent cruelty and hardships of the ninja path. Despite this realization, he concluded the first year of ninja school with a profound sense of fulfillment. Chapter 23, The Nara's Unique Jutsu. Tatsuma. In the midst of the holiday season, as the morning sun cast its gentle glow, Minato swung open the door to find Tatsuma brimming with excitement. Yet, in that initial moment, Tatsuma's appearance was so extraordinary that Minato questioned whether someone had orchestrated a playful prank by depositing a heap of cotton candy at his doorstep. It was only when Tatsuma's face emerged from the cloud-like fluff that Minato's recognition set in. The whimsical figure before him was, indeed, all too real. Ah, I stumbled upon the way to activate it by accident. Tatsuma thrust his entire right hand into his explosively charged head, erupting into laughter. Minato grasped the situation and shared in the joy, remarking, "So our research direction is on the right track. Scalp activation does bear resemblance to muscle activation, doesn't it? Ding, ninjutsu plus 10, receiving HTE reward for the challenge they had set months ago." Tatsuma nodded, and his hair, resembling a fluffy tree crown, quivered with a delayed shudder. Tatsuma then added, but the difficulty is significantly higher. It's not just about activating the scalp, you also need to specifically engage the hair follicles. I can only activate about half of the hair follicles now, but it's also thanks to practicing chakra control for the past 6 months. Otherwise, maybe I could only activate a little bit. Upon hearing this, Minato gazed at Tatsuma, whose entire being was ensconced in fluffy hair, with a touch of amazement. He pondered the idea that only about half of the hair follicles were activated. If Tatsuma were to activate all of them, wouldn't he transform into a walking perm? However, Tatsuma's peculiar state was short-lived. Just as Minato entertained the notion of scrutinizing it more closely, he noticed Tatsuma's hair rapidly shortening and then reverting to its usual messy bird's nest appearance. Scratching his head, Tatsuma admitted, "There's a drawback, it requires complete concentration. If you lose focus, it shrinks back. It seems my training is still not enough. We need to turn this focus into a passive state. Wait, Minato, come with me to the Nara clan." Minato struggled to keep up with Tatsuma's train of thought and inquired, "Why go to the Nara clan?" "To learn the Nara clan's unique techniques." With that declaration, Tatsuma seized Minato and darted towards Nara Shikaku's house. Minato, momentarily stunned, then anxiously added, "I haven't closed the door yet." 20 minutes later, the duo finally reached Nara Shikaku's house. After Tatsuma pressed the doorbell, he stood in anticipation. Minato couldn't help but ask, "You haven't told me what we're here to learn? Also, is it okay to directly consult them like this?" "Don't worry. It's not their family's secret jutsu, they shouldn't mind," Tatsuma reassured with a smile, alleviating Minato's concerns. After all, this friend was dependable, and they had forged a friendship with Shikaku as well. As long as it didn't involve the family's secret jutsu, they should be able to learn, right? After a while, a seemingly gentle woman approached them and swung open the door. Spotting the duo, she exclaimed in delight, "Minato? Tatsuma? Are you here to visit Shikaku? Hurry in. I'll go wake up Shikaku. You guys should come often." Since the break started, Shikaku has been sleeping until noon, just like his dad did when he was young. This won't do, he won't get to know any girls this way. After the woman finished her remarks, the trio entered the living room. Tatsuma then spoke, "I understand, Aunt Hanari, but the purpose of our visit is..." Before Tatsuma could finish, Shikaku's mom hurriedly ascended the stairs. Shortly after, a voice, utterly distinct from the earlier gentle tone, erupted. "Nara! Shikaku! It's already noon! Aren't you getting up? Do I have to feed lunch to you before you'll get out of bed? Your friends have come to see you, and you're still sleeping?" Upon hearing this volcanic eruption of a voice, even Tatsuma and Minato couldn't help but flinch. Tatsuma glanced at the clock, it was only 7:30. Indeed, every mother is a powerful woman who conquers time. Shortly after, Narahanari descended the stairs, wearing a gentle smile, and addressed the two, "Why are you still standing? Sit down. Auntie will get you some drinks and snacks. By the way, have you had breakfast?" Tatsuma and Minato nodded emphatically, responding, "We've already eaten, thank you, Aunt Hanari." The two settled onto the sofa as Hanari brought 2 cups of drinks, a pile of dried fruits, and another stack of fresh fruits. Seating herself beside them, she wore a tender smile as she observed the duo. This made Tatsuma and Minato sit up straight, not daring to relax. They didn't fully settle into their seats, it was the intimidation buff that every woman gains after becoming a mother. 10 minutes later, Shikaku, scratching his head with one hand and clutching his stomach with the other, stumbled down from upstairs. Upon seeing the two, he complained, "Why did you guys come so early? What's with that attitude?" Hanari shot Shikaku a stern look, then turned gently to Tatsuma and Minato, saying, "Don't mind him, Shikaku and his dad both have this kind of temperament. Well, you kids go play. Auntie is going to buy groceries, stay for lunch." "No need, Aunt Hanari." Tatsuma quickly declined, but Hanari showed no intention of taking their opinions into account. She changed her shoes, slung on a small bag, and left. Shikaku walked over, sat down, and said, "Why did you two come to see me? Are you planning to drag me to the training ground too?" "Just to be clear, I'm not going." At this point, Minato also glanced at Tatsuma, as he didn't know Tatsuma's intentions. Tatsuma shook his head and said, "I know you won't go. I'm just here to learn a unique technique from your clan." "Unique technique? Shadow secret technique? Shogi skills? Or are you here to learn our laziness?" Shikaku grabbed a handful of dried fruits, eating expressionlessly. Tatsuma shook his head and said, "I want to learn how to tie my hair as tightly as yours." Upon hearing this, Shikaku glanced at Tatsuma and Minato's hair, shaking his head. "No, your hair is too short. It won't tie up. Don't underestimate the length of any perm." Tatsuma retorted, pulling only the tips of his hair to reach his lips, which stirred Shikaku from his drowsiness. Shikaku even rubbed his eyes in disbelief. "Indeed, you can tie your hair now. But why are you learning this? Is our family's hairstyle becoming the trend for the next season?" Shikaku was still puzzled. Tatsuma didn't immediately explain. Instead, he formed a hand seal. This seal could assist a ninja in more precise control of chakra within the body, essential for tree climbing and water walking exercises. As he manipulated his chakra, his hair quickly expanded, though not as dramatically as he demonstrated to Minato. Observing Shikaku's widened mouth, Tatsuma said, "This is a ninjutsu that Minato and I learned from Jiraiya-sama, but we still can't control it well. If we lose focus, it shrinks like this," Tatsuma said, pointing to his hair, which was already shortening. He continued, "So, I want to tie my hair tightly to keep constant attention on it and practice my control. Learning during the holidays? You two are really strange. But if it's about tying hair..." Shikaku walked behind Tatsuma, took off his own hair tie from his wrist, and then gathered Tatsuma's hair. Combing, grabbing, twisting, Tatsuma felt his hair being pulled, causing a tingling sensation. Shikaku swiftly tied Tatsuma's hair tightly and said, "Like this." However, the next moment, Tatsuma's hair playfully escaped from the frail hair tie. Tatsuma touched his head and said, "I think I understand a bit now. The key is to twist it tightly at the end, right?" Shikaku nodded, and Tatsuma stood up, saying, "I got it. I'm going to practice now. Thanks for explaining. I'll treat you to ramen next time." As Tatsuma and Minato were about to leave, Shikaku's expression darkened, and he said, "You're not allowed to leave." "Huh?" Both looked puzzled, and Shikaku grimly continued, "If you leave now, my mom will definitely think I didn't treat my guests well. Then, she'll nag me for days. You have to stay for lunch before leaving." "Oh? Well, that's fine, but you have to play shogi with me." Chapter 24, News of Transfer Student. Little troublemakers, not only are you picking up my ninjutsu moves, but now you're copying my hairstyle too? Beneath the blazing summer sun, Minato and Tatsuma found themselves standing on the water's surface, splitting their focus between activating their hair and maintaining equilibrium. In that moment, a hand landed on their shoulders, and a voice reached their ears. Splash taken aback, Tatsuma and Minato plunged into the river. Their hair, fashioned into impressive braids, spontaneously reverted to short lengths, and the two floundered in the water, seemingly oblivious to their ability to swim. "Ha ha ha, you two little troublemakers still have a long way to go." Two sizable hands plucked them from the river and strolled to the riverbank. Finally, the two managed to muster the curiosity to identify their rescuer. "Download app Jiraiya-sama? Jiraiya-sama, you're back?" Jiraiya, sporting a grin, observed the two soaked individuals and remarked, "Indeed, with a few days off. By the way, that hairstyle you just had, did you come up with it yourselves?" Minato nodded, exchanging a glance with Tatsuma, and explained it was Tatsuma's idea to break down ninjutsu into different stages for targeted practice, a method to master high-level ninjutsu. Haha, Minato was the one who realized it first. I just threw in a few suggestions. Tatsuma quickly waved his hand. While receiving praise felt good, commendation that wasn't rightfully his always felt a bit awkward. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya rubbed his chin and inquired, "Tell me more." Tatsuma and Minato then briefly elucidated the learning method they had devised 6 months ago to Jiraiya. Jiraiya nodded repeatedly and remarked, "Truly, geniuses like you two make this old man proud. Your minds are sharp. Furthermore, your grasp of Needle Jizo and Wild Lion's main jutsu is spot on. Indeed, by breaking down the learning process as you suggested, the difficulty can be mitigated. Well, both of you, give me a demonstration." After uttering those words, Jiraiya signaled the two to showcase their achievements. They exchanged nods, swiftly formed the necessary hand seals, and soon, both of their hair began to lengthen at an impressive pace. Observing the rapid and precise control these two exhibited over their hair growth, Jiraiya couldn't help but feel somewhat incredulous. As a seasoned jonin, he could instantly recognize the exceptional chakra control displayed by these two young troublemakers. Not only would their classmates from the Ninja Academy be in awe, but even some genin or a portion of chunin might not match the level of skill and chakra control exhibited by these two. Minato adeptly controlled half of his hair to trigger rapid growth, while Tatsuma, after more days of dedicated practice, could now manage to control about 3/4 of his hair. After the demonstration, Jiraiya tousled their damp hair and remarked, "Your chakra control is already impressive, and your taijutsu skills are commendable. Why not consider applying for early graduation? At your age, I'm sure you'd love to earn the admiration of your peers through outstanding performances, wouldn't you?" Following Jiraiya's inquiry, Tatsuma shook his head and replied, "That's true, but we haven't delved into any ninjutsu that requires chakra. Our repertoire includes only the escape technique and cloak of invisibility technique." Jiraiya blinked and mused, "With your talents, you couldn't learn them yet?" Minato sighed and clarified, "Transformation jutsu is scheduled for next semester, and substitution jutsu and clone jutsu are even further in the subsequent semester. I've heard there are other ninjutsu and jinjutsu topics after that." Upon hearing this, Jiraiya finally grasped that, despite their talent, these two were facing a shortage of techniques. It took Jiraiya a moment to understand the reason. During his own enrollment, the Ninja Academy's system and curriculum were not yet perfected. Moreover, they had caught the attention of their sensei, Sarutobi Hiruzen, early on and were taken as disciples. Therefore, Jiraiya had early exposure to many ninjutsu, but due to his rebellious nature at the time, he didn't bother learning much, while Orochimaru, on the other hand, absorbed a considerable amount. After a moment of contemplation, Jiraiya sported a smile once again and said, "It's better to graduate a bit later. After all, if you graduate early, it means the big tree can't protect you saplings anymore. You'll have to rely on yourselves to grow quickly. However, that being said, it would be beneficial for you to learn early. How about this? I'll take care of the ninjutsu issue, and you just focus on your training." "No, Jiraiya-sama, ninjutsu scrolls are too expensive, we can't let you bear the cost," Minato refused. However, Jiraiya shook his head, saying, "How pricey can low-level ninjutsu scrolls be? When you become independent ninjas, you can repay me by treating me to a few baths." "Huh? Are baths as expensive as ninjutsu scrolls?" Minato was somewhat surprised, recalling that bathhouses were free for those under 10. Jiraiya laughed heartily, saying, "Baths can be very expensive. You're still young, you wouldn't understand." Suddenly noticing Tatsuma's look of realization, Jiraiya, with a mischievous grin, asked, "Tatsuma, little rascal, do you know why baths are considered expensive? Probably because of different services, right? Just bathing should be affordable, but if you add other services..." Tatsuma carefully chose his words, and Jiraiya, with a somewhat wicked interest, asked, "What kind of services are you thinking of adding?" Minato, now extremely curious, looked at Tatsuma. Tatsuma cleared his throat and said, "It's probably, things like scrubbing and also having tea and meals in the bathhouse. They would likely charge extra for those." Upon hearing Tatsuma's explanation, Minato nodded in understanding. Jiraiya, once again, ruffled Tatsuma's head, leaving him with a comment reminiscent of what Tsunade had said half a year ago, small in size but big in wisdom. By the way, use this method for learning ninjutsu for yourselves, don't go spreading it around. Huh? Why? Minato was a bit puzzled because if this method could help ninjas master high-level ninjutsu more quickly, wouldn't it be better for other ninjas in the village to learn it too? Jiraiya nodded and spoke with a serious tone. This method should be very effective, but the problem is that it has no threshold. Once too many people know about it, our enemies will also find out. Konoha can use this method to ease the difficulty of learning ninjutsu, but it could be exploited by ninjas from other villages. Ninjas still need to keep a few cards hidden. Anyway, let's not delve into this further. Jiraiya's tone shifted, and he said with a cheerful smile, "Oh, there's one more thing. I just came out of Sarutobi-sensei's office, it's Sarutobi Hiruzen-sensei, not your sensei." As soon as the third Hokage was mentioned, Minato's attention instantly focused, while Tatsuma, not as excited, still adopted a concentrated expression. Jiraiya continued with a smile, "One student in your class got eliminated. Are you curious about who will fill that position?" At Jiraiya's words, both Minato and Tatsuma maintained an uninterested expression, thinking it might be some significant event between villages or even countries. However, it seemed less thrilling than expected. Hey! This is not a trivial matter. Shimura Danzo got into a serious disagreement with the third Hokage because of this. Hearing about this gossip, Tatsuma's attention was piqued again, and Minato also looked back at Jiraiya, waiting for his explanation. Seeing the two seemingly indifferent, Jiraiya was a bit annoyed but continued, "This time, it's said that a female ninja from another country will be joining, a relative of Miyo-sama. But I must remind you, try not to get too close and avoid unnecessary trouble." Stirring up trouble? Why? Minato asked in confusion. Interacting with new classmates seemed like a way to foster camaraderie and help people from other countries integrate better into Konoha. Why would Jiraiya disapprove? Tatsuma, on the other hand, had a faint idea about the reasons. Jiraiya didn't elaborate much but simply said, "Just treat her like any other classmate. It's okay to interact and communicate, but don't be overly friendly, or you might be seen as having ulterior motives. Like you did with Tsunade-sama, right?" "I understand," Tatsuma nodded. Jiraiya also acknowledged with a nod. However, a second later, Jiraiya realized something, and a punch landed squarely on Tatsuma's head. "Little rascal. You damn little rascal. Who said anything about me having ulterior motives with Tsunade? And where did you hear such things?" Chapter 25, Panel Upgrade. Everyone, we are at 88 votes right now. If we hit 200 by tomorrow, I will release a second chapter. Hey, you two, what's with the serious faces? Holidays are meant for relaxation and rest, you know. It's the final day, so why not enjoy a well-deserved break? Within the confines of the third training ground, Ino Shikacho trio lounged with their refreshing drinks, observing the duo jogging along the river. Shikaku, leaning back lazily, remarked, "It's the last day of the break, and even on this mildly warm autumn afternoon, it can be a bit tiring." On this beautiful day, he ought to have been comfortably at home, immersed in studying game records amidst the cool embrace of air conditioning. However, for the past month, his routine had been disrupted, banished from the sanctuary of his house daily. The culprits? None other than the mischievous duo, Tatsuma and Minato, wreaking havoc at the training ground. Had it not been for the relentless efforts of these two troublemakers, the lethargy of fellow students during the holidays wouldn't have been so glaringly apparent. He wouldn't find himself ousted from his air-conditioned refuge in the midst of this sweltering summer. Down by the river, the pair, having just completed a grueling 400-meter run, floated at the water's surface, adjusting their breath. In response to Shikaku's grumbling, Tatsuma casually remarked, "You know, you don't have to join us at the training ground. Taking a leisurely stroll down the commercial street might not be a bad idea." Reclining with a nonchalant expression, Shikaku uttered wearily, "You talk about hitting the commercial street, and my old lady has the same notion. Our 3 clans have a significant presence in that area. If we dare step foot there, she'll have it figured out within 2 hours." "The cursed wealth gap," Tatsuma bemoaned. He hesitated even to consider adding an egg to his humble bowl of ramen, contrasting sharply with those whose family industries seamlessly formed an intricate network. "Why not join us for some training? It might not be as dreadful as you think." Minato, devoid of sentimentality, inquired earnestly. Shikaku responded with an eye roll, stating, "I managed to get to school on time, and now you're suggesting I should put in extra training? Or is it that our body structures are worlds apart, and your sessions don't leave you drenched in sweat with muscles screaming in protest?" Inoichi and Choza concurred with nods. The idea of training was akin to torture for them, and they couldn't fathom why Tatsuma and Minato derived such enjoyment from it. "Training is demanding, but as a destined ninja, I must endure challenges beyond the capacity of ordinary individuals. In the path of a ninja, I'll inevitably face formidable adversaries. Instead of pleading for mercy from enemies, I aspire to wield greater strength, preventing any disadvantageous situations. Therefore, I willingly embrace the pain of rigorous training." Tatsuma grinned. In all honesty, the hardships he had encountered in the past year surpassed the cumulative struggles of nearly 30 years in his previous life. Nevertheless, having chosen the path of a ninja, he understood the necessity to endure it all. In contrast to individuals like Shikaku, belonging to the Nara clan meant that his options were more limited. His parents, prominent figures in the village and skilled ninjas, cast a predetermined path for him from birth, laden with expectations. Minato, a war orphan, opted to enroll, fueled by his dream of becoming a ninja, even though the costs were unclear at the time. However, it was a decision he made on his own terms. And what about Shikaku and his peers? Their elders didn't bother inquiring about their future aspirations. It was tacitly assumed that they would inevitably follow the path of becoming ninjas. Hence, Tatsuma refrained from urging Shikaku to embrace training, unlike Minato, recognizing that Shikaku lacked the choice a year ago. However, he acknowledged that circumstances might change in the next 5 years. If Shikaku, with his current lackluster academic performance, remained resolute about not pursuing the path of a ninja, his father might hesitate to thrust him into the battlefield. While confident that Shikaku had the potential to evolve into a dependable ninja, Tatsuma understood that pressing the matter further at this moment wouldn't be productive. Tatsuma and Minato, in contrast, faced a distinct reality. The village heavily invested educational resources in them, and their decision not to become ninjas would be a significant loss for the community. To emphasize the gravity of the situation, even if they hovered just below the graduation threshold, there was a likelihood they'd be retained to serve the village as genin for the rest of their lives. This prospect loomed larger, especially in the current volatile climate of the ninja world. Shikaku, upon hearing Tatsuma's words, responded with a nonchalant shrug. Choza, having finished all his chips, interjected, "Don't you guys ever take a break? How about some afternoon tea?" Tatsuma and Minato exchanged glances, then Tatsuma shook his head, remarking, "We'll pass. If you're feeling restless, take a stroll. If you happen to run into Hanari, I'll let her know you've been training with us until that point." Shikaku mulled it over. Tempted, he considered the invitation, but after careful thought, he shook his head, stating, "Never mind. Let's discuss it after I've got a handle on transformation jutsu." Addressing his comrades, he added, "Inoichi, Choza, no slacking off next semester. Ensure you master transformation jutsu, all right?" Inoichi nodded approvingly, while Choza, having finished the chips, flipped the empty bag over, savoring the remnants of seasoning. His head moved in a rhythmic motion, leaving it uncertain whether he was nodding or continuing to savor the flavor. 5 minutes later, Tatsuma and Minato, both sporting braided hair, continued their competitive water running session. Just as the atmosphere settled, the trio of Ino Shikacho grew restless once again. Choza found himself yearning for more chips. Shikaku felt the urge to engage in a game of shogi, and even Inoichi was compelled to go water some flowers. After Minato secured a rare victory against Tatsuma, he took a break, observing the activity of the three. Turning to Tatsuma, he suggested, "Tatsuma, how about we take a break?" Observing Minato's waning interest in continuing the training, Tatsuma nodded and remarked, "Well, the holidays are drawing to a close. Taking a leisurely afternoon off won't hurt." Minato strolled towards the shore, suggesting, "Let's go for some afternoon tea." Shikaku? Inoichi? Choza! Before Shikaku and Inoichi could process the unexpected turn of events, Choza, defying the limits of his body size, leaped up, his red hair swaying, and a wide grin adorning his face. With unwavering enthusiasm, he proclaimed, "Snacks are on me." Upon hearing that Choza was treating them, Shikaku and Inoichi promptly got to their feet. The five of them made their way to the edge of the training ground. Judging by Choza's infectious enthusiasm, it felt as if they were embarking on an expedition to track down an S-rank rogue ninja. While afternoon tea for most may entail a light snack and a refreshing drink, Choza's interpretation involved a continuous feast that spanned the entire afternoon. It wasn't until evening that Tatsuma, having indulged to his heart's content, returned home. Opting to skip dinner, as it wasn't conducive to training, Tatsuma turned his attention to the system panel. Over the past 6 months, the growth rate had slowed somewhat, a consequence of Minato no longer being an easily defeated opponent. The win rate between the two had settled into a balanced 3-to-7 ratio. Had Minato not maintained his easygoing yet competitive spirit, Tatsuma's win rate might have dipped even further, perhaps to a 4-to-6 ratio. Nonetheless, Tatsuma had successfully elevated his own talent ceiling, reaching a level approaching that of a chunin. Host, Sakamoto Tatsuma talent, strength, 361 out of 945 speed, 674 out of 1854 stamina, 629 out of 1662 wisdom, 417 out of 587 ninjutsu, 315 out of 673 illusions, 99 out of 373 spirit, 333 out of 764 seals, 454 out of 801 special talents, spacetime, 50% ninjutsu development, 40% ninja tool throwing, Minato Namikaze limited edition 60% sensory, 25% now. Tatsuma could proudly claim to be just a step away from achieving Jinin status in all realms. This final step hinged on mastering Jinjutsu. He believed that once he fully mastered Jinjutsu, he could fulfill the last requirement to attain Jinin qualification. Chapter 26, Tatsuma Never Breaks Character. In Tatsuma's self-assessment, he gauged his present strength and the exclusive ninja tool throwing technique bestowed by Minato. With ample firepower, confronting a chunin posed no significant challenge. Indeed, Tatsuma's proficiency in ninja tool throwing surpassed the conventional standards. He confidently opined that even an average jonin might not match his expertise in this particular skill. However, it's crucial to note that this evaluation pertains solely to skill. In terms of sheer power, Tatsuma acknowledges that he still has much to learn and experience. However, at the tender age of 6, he has just embarked on his second year. Judging by his current progress, there's a possibility he could ascend to the rank of chunin or its equivalent before his 8th birthday. While not necessarily classified as exceptionally gifted, such rapid advancement is undeniably noteworthy. This accelerated growth might also extend to Minato under his influence, potentially outpacing the trajectory of the original narrative. The prospect of Minato, endowed with talents that could manifest sooner, graduating ahead of schedule remains uncertain. Tatsuma, however, harbors reservations about this outcome. He fervently wishes for the timely arrival of Kushina Uzumaki to captivate Minato, a boy exhibiting precocious emotional intelligence, in the hope of averting such an accelerated trajectory. Tatsuma's sentiments toward Kushina? If she were of age, perhaps certain reflections would arise, but Tatsuma is resolute in not allowing himself to descend into inappropriate behavior. He staunchly rejects the notion of becoming a person who fosters unwarranted connections. In the early stages of romantic inclinations, particularly within the generally precocious world of Naruto, youthful relationships are not uncommon. However, there exist instances of childhood sweethearts navigating a relationship marked by innocence and purity. In Tatsuma's previous life, during primary school, he harbored admiration for a young girl. Yet, during that time, the intricacies of falling in love and the nuances between boys and girls were beyond his understanding. Following his enlightenment, Tatsuma found himself forever distanced from the pure, innocent sentiments of childhood. Since arriving in this world, he's been determined to approach young girls with a mature understanding of love, steering clear of any inappropriate tendencies. In essence, Tatsuma's preference leans towards young ladies of 18 years and above. There's an additional rationale behind this choice. His current demeanor doesn't draw the attention or affection of younger girls, given its somewhat unconventional nature. Typically, girls of that age bracket are drawn to cool, composed individuals or handsome boys who captivate them at first glance. Tatsuma, however, embodies warmth, sincerity, adept social skills, and an inherent initiative, qualities that the older generation perceives as virtues in a young man. Furthermore, garnering affection at Tatsuma's current age proves to be quite challenging. A prime example unfolded during Valentine's Day earlier in the year, where Minato's desk overflowed with chocolates, and Uchiha Tenko and Hyuga Sento received even more lavish displays of affection. Even Shikaku and Inoichi found themselves recipients of chocolates, while Tatsuma's experience was notably different. His involvement extended only to Minato querying whether he desired chocolates, a gesture prompted by Minato's concern that he couldn't consume them all. Tatsuma, adamant in maintaining the facade of disliking chocolates, consistently asserted his aversion. In an effort to uphold this image over the past 6 months, he went to the extent of removing chocolate toppings from ice cream in front of Minato and others before indulging. With no alternative, Tatsuma resolved to cultivate inner strength in the face of life's challenges. Running his fingers through his hair, Tatsuma pondered ways to completely eliminate his curls before reaching adulthood. The prospect of relying on the Ninja World senseis for a solution loomed if he couldn't find one himself. After consulting the system panel and indulging in a brief daydreaming session, Tatsuma regained his composure. Subsequently, he proceeded to freshen up, utilizing a hairdryer to meticulously dry his hair with a stream of cold air. Prior to retiring for the night, he conscientiously reviewed the contents of his first-grade books. The following day, Minato, sporting a braided hairstyle reminiscent of a blonde-eyed Toritojo, and Tatsuma, with a similar braided look resembling a white-haired Yasuo, made their way to the academy together. On this day, akin to when Tatsuma and Minato first entered the school a year ago, numerous parents escorted their children to the campus. As they strolled past the playground, Tatsuma and Minato took a moment to peruse last year's academic rankings. Having not crossed paths at the close of the previous semester, both had maintained an impeccable record in the 3 battles, mirroring their achievements from the initial semester and securing the coveted dual top positions. A subtle premonition crept into Tatsuma's thoughts, hinting at the possibility that this academic prowess might be perpetuated by the school. If this trend persisted throughout the year, a year from now, they could find themselves becoming the objects of envy among other parents. The performance of these 2 commoners surpassing the students from Ninja Clan stirred a sense of competition among their own children. Be they ninja or commoner, parents utilize these accomplishments as a motivational tool for their offspring. Surprisingly, Tatsuma found himself not averse to this sentiment. Perhaps Jiraiya was onto something. Standing out had its merits, at least for Tatsuma's own morale. Upon returning to the classroom and settling into their seats, the class bell promptly chimed. However, Sarutobi Atoma-sensei, who typically arrived punctually, was notably absent. Shikaku even teased, suggesting that Atoma-sensei might have forgotten that school started that day. As the classroom transitioned from a lively atmosphere to an eerie silence, Sarutobi Atoma finally made an appearance, accompanied by a red-haired girl who kept her head low, exhibiting signs of social anxiety. Sarutobi Atoma reveled in the newfound tranquility of the class before addressing the students. Dear students, starting from today, we have a new transfer student. Everyone, please. I'm Kushina Uzumaki. Kushina abruptly interjected before Sarutobi Atoma could complete his sentence. It was only after her exclamation that she noticed the curious atmosphere surrounding her. Whispers erupted as people discussed Kushina's vibrant hair color and commented on her unconventional behavior. Just as Sarutobi Atoma was poised to intervene, Kushina, undeterred by the attention, boldly declared, "I am determined to become the village's first female Hokage." A hush fell over the classroom as all eyes turned to Kushina. After a brief pause, Minato shot a few glances in Tatsuma's direction, noting his lack of response. To prevent any potential embarrassment for the newly arrived girl, Kushina, Minato took the initiative and stood up. "Hello, I, too, aspire to become a Hokage recognized by the people in the village," Minato declared. As Minato diffused the tension, Sarutobi Atoma sighed in relief, preparing to guide the conversation in a different direction. However, Kushina, fixated on Minato and his distinctive braided long hair, voiced her discontent. "Are you trying to challenge me, sissy boy?" she exclaimed. Even Minato found himself a bit perplexed in this moment. Atoma-sensei promptly waved his hand, signaling for Minato to resume his seat, and then addressed the class. All right, let's find a seat first. There's an empty spot next to Minato, you can sit there." Observing Minato, whose braided hair seemed to possess an ethereal quality, Kushina pouted, clearly dissatisfied. Nevertheless, she begrudgingly made her way to the vacant seat and settled in. Minato, unsure of how to navigate the situation, offered Kushina a warm smile. However, her response was a dismissive snort as she turned her head away, steadfastly avoiding any eye contact with Minato. Tatsuma, who had been quietly observing the unfolding scene, couldn't help but smirk. He had been aware of Kushina's initial disapproval of Minato, perceiving him as an unreliable and effeminate individual. However, the depth of Kushina's bias against Minato now appeared more profound than Tatsuma had anticipated. He contemplated whether it was linked to Minato's distinctive hairstyle, entertaining the suspicion that he might have played a role in advising Minato to maintain his long hair and braid it. Well, this might pose a bit of a challenge. If Minato ends up feeling discouraged and decides to opt for early graduation, it won't bode well, Tatsuma mused. Chapter 27, Mito's Advice. Fortuitously, Minato Namikaze continued to be the shining beacon of the ninja world, and Kushina's demeanor did little to dim his benevolence. As the clock struck noon, Minato's concern flared when he observed a group of male classmates encircling Kushina. Instinctively, Minato reached for Tatsuma's sleeve and whispered, "Tatsuma, should we intervene?" Tatsuma cast a discerning gaze at the situation, where Kushina found herself amidst a group of male classmates. He responded, "Intervene for whom?" "The new student." Caught off guard by Tatsuma's unexpected question, Minato paused briefly before comprehension dawned. Tatsuma shook his head and remarked, "That girl appears to possess more strength than any of us. If you genuinely want to assist, ensure those guys keep their distance from Kushina. Otherwise, they might find themselves grappling with psychological repercussions." At this juncture, the boys enveloping Kushina hailed from ninja lineage, yet lacked the prestigious background of a specific ninja clan. It appeared they were oblivious to Kushina's true worth. War are individuals like Inoshika Cho, Inazuka, and Aburame, or even the typically haughty Uchiha Tenko and Hyuga Sento, all currently occupying their seats obediently as if nothing is happening. Despite lingering concern, Minato, heeding Tatsuma's counsel and recalling Jiraiya's earlier advice, opted to remain seated and observe. Tomato, red hair, round face. Henceforth, I dub thee Tomato, ha ha. Ha ha ha, that nickname suits you perfectly, you're the pesky tomato. Agreed. Whenever I have a salad with tomatoes, I always make sure to pick them out. As these comments echoed from the group of boys, Kushina lowered her head, her fists tightly clenched, her face turning a shade of red. Minato furrowed his brow, ready to rise and intervene. However, just as he was about to stand, a boy extended his hand and grabbed a handful of Kushina's hair, pointing at her flushed face, jeering, "Look at that, the tomato is ripe and ready for picking." In a surprising turn, Kushina raised her hand and seized the wrist of the boy who had grabbed her hair. She frowned and fixed a determined stare at the somewhat bewildered boy, retorting, "Who are you calling a tomato? Just so you know, I absolutely detest tomatoes." Upon uttering those words, the force in Kushina's grip surged unexpectedly. The boy winced in pain, attempting to retract his hand, but Kushina afforded him no reprieve. With a swift motion, she seized his hand and swung it, connecting with several boys encircling her. Without hesitation, disregarding the presence of the others, Kushina promptly seated herself directly on the back of the boy who had grasped her hair. Both hands raised, she unleashed a barrage of punches, reducing the boy to pleading for mercy. Observing that Kushina was in no way at a disadvantage, Minato's tension eased, a smile gracing his face. Yet, at this very moment, Kushina seemed to catch sight of Minato, glared at him, and demanded, "What are you finding amusing?" Upon hearing her words, Minato's smile vanished. He anxiously straightened his posture, his peripheral vision remaining fixed on Kushina. The boy, thoroughly thrashed and still whimpering, departed with ongoing mutters about blood-red chili peppers. Come afternoon, the absentee from the earlier skirmish failed to show up in class. After a cursory inquiry, Atoma-sensei chose to remain silent. Given the limited number of classes on the first day, the decision to attend or skip had minimal repercussions. As school dismissal approached, Minato observed Kushina leaving without even bothering to pick up her textbooks, his thoughts drifting to the midday incident. Turning to Tatsuma, he remarked, "Tatsuma, I won't be attending training tonight. I'm concerned that Kushina might run into some trouble." In response, Tatsuma nodded. Minato's perceptiveness is remarkable, no wonder he managed to capture Kushina's heart at the tender age of 14. "Go on ahead then. I'll help you gather your books." "Thank you so much." Minato expressed his gratitude with an appreciative smile before swiftly departing the classroom. Later that evening, in the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen employed the crystal ball to execute the telescope jutsu. He observed Kushina entangled in a conflict with the genin brother of the student from noon. Alarmed, he turned to Uzumaki Mito beside him and inquired, "Mito-sama, is this approach truly suitable?" If Kushina perceives Konoha's actions as rejection, fostering a sense of belonging might prove difficult for her. Uzumaki Mito shook her head and replied, "Hiruzen, don't you see? To integrate Kushina into Konoha, we must regard her as one of our own. If not for today's events concerning Kushina, would you have even taken notice?" But Sarutobi Hiruzen harbored lingering concerns. After all, Kushina held a pivotal role in the village's future. However, Mito interjected, "Love and hate are like peace and war. To attain peace, one must endure the pains of war. To gain love, understanding hatred is imperative. In comparison to what Kushina faces now, her future burdens will be even weightier. Just look at that blonde kid over there, he seems more composed than you. The boy's name is Minato Namikaze, correct?" Uzumaki Mito shifted her gaze to the crystal ball, where Minato observed the unfolding events from behind a sizable tree. A trace of admiration glinted in her eyes. Prior to Kushina's arrival, she had implored Sarutobi Hiruzen to select individuals who could be suitable companions for Kushina. Among the recommendations put forth by Sarutobi Hiruzen, Uzumaki Mito held the highest regard for Minato Namikaze and Sakamoto Tatsuma. However, it appeared that the white-haired boy exhibited minimal interest in Kushina. Observing through the crystal ball as Kushina forcefully tugged at her own hair and proceeded to deliver a resolute beating to the genin, Uzumaki Mito felt a gratifying sense of vindication witnessing the genin's struggle to fend her off. Yet, she chose not to linger and remarked, "I'm heading back. Please ensure my directives are well accommodated in the future." "Of course, Mito-sama. Have a safe journey. Keep us informed of any further instructions," replied Sarutobi Hiruzen with utmost respect. Sarutobi Hiruzen escorted Uzumaki Mito as she took her leave. Upon her return home, Kushina had also arrived, though she remained elusive to Uzumaki Mito. Instead, she had sought refuge in her room, engulfed in incessant tears. Uzumaki Mito patiently waited, and as the hour for the evening meal passed, she ventured into Kushina's room. Gently opening the door, she discovered Kushina swiftly concealing her tear-streaked face beneath the covers. Rather than rushing to inquire, Uzumaki Mito approached the bedside and settled herself. After a moment of silent companionship, as Kushina's emotions gradually found stability under the covers, she spoke, "I'm aware of today's events." Upon hearing this, Kushina beneath the covers lapsed into a momentary silence before timidly poking her head out, her expression marked by distress. "Grandma Mito, why do they all bully me?" "Just because I'm an outsider?" she queried. Uzumaki Mito tenderly tousled Kushina's vibrant red hair, its texture finer than that of ordinary strands. Shaking her head, she reassured, "No, Kushina, they're not bullying you because you're an outsider. It's more like they're afraid of you. It's akin to having cats at home. When you introduce a new one, the resident cats might join forces to tease the newcomer. It's not because they enjoy tormenting the new addition, but they fear the newcomer might challenge their established position. Just as you mentioned, aspiring to become the Hokage is quite similar. There's only one position for the Hokage, and if you succeed, it implies others may perceive it as their failure, thus, they become fearful," Uzumaki Mito elucidated. "Really?" After wiping away her tears, Kushina inquired, "So, what should I do?" "What should you do?" Uzumaki Mito tenderly ran her fingers through the hair behind Kushina's head, squinted her eyes, and suggested, "Find the fattest cat in the group, give it a good beating, and the other cats will start listening to you." "You're referring to the blonde fellow you're not fond of and another white-haired kid. They're the cream of the crop. Best them, and you'll be the undisputed champion." Chapter 28, When the Fat Cats Bite Back. Minato Namikaze. Sakamoto Tatsuma. Prepare yourselves for a challenge. In the midst of the first practical combat class of the new semester, Tatsuma and Minato, engrossed in a genial exchange, found their attention abruptly captured by Kushina. She stood nearby with an unwavering determination etched across her face. Intrigued, Tatsuma inquired, what could possibly have provoked her? "I haven't the slightest clue." "And you?" Minato responded. Shaking his head, Minato pondered his recent interactions, realizing he hadn't given Kushina any cause for offense in the past week. If anything, the only possible trigger he could pinpoint was his amiable demeanor when they first crossed paths a week ago. Disregarding the subdued conversations around them, Kushina's frustration reached new heights. The students in her vicinity began branding her as an irrational troublemaker, hurling derisive names like tomato and blood-red chili her way. Infuriated, Kushina's face flushed with embarrassment as she hollered, "Hey, you two cowards! Do you have the guts to accept my challenge?" Tatsuma cast a helpless glance at Sarutobi Atoma. In a situation like this, shouldn't the sensei step in? However, when Tatsuma met Sarutobi Atoma's gaze, the teacher simply nodded. Hey! Why are you nodding? Are you endorsing classmates engaging in combat?" Tatsuma felt the impulse to address Sarutobi Atoma, but before he could take action, Minato Namikaze, subjected to taunts of being effeminate and a coward, gazed at Kushina and nodded, stating, "All right, how do you propose we settle this?" "In a genuine fight," Kushina proclaimed, unveiling a harmless kunai, popular at the academy for its reduced risk, lacking a sharp edge. However, Minato and Tatsuma found themselves without such kunai, as they required an additional purchase, and both were unwilling to invest in them. The ninja tools they wielded were gifts from Tsukumo Hatake a year ago. Observing the kunai in Kushina's grasp, Minato Namikaze expressed his regret, stating, "I apologize, I only have authentic combat kunai, not the type you're wielding." Real combat. These words echoed in Kushina's ears, but in her mind, they morphed into a provocation. She interpreted Minato's words as a challenge, implying they were about to engage in a genuine fight, but she lacked the courage to use an actual kunai. This perception caused her already flushed face to shift towards a deep shade of purple. However, Minato's actions didn't end there. He promptly stowed the kunai into his ninja tool pouch and, accompanied by a radiant smile, added, "No worries, I don't need ninja tools." Minato's intention was to avoid causing harm to Kushina by refraining from using a real kunai. However, to onlookers, it seemed like he was implying, "I don't need ninja tools to defeat you." Even Tatsuma shot Minato a look of good luck with that before silently retreating to the sidelines. Damn effeminate guy. As soon as Tatsuma stepped aside, Kushina, fueled by a surge of fury, charged at Minato, brandishing the kunai. In a quick and agile maneuver, Minato dodged to the side and deftly seized the fist that Kushina swung at him. Swiftly changing positions, he skillfully locked her from behind. Surprised by her inability to withstand even a single round, Kushina found herself restrained by Minato Namikaze. Frustrated and seething with anger, she paid no heed to her right hand being held and started rolling, resembling a crocodile fiercely biting onto its prey and rolling uncontrollably. Observing Kushina's persistent attempts to break free despite the pain and danger, Minato opted to release her. Swiftly regaining her freedom, Kushina wasted no time, launching a spinning elbow straight toward Minato's face. In response to the impending attack, Minato swiftly raised his arm to deflect it. However, Kushina's elbow strike inadvertently smeared Minato's hand across his own face. Momentarily losing his balance, Minato staggered in the face of the unexpected maneuver. However, it lasted but a moment. Having engaged in sparring sessions with Tatsuma for an entire year, Minato was well acquainted with Tatsuma's overly competitive fighting style. In such a scenario, Tatsuma wouldn't easily let an opportunity slip by. Thus, Minato swiftly and decisively rolled to evade. Regrettably, Kushina proved to be a different adversary from Tatsuma. As her successful attack unfolded, a triumphant smile adorned her face. Observing Minato's awkward tumble, she couldn't contain her laughter and remarked, "Haha, is this the top student?" Minato, rising gracefully from the ground without a hint of anger, casually dusted off his sleeves. Although the exchange of attacks and defenses had been brief, he had already assessed Kushina's skill. Her strength eclipsed both him and Tatsuma, leaving Minato genuinely taken aback. After all, he and Tatsuma were widely recognized as the top two in terms of strength among their peers at the Ninja Academy. The arrival of a girl who had surpassed them was undeniably astonishing, yet, beyond sheer strength, she possessed no other commendable trait. Her speed, skills, attitude, and the mindset for victory were notably lacking. Minato shifted his gaze to Kushina and offered a confident smile, remarking, "If that's all, then it won't be enough to defeat me." "Humph. You're just all talk," Kushina retorted, running her thumb under her nose with an air of arrogance. Yet, her good mood soured once again as she noticed Minato Namikaze showing no inclination to unveil any ninja tools. "Hiya!" Undeterred, Kushina pressed forward, thrusting her kunai directly at Minato's chest. However, Minato, having discerned Kushina's strength, wasn't foolish enough to engage in a direct confrontation. Employing both hands, Minato deftly slapped away Kushina's right hand wielding the kunai, redirecting it to his right side. Simultaneously, he maneuvered his body, attempting to glide past Kushina. However, as he moved by, his right foot landed between Kushina's legs at the same time. Thud in a seamless motion, Kushina stumbled over her own momentum and the strategically positioned foot of Minato, hitting the ground. It was a technique Minato had acquired through a year of training with Tatsuma. A frustrated Kushina, now prone on the ground, rose to her feet, casting an angry glare at Minato. She refused to accept that she had lost to Minato. What caught her off guard was not just the defeat but the realization that Minato, who presented himself as effeminate, could deploy such cunning and subtle techniques. It was undeniably infuriating. "You jerk!" Once again, Kushina lunged at Minato, and a flicker of helplessness crossed Minato's face. If it were him or Tatsuma in such a vulnerable position, they likely would have conceded defeat voluntarily. However, Kushina seemed undeterred. In the ensuing moments, Kushina charged repeatedly, only to be knocked down each time. Regrettably, Minato steadfastly refrained from striking back, intensifying not only Kushina's sense of not having lost but also her growing frustration. Enough! Kushina, Minato has emerged victorious, Atoma declared earnestly, fixing his gaze on Kushina. Then, he gestured towards Tatsuma, remarking, clearly, you have only one chance left. Why? Kushina, still resistant to acceptance, voiced her discontent, prompting Sarutobi Atoma to helplessly provide an explanation. Inside the Hokage's office, Uzumaki Mito nodded and turned her attention to Tatsuma, whose infectious smile had caught her eye. She commented, Minato does carry himself with gentlemanly demeanor. What about Tatsuma? He shouldn't be too different, right? In response, Sarutobi Hiruzen hesitated momentarily before affirming, Mito-sama, you should be prepared. Tatsuma is a good kid, but his drive to win is incredibly intense. On the crystal ball's display, Kushina faced off against Tatsuma. Observing the resolute Kushina, Tatsuma remarked, truly a member of Mito-sama's clan. Your strength is indeed formidable, but I will emerge victorious. We'll see when you actually win. Seaweed Head. With these words, Kushina, fueled by her fiery temper, charged towards Tatsuma. Aware of Kushina's formidable strength, Tatsuma didn't underestimate her. As she lunged, he retracted his left hand, tucked it into his ribs, and deftly sidestepped, swiftly engaging in an arm lock the moment Kushina's right hand extended. In a swift motion, Tatsuma's right hand executed a forceful punch, targeting Kushina's round face. Frightened, Kushina quickly defended with her left hand. However, Tatsuma's right hand adeptly changed course, honing in on Kushina's throat. Stop! Chapter 29, Mito's Selective Memory. The crystal ball revealed a gripping scene that left even Sarutobi Hiruzen, the venerable third Hokage, and the esteemed Uzumaki Mito, the first Jinchuriki, visibly startled. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the one who had cautioned Uzumaki Mito to brace herself, found the situation particularly distressing. His reaction surpassed even that of Uzumaki Mito, fueled by the knowledge of the vital role Kushina played in the well-being of the village. However, their worries proved to be unnecessary as Tatsuma halted his actions just in the nick of time. The collective sigh of relief from the onlookers echoed through the room. Had Tatsuma's pointed finger followed through, the perilous consequences for Kushina could have been all too real. In the Konoha Academy playground, as Tatsuma displayed his impeccable control, Atoma released a relieved breath. The recent incident unfolded with such swiftness that Atoma, unable to reach the scene in time, could only resort to shouting. What Atoma finds appreciable in this moment is Tatsuma's consistent restraint of his strength. This reassures him that Tatsuma's interactions with Kushina are rooted in practical sparring. It echoes the nature of Tatsuma and Minato's sparring sessions, characterized by controlled intensity. In a moment of triumph, Tatsuma grinned and declared, "Looks like I've secured the victory." Kushina, fixated on Tatsuma's hand near her throat, initially responded with fear. However, that fear swiftly morphed into a mix of embarrassment and anger. As Atoma inclined to signal Tatsuma's victory, Kushina, with a sudden burst of energy, swung her left hand toward Tatsuma. Squinting his eyes, Tatsuma swiftly transformed his pointed finger into a palm push. "You insolent brat! Who said I was defeated?" Burp before Kushina could finish her retort, Tatsuma's palm connected with the side of her jaw. Kushina's eyes rolled back, and her entire body seemed to lose its strength, teetering on the brink of collapse. Were it not for Tatsuma maintaining a grip on her right hand, she might have crumpled to the ground. In this critical moment, Tatsuma finally registered the system's broadcast. Ding, strength +5, stamina +5, special talents, ceiling, Kushina Uzumaki limited edition, +10%, claim them. Atoma gently retrieved Kushina from Tatsuma's grasp. Observing Tatsuma's radiant smile after his triumphant moment, Atoma opened his mouth but found words escaping him. After all, Hokage-sama had already informed him the previous night that today's objective was to impart a lesson to Kushina. Of course, imparting a lesson to Minato and Tatsuma was equally acceptable. In any case, the aim was collective improvement. Tatsuma's actions had indeed served as a lesson for Kushina, yet, in the end, Tatsuma had exercised restraint. Self-study for a while. I'll escort Kushina to the infirmary. Please stay seated and refrain from running around, all right? Ultimately, Atoma harbored no blame for Tatsuma. Instead, he addressed the entire class, then lifted Kushina and made his way to the infirmary. Tatsuma, I appreciate your restraint in the end. As Minato approached Tatsuma at that moment, he patted his shoulder and expressed his gratitude. Tatsuma responded with a mischievous smile, saying, "Save your thanks for when Kushina herself comes to express gratitude. Why are you taking over? What's your connection with her?" With over a year of familiarity with Tatsuma, Minato easily deciphered the undertones of Tatsuma's words. His face reddened, and he found himself at a loss for words. In the Hokage's office, a prolonged silence enveloped the room before Uzumaki Mito finally broke it with a sigh. If Tobirama were still alive, he would likely appreciate this child. Cough. Tatsuma's decisive actions do bear a resemblance to Tobirama-sensei, to some extent. With Uzumaki Mito initiating the conversation, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had broken out in a cold sweat, visibly expressed his relief. In that fleeting moment, the chakra emanating from Uzumaki Mito's conjured memories of his childhood training in the Senju clan territory. Mito-sama's decision to bring a child from the Uzumaki clan doesn't appear to be influenced by any health concerns. For the time being, Mito-sama's physical condition remains robust. Reflecting on this, Sarutobi Hiruzen made a mental note to thoroughly counsel the obstinate Danzo later tonight. Failing to do so might lead to dire consequences if Mito-sama were to be displeased. However, it seems Tatsuma may not be the most suitable partner for Kushina. Sarutobi Hiruzen broached the topic once more, prompting Uzumaki Mito to consider before responding, "Let's observe. Perhaps he could still be a viable choice. Given his personality, he might not be overly concerned about the Jinchuriki matter, after all. And when the time comes, we'll also need to take into account Kushina's own desires. Our goal is to eliminate those who are unequivocally unsuitable." Understood. Sarutobi Hiruzen refrained from challenging Uzumaki Mito's decision. When he returned from the battlefield with Tobirama-sama's wishes for him to succeed as Hokage, he encountered significant opposition. His ascension to the position of Hokage was primarily facilitated by Uzumaki Mito's support. Moreover, with the recent surge in chakra from her, Mito-sama's status and strength remained formidable, dissuading Sarutobi Hiruzen from acting rashly. Uzumaki Mito acknowledged with a nod, rising from her seat. "I won't interrupt your work any further. Mito-sama, are you heading out?" "Yes, I need to consider how to console Kushina." Later in the afternoon, after school, Kushina returned home and, much like the previous week's first day of school, withdrew into her room, refusing to emerge. Mito, as customary, patiently waited until dinner time before entering Kushina's room. She settled on the edge of the bed, offering silent companionship as Kushina remained concealed under the covers. "Grandma Mito, I can't surpass them." After a moment, Kushina lifted her head from the covers, wearing a crestfallen expression. Mito extended her hand, gently running her fingers through Kushina's hair, and spoke soothingly, "It's entirely expected. Among that group, Minato and Tatsuma are akin to the alpha wolves in a pack. As a new member, it's only natural not to surpass them right away. Consider yourself as another member of the pack, initially subdued by the alpha wolves. Your journey now is to live and evolve within the pack, patiently awaiting the chance to overcome the alpha wolves in the future." Upon hearing Mito's explanation, Kushina nodded, though a lingering sense of unease persisted. She inquired, "Mito grandma, didn't you mention they were fat cats last time?" "Did I?" "Mito grandma is growing old, making mistakes is only natural." Mito glossed over the question and swiftly shifted the topic, remarking, you must have noticed that the strength of those two youngsters doesn't compare to yours. Do you know why you still struggle against them? Why? Kushina, easily riled but also easily appeased, watched Mito with curiosity. Mito, witnessing Kushina emerge from the covers, nonchalantly shrugged and offered a smile. Because you haven't fully harnessed this power, the power that belongs to our Uzumaki clan. The power of the Uzumaki clan? Exactly. We Uzumaki clan members are born naturals in sealing jutsu. Master all the sealing jutsu unique to our clan, and those two won't stand a chance against you. Uzumaki Mito concluded her statement with a smile, and suddenly, 5 gleaming golden chains materialized behind her. Spearheads and barbs adorned the front of the chains, projecting an aura of immense power and lethality. Entranced by the chains, Kushina gazed at them, prompting Mito to smile and inquire, "What do you think? Are you interested in learning?" Kushina eagerly nodded, and Mito affectionately patted her back. "You can't learn on an empty stomach. Come have dinner with Grandma." Ugh. Chapter 30, Hitting 3 Birds with 1 Stone. Following the challenge incident involving Kushina, there was a notable shift in her treatment within the class, just as Uzumaki Mito had anticipated. The atmosphere improved considerably, thanks to everyone witnessing her loss against Minato Namikaze and Sakamoto Tatsuma, the two prodigies from different families. With a newfound purpose driving her, Kushina refrained from causing any more disruptions at school. She dedicated her days to mastering Ninja Academy knowledge, and her nights were consumed by the intricacies of the Uzumaki clan sealing jutsu. Adopting a more subdued approach, she skillfully slipped out of the spotlight, becoming a diligent student without drawing unnecessary attention to herself. Tatsuma and Minato remained blissfully unaware that they had unwittingly become pieces in Uzumaki Mito's threefold strategy, each challenge inadvertently resolving multiple issues for Kushina. The first matter revolved around the evaluation initiated by Uzumaki Mito and Sarutobi Hiruzen to determine Minato as the prospective future partner for Kushina Uzumaki. Both contenders displayed the necessary talent and demeanor, albeit in distinct ways. Minato's exhibition of gentleness and chivalry proved to be an excellent match for Kushina, destined to bear the burden of being a Jinchuriki. These qualities acted as a softening agent, easing her resistance and estrangement. Conversely, Tatsuma showcased recognition and impartiality. Uzumaki Mito, with her ability to discern between good and evil with her malicious sensory techniques, appreciated Tatsuma's sincerity. His genuine praise for others did not go unnoticed, adding another layer to the intricate web of Uzumaki Mito's strategic maneuvering. In the years spent as a Jinchuriki, Mito's most significant revelation was the shift in how people perceived her, no longer as an individual but as a Jinchuriki. Tatsuma's unwavering impartiality can play a crucial role in ensuring she wasn't treated differently. Tatsuma and Minato emerged as stellar candidates for Kushina's potential partners, each possessing unique qualities. The ultimate decision rested on Kushina's choice. The second objective involved facilitating Kushina's seamless integration into the village, particularly within her small group of classmates. The outcomes were undeniably favorable, indicating a successful endeavor. As for the third objective, it entailed bringing Kushina face-to-face with her shortcomings, fueling her drive to master the Uzumaki clan sealing jutsu. Drawing a clear distinction between passive and active knowledge acquisition, Uzumaki Mito recognized the importance of self-motivation. While she could have commanded, given her elder status, that Kushina learn the sealing jutsu, the impact would not have been as profound as the current scenario where Kushina found her inspiration from within. Uzumaki Mito transcended the role of a mere-tailed beast container or a sacrificial force. In her era, she symbolized the unbreakable bond between the Uzumaki clan and the Senju clan, solidified through a strategic alliance contract. In the midst of the successions of 2nd Hokage Senju Tobirama and 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, she played an exceedingly crucial role. Although not inclined to take center stage, it by no means implied a lack of capability on her part. Particularly when dealing with a group of children, direct intervention was unnecessary. A subtle manipulation on her part sufficed to achieve the desired outcomes, all while adeptly staying concealed in the shadows. Sum, do you know what's going on with those two guys' hair? Why does it go from long to short and vice versa? Kushina and Inazuka Sum, who had just become acquainted, were discussing Tatsuma and Minato after class. Seated next to them, Kushina had harbored a curiosity about this topic for some time but hesitated to ask the two directly. In a certain regard, she shared a similarity with Tatsuma. Both harbored a dislike for their own hair. Tatsuma found his naturally curly hair bothersome, while Kushina faced criticism for her distinctive red locks. Therefore, when Kushina observed that these two individuals appeared to have a method of controlling their hair, her curiosity had persisted for a while. Today, having successfully forged a friendship with Inazuka Sum, she found the perfect opportunity to inquire. Inazuka Sum cast a brief glance at the two before. Sharing, as per what Shikaku mentioned, it appears they've acquired a ninjutsu from Jiraiya-sama that enables them to control their hair in combat. When their hair is left long, it means they're casually manipulating it. Sometimes, during particularly busy or crucial classes, they don't bother, and their hair shortens as they focus on the lecture. Jiraiya? The one on Sister Tsunade's team, right? I wonder if he has a ninjutsu for hair dyeing. I've been itching to get rid of this red hair for quite some time. Kushina gripped her own hair as she spoke. In response, Inazuka Sum also ran her fingers through her hair, but compared to Kushina's fine and soft strands, Sum's locks were rugged and coarse, reminiscent of many boys. After a moment of contemplation, Inazuka Sum remarked, "If you manage to learn it, you've got to teach me." But, those two have been at it for so long and still haven't mastered it. Must be pretty challenging, huh? I heard from Shikaku that not only have these two mastered the transformation jutsu we are supposed to learn this year, but they've also mastered the other two basic jutsu as well. Now, they've even started delving into D-rank ninjutsu, Kushina added. Just D-rank ninjutsu. I'm already delving into C-rank sealing jutsu. Once I master it, I'll certainly be able to outmatch those two. Upon learning that Minato and Tatsuma had not only conquered the three basic jutsu but were advancing to higher-level ninjutsu, a sudden sense of urgency surged within Kushina. During this period, the prevailing talk revolved around the prodigies Minato Namikaze and Sakamoto Tatsuma. Even peers from the Uchiha and Hyuga clans found themselves unable to surpass them. Initially skeptical, Kushina dismissed it as mere cleverness and playing tricks. However, now that she heard they were engaged in mastering authentic ninjutsu, she felt a pressing need to catch up and defeat them within a limited time frame. In Kushina's perspective, acquiring ninjutsu skills equated to becoming a ninja, especially in the hidden whirlpool village where she had spent her earlier years. This connection was intrinsically tied to the unique constitution of the Uzumaki clan. Members of the Uzumaki clan faced no concerns about whether their physique, strength, and speed could keep pace. Even without specialized training, they naturally evolved into formidable individuals with the passage of time. As a result, their emphasis centered on harnessing their abundant chakra. By mastering a few technique-based ninjutsu or sealing jutsu and demonstrating precise control over their chakra, they could effortlessly transition into the ranks of accomplished ninjas. However, for other ninjas, the path is not as straightforward. They must engage in the learning of ninjutsu, explore methods to augment their chakra levels, and commit to specialized training for physical fitness and taijutsu. Perhaps, when compared to the Uzumaki clan, the advantage for others lies in not harboring an excess of chakra within their bodies, thereby making it less mentally taxing to control. Nevertheless, this proves to be only a minor advantage at the Genin or Chunin stages. As they progress further, the majority find that their physical fitness does not adequately support the refinement of the chakra quantity required to meet the standards expected at the Jonin level. Without an adequate reserve of chakra, they find themselves unable to unleash large-scale ninjutsu, directly undermining their strength. A hallmark of a Jonin is their robust strength, and achieving this proves impossible without a substantial chakra supply. This juncture becomes a roadblock for many aspiring ninjas aiming for further promotion. Yet, the somewhat rudimentary educational system in the hidden whirlpool village struggles to fully tap into the talents of the Uzumaki clan, and they appear to have grown accustomed to this limitation. After all, leading a decent life, relying on their physical prowess and mastery of sealing jutsu, gives them little incentive to strive for more. Throughout this academic year, Tatsuma and Minato maintained their familiar rhythm of studying and living, and the world around them appeared relatively unchanged, except for one notable shift: prices steadily rising. That's the end of this tale for now. If you're new, feel free to join the Discord and check out my 2 fanfictions I'm currently writing, linked in the description. Peace.